Welcome back to Infinite Novel Audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share. Chapter 1. I'm already in the Quasi-Emperor realm, and you're telling me I'm the villain. In the universe, within a dark and silent star region, a young man dressed in white was seen sitting cross-legged on a dim, massive star. As he inhaled and exhaled, the spiritual energy flowing throughout the vast universe surged toward him, seemingly gathering into vortexes of spiritual energy that churned for him. Massive amounts of divine laws permeated every corner of the star region, as if a sky full of mist covered the vast stars, while numerous celestial flowers fluctuated with his Tao rhythm, profound, mysterious, and unparalleled. Every breath he took caused the stars to tremble and the great Tao to resonate. The mere movement of those obscure energy auras caused the void to rumble, as if the law that sound cannot travel in a vacuum ceased to exist before him. Boom! When the young man opened his eyes, an indescribably terrifying aura instantly erupted from his body. His gaze seemed capable of creating the order of the universe and piercing through the falsehoods of yin and yang. In an instant, hundreds of stars turned into powder. His majestic, immortal will caused countless stars to tremble, and the massive star he sat upon instantly disintegrated, leaving not even a shred of matter behind. Time became viscous and obscure, feeling like an instant yet also an eternity. Numerous spatial rifts spread out, collapsing layer by layer to form a zone of void and darkness, as if even the great Tao and the rules could not touch the man at all. After transmigrating to this fantasy world for 500 years, I have finally attained the Quasi-Emperor realm. I only need to wait for the heavenly heart to arrive and the heavenly gate to open. Then I can contend for the great Emperor Tao fruit and ascend to the absolute peak of this universe. Stars seemed to shatter and worlds seemed to rise and fall within the man's eyes, making him appear even more ancient and weary. Sensing the transformation in his own cultivation realm, a smile appeared on his face as he muttered to himself. His name was Yi Yu, and he had transmigrated to this fantasy world 500 years ago. From the initial bewilderment of transmigration to acceptance, even without a so-called system or cheat, Yi Yu had relied on his own perseverance and effort to climb, step by step, to the pinnacle of this fantasy world. Battling human prodigies, suppressing alien powerhouses, chasing after secret realms, dominating an era. Over 500 long years, Yi Yu stepped over endless bones and mountains of corpses and seas of blood to finally attain this Quasi-Emperor fruit position. In this era where no great emperors appear, the Quasi-Emperor realm is already the peak of power in the entire universe. Recalling his life on Earth in his past life, which now felt incredibly blurry, Yi Yu felt as though a lifetime had passed. Next, I will go into seclusion to gradually raise my cultivation to the 9th heaven of the Quasi-Emperor realm, and then wait for the opportunity to attain the Tao. A Quasi-Emperor can live for thousands of years, enough for me to wait for the heavenly gate to open and the heavenly heart to gestate. Even if it doesn't appear in this era, it doesn't matter. At worst, I will seal myself in God's source and wait for the next era. Yi Yu thought to himself. Sweeping his gaze across the devastated star region, Yi Yu shook his head. Fortunately, he had the foresight to find a silent star region for his seclusion. Otherwise, this breakthrough would not only have attracted attention from many sides, but would also have caused countless casualties among living beings. Ding! Detected that the host has transmigrated to a fantasy world. Villain selection system bound successfully. Just then, a mechanical voice rang out in Yi Yu's mind. The corners of Yi Yu's mouth twitched slightly. A system, a villain. I transmigrated 500 years ago when I was weak, and you didn't activate. Now that I've become a Quasi-Emperor, you activate. Also, I'm a villain. I am a dignified human Quasi-Emperor, and you're telling me I'm a villain. Frowning slightly, Yi Yu looked inward and quickly locked onto the system, which appeared like a speck of dust, on his true spirit. Sensing the obscure aura contained within this dam system, Yi Yu's eyes grew slightly serious. Judging by the aura of this system, it is likely a creation above the Great Emperor realm. Ding, the host is currently at the Tianxing sect for the sect selection. Detected that a child of destiny is also participating in the selection. Please find a way to suppress the child of destiny's arrogance so that the child of destiny cannot make a name for themselves during the sect selection. Successful completion rewards a newbie gift pack. The more you suppress them, the richer the newbie gift pack rewards will be. Just as Yi Yu was pondering, the system's voice rang out again. Yi Yu, Tianxing sect. Sect selection, Yi Yu's expression became subtle. If he remembered correctly, this Tianxing sect was the first sect he joined after transmigrating to this fantasy world. That is to say, this dam system was late by a full 500 years. Interesting. Yi Yu laughed, his eyes narrowing slightly, a thoughtful look on his face. I remember that when I joined the Tianxing sect back then, there was no so-called child of destiny. The most dazzling disciple was me. So what is going on? Is spacetime chaotic? The system was delayed by 500 years and thinks I just transmigrated, and the Tianxing sect of this era has produced a child of destiny. What is this? A Quasi-Emperor villain and a greenhorn child of destiny. Isn't this just a dimension reduction strike? Since I have already attained the Quasi-Emperor realm and have nothing to do, I might as well go and see what is going on. Thinking to himself, Yi Yu stood up and took a step. It was like the stars shifting. Countless images flashed and distorted around him. In an instant, Yi Yu had crossed infinite star regions and descended directly toward the Kangqiang star region where the Tianxing sect was located. A child of destiny. This is a fresh novelty. Yi Yu had only seen them in novels from his past life. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well go take a look. He would treat it as relaxation and entertainment. Kangqiang Star Region, Tianwang Continent, Tianxing Sect. As the hegemonic power in the southern region of the Tianwang Continent, the Tianxing Sect's annual disciple recruitment ceremony was incredibly lively. Looking over, tens of thousands of young boys and girls were already gathered in front of the Tianxing Sect's gate, waiting for the sect selection to begin. In the crowd, a young man with an ordinary appearance stood out with an extraordinary bearing, as if he possessed some kind of aura that made those around him subconsciously stay away from him. This person was none other than the child of destiny, Wang Huo. Elder Zhang, is this the sect where Saint King Yi Yu's moniker once cultivated? Wang Huo looked at the Tianxing sect's gate, which resembled a fairyland, and thought to himself. Correct, this is the sect where that beast, Yi Yu's moniker, once cultivated. Disciple, remember this well. That brat Yi Yu's moniker is insidious and cunning, and is even more vicious, ruthless, and hypocritical to the extreme. Your master was plotted against and killed by him. You possess the fire saint divine body and will surely climb to the peak of the great Tao in the future. When you have enough strength, you must avenge your master. A glimmer of light flashed on the ring in Wang Huo's hand, and immediately, a cold, hoarse voice entered his ears. Rest assured, Elder Zhang. Since I have taken you as my master, I will naturally avenge you. Wang Huo held his head high and said solemnly. Good, good, good. After that fellow Yi Yu's moniker joined the Tianxing sect back then, he quickly rose to become a human powerhouse. Before leaving the Tianxing sect, he left behind a legacy for the Tianxing sect. Others do not know how to inherit it, but I do. After you join the Tianxing sect, go and take that beast's legacy. That way, you can grow at the fastest speed. Elder Zhang said with a smile. Saint King Yi, Yu's moniker's legacy. A trace of burning intensity appeared in Wang Huo's eyes. Boom! Just then, the sea of clouds above the Tianxing sect surged, and waves of tyrannical and majestic aura spread out. The void within a radius of 10,000 miles seemed to boil, and one after another, Tianxing sect powerhouses stepped out from the void. The time has arrived. The Tianxing sect's entrance examination officially begins. Anyone who has reached the Tianxing sect's gate may take the examination. Our Tianxing sect's entrance examination is divided into 3 stages. First, the heavenly ladder, which tests comprehension and bone structure. Second, the heart-tempering pass, which tests character and will. Third, the Kangyun field, which tests combat power and wisdom. Anyone who passes all 3 stages can become an official disciple of our Tianxing sect. The elder in the lead had a deep, resonant voice, like a vast and majestic sound from the heavens, spreading across the entire area in front of the gate. Our Tianxing sect was founded long ago and has produced countless powerhouses. Even Saint King Yi Yu's moniker, who appeared 500 years ago and suppressed an entire era, was once a disciple of our Tianxing sect. If you can join the Tianxing sect, then not to mention dominating the Tianhuang continent, even traversing the Kankiang star region is not impossible. The elder said passionately, shouting again. Once these words were spoken, all the young boys and girls began to breathe rapidly, their eyes filled with longing and yearning. The examination officially began. Seeing that all the young boys and girls had their emotions stirred and were full of fighting spirit, the elder said no more and immediately prepared to announce the start of the examination. However, just at this moment, a shocking change appeared. Chapter 2, Welcome the Arrival of Great Emperor Tianyu. A task, easy peasy. Boom. Limitless auspicious clouds gathered on the horizon, with 9-colored light shining down like divine radiance. Countless golden lotuses condensed and manifested out of thin air, and a violet grand path seemed to stretch across the entire universe, descending from afar. In an instant, the sky over the entire Tianhuang continent dimmed. The sun and moon grew pale, while the stars shone brilliantly, as if the starry firmament itself had descended, making the scene all the more dazzling. Endless thunder accompanied by auspicious energy and divine laws erupted. Phantoms of ancient demon gods seemed to traverse the long river of time to arrive, as if gods and demons were chanting, and sacred beings were offering blessings. All the gods of the heavens seemed to be bowing in welcome, and all the brilliance in the world gathered in the firmament at this very moment. This is. In an instant, countless gazes turned upward. Whether it was the experts of the Tianxing sect or others across the Tianhuang continent, every living being looked up, their pupils constricting, faces filled with shock. Rumble. Yin and Yang separated into 2 energies. The thunder god roared in the 9 heavens, and the 5 elements swirled in conflict. Vitality and destruction intertwined as one rune after another, filled with misty divine light, manifested from the void, seemingly forming divine prohibitions that pierced through the universe. At the end of this violet grand path that stretched into the depths of the universe, a towering, sublime figure could be faintly seen walking step by step toward the Tianhuang continent. With every step, he crossed hundreds of millions of light years, arriving at Tianhuang in just a few breaths. Dressed in white robes whiter than snow, he appeared both elegant and dignified. Time seemed unable to leave a mark upon him, and his eyes, as if having weathered the vicissitudes of life and traversed the vastness of time and space, seemed to have buried all gods, demons, and Buddhas. Countless rules and Tao rhymes constantly evolved and gestated from his body. Around him, the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire manifested at every moment, as if countless worlds and realms were being born and destroyed in his wake. No matter who saw him, they could not help but praise him as a peerless jade-like young master. He was not only extraordinarily handsome, but also resembled a god, a demon, an immortal, and an emperor. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. Without exception, everyone who looked up at him bowed their heads the very next moment, as if they could not even bear to look directly at him. The person who arrived was none other than Yi Yu. The emperor's might was like an abyss, and the divine laws were like an ocean. With Yi Yu's arrival, the entire Tianhuang continent fell into a deathly silence. A single wisp of his aura suppresses a realm and makes the stars tremble. This is the emperor's might. Saint King Tianyu, has ascended to the Quasi-Emperor realm. The Quasi-Emperor realm. The human race has birthed another new Quasi-Emperor. To have attained the Quasi-Emperor realm in a mere 500 years, Great Emperor Tianyu is truly unprecedented, and I fear no one will ever be able to do it again. The experts of the Tianwang continent were filled with shock and awe. Pairs of eyes from all over the continent looked up and then cast back down, all filled with complexity and tremors of the heart. At this moment, the entire Tianwang continent was so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard clearly. Tianyu. This was Yi Yu's title among the myriad races of the universe, and in this fantasy world. Tian, heaven, represents heaven and earth, the heavenly Tao. Yu, universe, represents the universe, time, and space. As the name implies, Yi Yu's title signifies that throughout the heavens, the earth, and the ages of time, he alone is supreme. Quasi-Emperor, 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 this is impossible. How can this be? How could this brat ascend to the Quasi-Emperor realm so quickly? How is this possible? In front of the Tianxing sect's mountain gate, Elder Zhang's voice became violent, filled not only with disbelief, but also with madness and impatience. Quasi-Emperor. Wang Huo swallowed hard, feeling doubt for the first time about whether he could help his teacher suppress Yi Yu. At this moment, Yi Yu, who had descended upon the Tianwang continent, shifted his figure slightly. The various visions subsided and vanished, the vast sky returned to clarity, and all the phenomena receded rapidly like a tide. Yi Yu's figure had already appeared above the Tianxing sect. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, all the experts of the Tianxing sect were alarmed. Even the hidden foundations of the sect and the old antiques who were in deep slumber were awakened. In just a fleeting moment, over 100 experts had gathered above the Tianxing sect. The lowest cultivation level among these 100-plus experts was above the heavenly ladder realm, and there was even one in the Saint King realm. The cultivation system of this fantasy world was divided from low to high into body tempering, Tao Si, blood refining, divine treasury, heavenly ladder, saint, great saint, Saint King, and great emperor. Because one needs the universe to gestate the authority of heaven and earth to attain the great emperor realm, the Quasi-Emperor realm was opened up between the Saint King realm and the great emperor realm. As the name suggests, apart from wielding the heart of heaven and bearing the authority of the universe, the Quasi-Emperor realm is nearly equivalent to the great emperor realm. Not a great emperor, yet better than a great emperor. We welcome the arrival of Great Emperor Tianyu. Over 100 Tianxing sect experts bowed simultaneously and shouted aloud. Seniors, there is no need for such formalities. I have also cultivated in the Tianxing sect, and to me, you are all elders. Why be so polite? After I emerged from seclusion having attained the Quasi-Emperor realm, I had a realization. I understood that the Tianxing sect was once again accepting disciples. Remembering my past cultivation here, I came to reminisce with all you elders. Yi Yu wore a slight smile, speaking gently. Hearing Yi Yu's kind words, all the high-ranking members of the Tianxing sect could not help but smile, their eyes filled with immense excitement. Are these the disciples participating in the assessment this generation? At this moment, Yi Yu turned his gaze toward the boys and girls on the ground below and said slowly, "Greetings to Great Emperor Tianyu." Seeing Yi Yu's gaze fall upon them, all the boys and girls felt a hint of nervousness, which was immediately replaced by reverence and fervor. They all knelt down and shouted in unison. In the crowd, Wang Hu originally did not want to kneel. After all, he and Yi Yu were enemies. But if he didn't kneel, wouldn't it be too conspicuous? After hesitating for a moment, he had no choice but to follow his heart and kneel. Ding! Master has successfully suppressed the Child of Destiny's arrogance and made the Child of Destiny kneel to Master. Congratulations to Master for completing the novice task. Task rewards are being calculated. If Master further suppresses the Child of Destiny's arrogance and performs villainous acts, the task rewards can be increased. A series of mechanical voices, devoid of any emotion, rang in Yi Yu's ears. Listening to the system's voice, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Yi Yu's mouth. Suppress the child of destiny. That's easy peasy. He didn't even need to personally intervene or make a point of doing it. As long as he appeared, he could do it without any effort. This is the Quasi-Emperor realm. In this era where no great emperors appear, a Quasi-Emperor is no different from a great emperor. A mere child of destiny. That doesn't even begin to cover it. It's more than just a dimensional strike. You are all the prodigies of our human race. The future of our human race requires you all to shoulder the burden. Young ones, work hard in your cultivation. Yi Yu waved his hand to help the boys and girls up, his expression warm and his voice gentle. Thank you for your teachings, great emperor. The group of children were full of excitement, as if they felt honored to be in his presence. Which one is the child of destiny? I remember learning a technique for observing qi over 300 years ago. Let me try to see if I can discern the one with great destiny. As he scanned them with his gaze and pondered, he seemed to discover something. Yi Yu gave a slight "oh" and cast his gaze upon Wang Huo. Great Emperor, have you discovered some child with outstanding talent? Jin Hongfeng, the current sect master of the Tianxing sect, saw the change in Yi Yu's expression and immediately asked respectfully. It is nothing, just that I seem to have discovered an old friend. Yi Yu chuckled and said slowly. He seemed to have found the child of destiny. What is this, a double blessing? An old friend. The high-ranking members of the Tianxing sect looked at each other, then immediately reacted. Their expressions changed, their auras began to rise, and they immediately looked at the crowd below. Anyone who could be called an old friend by great Emperor Tianyu must have lived for at least several hundred years, but these applicants were clearly just children. What this meant was self-evident. There was a big problem. Bad, that beast Tianyu has discovered me. Damn it, he has attained the Quasi-Emperor realm and wields the power of the universe's origin. He can perceive my soul fluctuations. Elder Zhang's voice came to Wang Huo's ears. Upon hearing this, Wang Huo's expression changed, and his heart almost stopped. He had been discovered. Chapter 3, Colluding with an Alien Emperor. Suppress and kill. Heavenly tribulation descends, cannot kill the child of destiny. Kid Wang, relax your mind and stop resisting. I will take you away right now. Just when Wang Huo was panicking, old Zhang said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Wang Huo's expression eased slightly, and he let out a sigh of relief. Yi Yu's eyes seemed to contain the birth of a universe and the destruction of all worlds. It was as if all phenomena flashed and surged beneath his gaze. Seeing Wang Huo's actions, Yi Yu chuckled and said playfully, With me, the Emperor, present, you still want to leave? Have you asked me? Boom. Just as an obscure aura radiated from Wang Huo and a spatial vortex began to form behind him, Yi Yu made his move. One hand felt like it was covering the sky, as if the heavens themselves had descended, gathering the mighty power of the entire world. The entire Tianwang continent seemed to tremble at this moment, and endless spatial power constricted, instantly freezing the space within tens of thousands of kilometers. A wisp of imperial might was released. In an instant, the spatial vortex behind Wang Huo was annihilated, and divine restrictions covered the sky in all directions, sealing off all surrounding space. It was like facing the world itself, like facing the heavens. With one hand, Wang Huo was suppressed on the spot. When Yi Yu withdrew his hand, Wang Huo had already been snatched into his grasp. Run. Can you run? Whoosh. Divine light shot out from Yi Yu's eyes, deep enough to pierce through to the essence of things. Wang Huo immediately felt as if his entire body had been laid bare. Found it. At this moment, Yi Yu seemed to have discovered something. After murmuring this, he reached out and grabbed. Crack. The ring on Wang Huo's finger shattered, and an illusory soul body was pulled out by Yi Yu's other hand. This is Venerable Wanju, the Wanju great saint who opposed Emperor Tianyu 200 years ago. Wasn't he suppressed and killed by Emperor Tianyu? How is he not dead? Seeing the soul body in Yi Yu's hand, the high-level members of the Tianxing sect looked astonished, immediately recognizing his identity. Ding! Master has forcefully suppressed the child of Destiny's golden finger. Newbie gift pack rewards are increasing. Ignoring the system notification ringing in his ears, Yi Yu had a faint divine light in his eyes, looking down at the old man Wanju like a deity, his brows furrowing slightly. It's you! You didn't die. He had only sensed a familiar soul aura just now, but he hadn't expected this old friend to be Wanju Great Saint. How was this possible? Yi Yu clearly remembered completely obliterating Wanju Great Saint's soul 200 years ago. How could he have been resurrected? It is this old man. You beast, Tianyu didn't expect it, did you? I am not dead. You wolf-hearted, pig-and dog-like villain. I was your good friend for many years, yet you ruthlessly suppressed and killed me. You are nothing but a hypocrite. Knowing he was doomed, Wanju Great Saint was no longer afraid and roared at Yi Yu with resentment. Before Yi Yu could speak, a supreme elder of the Tianxing sect behind him walked out and said, Wanju, do you still want any face? Emperor Tianyu treated you as a friend and gave you resources many times for that reason. Not only did you not thank Emperor Tianyu, but you secretly contacted alien races to try to suppress Emperor Tianyu. Isn't it only right that Emperor Tianyu took action against you? Wanju Great Saint sneered at this and said righteously, I was friends with him, so isn't it only right that he helped me? He clearly entered the Gixu Forbidden Zone and obtained supreme opportunities, but was unwilling to reveal even a shred to me, nor was he willing to share them with me. Then he deserves to die. Hearing Wanju Great Saint's bizarre theory, the high-level members of the Tianxing sect looked at each other, and finally, they all shook their heads and said no more. Emperor Tianyu is wolf-hearted. It is clearly you who are wolf-hearted. Not only are you selfish, but you also return kindness with enmity. It's simply laughable. You helping teacher is only right. That is your good fortune. Yet you dared to attack teacher. You are unworthy of the name of a human emperor. Wang Huo also shouted indignantly from the side. Yi Yu was speechless. Birds of a feather flock together really doesn't lie to me. Wanju is an idiot, and this child of destiny is no good either. Just this kind of trash can be a child of destiny, while he is a villain. A selfish-type child of destiny. Yi Yu couldn't be bothered to argue with these two. It would be too beneath him. Instead, he was very curious about how Wanju was resurrected. There might be a big problem here. Soul condensation technique. Channeling divine power and generating wisps of soul fluctuations at his fingertips, Yi Yu reached out and tapped Wanju Great Saint's forehead, not even bothering to ask questions. Who knows if what Wanju Great Saint said was true or false? He would just search his soul to find out what happened. As his spiritual power probed into Wanju Great Saint's true spirit, seeing Wanju Great Saint still wanting to resist, Yi Yu just snorted coldly, and his soul body was instantly sealed in place. A restriction. In front of this emperor, you want to seal memories with a mere restriction. Give this emperor break. Sensing the restrictions constructed by runes on the surface of Wanju Great Saint's true spirit, Yi Yu shouted lowly. His supreme divine power permeated through it. Even just a wisp of imperial might leaking out cause the world to change color, and the high-level members of the Tianxing sect retreated one after another. The sun and moon in the sky, the descent of demon gods, ancient eulogies, projections of immortals and Buddhas. Countless visions flashed behind Yi Yu, and the vast power directly dispersed the restrictions on Wanju Great Saint's true spirit. As if an invisible roar sounded, a large amount of memory was immediately presented before Yi Yu. Gixu Forbidden Zone, so that's it. A wisp of true spirit imprint was secretly rescued by an ancient emperor who sealed himself, submitting to an alien emperor. After a long while, Yi Yu had fully understood all of Wanju Great Saint's memories. Upon understanding the inside story, a cold glint flashed in Yi Yu's eyes, and he suddenly looked at Wanju Great Saint and roared, "Wanju, you have some nerve. Not only did you submit to an alien emperor, but you actually dared to collude with an alien emperor to plot against my human race, attempting to bury billions upon billions of lives in the Tianwang continent to help the alien emperor revive. You truly deserve to die." He understood everything. The alien emperor saw that Wanju had some potential, and because he had attained the great saint realm in the Tianwang continent and lived for endless years, he knew the Tianwang continent very well, so he secretly rescued Wanju. And the alien emperor's goal was to let Wanju Great Saint secretly push to overthrow the Tianwang continent, helping the alien emperor refine the origin of billions upon billions of living beings to restore his own life origin. If Yi Yu hadn't noticed, with the child of destiny's great destiny, this plan might have actually succeeded. How could he not deserve to die? How could he not be killed? No wonder he is selfish. So he is a demonic path child of destiny. A coldness flashed in Yi Yu's eyes. He understood now. What? Bury the Tianwang continent. Wanju, you deserve to die. Hearing what Yi Yu said, the expressions of the Tianxing sect high-level members changed. Even the powerhouses of the Tianwang continent, who were secretly spying on the situation here, were all unsettled. Various auras leaked from the void, clearly indicating their unstable states of mind. Haha, if the human race doesn't help me attain the Emperor realm, then what is the necessity of its existence? If the Lord can help me break through, then I will be the Lord's most loyal servant. Wanju Great Saint sneered endlessly, and as he spoke, he looked at Yi Yu and said with resentment, "Tianyu, if you dare to take action against me, the Lord will definitely not let." Boom. Before Wanju Great Saint could finish speaking, Yi Yu, with a cold expression, directly crushed his soul body into powder. Wanju Great Saint fallen. A beast, and he dares to clamor with him. Ding! Master has obliterated the child of destiny's golden finger. Newbie gift pack rewards are increasing massively. Listening to the system's voice in his ears, Yi Yu's expression remained unchanged, but he had already looked at Wang Huo in his other hand. The Gixu Forbidden Zone attempts to covet the human race. As a human Quasi-Emperor, he will naturally go to settle this account. But before that, this child of destiny does not need to exist anymore. Stimulating his divine power, Yi Yu's palm exerted a slight force, about to crush Wang Huo completely. Feeling the icy murderous intent on Yi Yu, Wang Huo's face was already filled with despair, and even more unwillingness, as if he hadn't expected that he would die just like this. However, just as Yi Yu was about to crush Wang Huo to death, the world changed drastically. Rumble. The world shook, thunder roared, and rolling loud noises appeared from the sky. In the dark, it seemed as if an angry emotion descended from the void, indifferent yet lofty, as if it contained no emotional color. The 3,000 great Taos projected into the sky along with it. In an instant, the void of the Tianwang continent turned dim again, with only the vast thunderclouds covering the firmament. Each and every one of those divine thunders contained ultimate destruction, as if it could completely annihilate everything in the world. This is the will of the world. Although the heavenly tribulation had not yet fallen, Yi Yu had already sensed that the opportunity in the dark had locked onto him, as if as long as he moved again, the heavenly tribulation would descend to suppress Yi Yu. The child of destiny is protected by the world, and the world does not allow the execution of the child of destiny. Yi Yu looked up, his eyes narrowing slightly, and he immediately thought of some villain novels he had read in his previous life, which all said that the child of destiny cannot be killed before his destiny is broken. Chapter 4, Does Heaven and Earth Not Allow It? I Tianyu the Great Emperor Will Kill. Ha ha ha, I am protected by great fortune and shielded by heaven and earth. Tianyu, you brat, do you dare to kill me? Can you kill me? You cannot kill me. Release me immediately. As long as you let me go and give me some benefits, I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, remember, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not bully the young because they are poor. Seeing the great changes in heaven and earth, and sensing that protection from the unseen Wang Huo's desperate face, revealed the smile of someone who had survived a catastrophe, and he immediately laughed wildly. Protected by heaven and earth, cannot kill. Yiyu smiled. So what if it is protected by heaven and earth? Cannot kill. Who said I cannot kill? I am an emperor, and I shall suppress everything in this world. If he wants to kill someone, no one can stop him, not even heaven. That is no exception. Boom. Divine power erupted, and his imperial might was like an abyss. Yiyu exerted force with his palm, intending to directly obliterate Wang Huo. As for the will of heaven and earth, the so-called heavenly Tao of the Tianwang continent, simply ignore it. You dare to kill me. Sensing Yi Yu's palm beginning to exert force, Wang Huo's face showed shock and anger as he roared. Rumble. Heaven and earth seemed enraged, as if they had not expected that even under the scourge of heaven, Yi Yu would still dare to make a move. In an instant, lightning burst forth, and a destructive aura spread out majestically. The energy, filled with endless annihilation, surged, and streaks of silver divine lightning carrying world-destroying power rushed toward Yi Yu. Countless bolts of lightning intertwined, converging to form a lightning dragon that roared and charged straight at Yi Yu, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Does a mere world's heaven and earth dare to stop this emperor? Yi Yu lifted his eyelids slightly, his terrifying, indestructible physical body erupting with power as he reached out and grabbed the lightning dragon formed by the heavenly scourge with his bare hands. Bare-handed capture of a lightning dragon. Hiss, what terrifying physical strength. Is this the strength of Tianyu, the great emperor, who conquered various domains and overcame the current to attain the Tao fruit of a quasi-emperor? Seeing Yi Yu capture the lightning dragon with one hand, the experts from all sides of the Tianwang continent were shocked and moved, and gasps echoed from every corner of the Tianwang continent. Get lost, for this emperor. Yi Yu's voice was low, and as his palm exerted slight force, veins like great dragons bulged, and his surging blood energy seemed to turn into blood dragons that gathered on his skin and roared. His blood energy was like a swamp, a vast, inextinguishable ocean. It was as if he had transformed into a furnace of heaven and earth, like a brilliant sun rising and falling. His figure seemed to become majestic in this moment, like a giant standing between heaven and earth, capable of holding up the sky and splitting the world alone. When Yi Yu's low voice fell, in an instant, the lightning dragon seemed to suffer a devastating blow, shattering layer by layer until it finally turned into streaks of lightning sparks and dissipated into the void. Rumble. Heaven and earth were enraged. The radiance of the 3,000 projections of rules became increasingly dazzling, seemingly constructing and reorganizing in the void, or perhaps intersecting and extending, evolving into 3,000 restrictive runes to bolster the thunderclouds. A more ferocious and terrifying heavenly scourge began to gestate, locking onto Yi Yu's figure from all directions. When this emperor wants to kill someone, no one can stop me. Even heaven is no exception. Mere will of heaven and earth from a single star, yet you dare to provoke an emperor. With an indifferent expression and a cold voice, Yi Yu looked up at the sky. In the depths of his eyes appeared the strange phenomenon of worlds being annihilated and stars twisting. His lips moved slightly, and Yi Yu spat out one more word. Get lost. Get lost. Boom. One word, yet it was earth-shattering. Under the reinforcement of Yi Yu's supreme divine power, it seemed to turn into an ancient divine sound, containing unimaginable and terrifying power. Wave after wave of visible sound ripples converged and then charged toward the thunderclouds. If you stop this emperor again, Today I will erase your origin and let this star have no will of heaven and earth ever again. Bang! He threw a punch, and the surging divine power condensed into a giant fist that struck the thunderclouds. A large number of celestial flowers and divine rules burst forth and gathered. Under this punch, all colors in the world seemed to dim, as if all light and splendor had been integrated into this strike. The violent power not only shattered the thunderclouds, but also pierced through the void. The endless void collapsed layer by layer, clearly reflecting the scene of the universe into the firmament. Thunderclouds, shattered with one punch. Does a mere world's heaven and earth dare to stop me? Ridiculous. Clang. Immortal fighting intent erupted from Yi Yu's body, and his supreme divine sense locked the heaven and earth. Yi Yu's figure stood straight, as if silently stating that if there were another time, he would kill heaven. Quiet. Dead silence. Deathly silence. The sky had returned to brightness and was cloudless. The 3,000 rules that had previously been high in the void had quietly vanished, as if the heavenly scourge that had gathered just moments ago was merely an illusion and had never existed at all. Heaven and earth have retreated. The Tianwang continent is an ancient star. Its heaven and earth will is definitely not weak, yet it actually retreated because of Tianyu, the great emperor. That's right, this is a quasi-emperor. If Tianyu, the great emperor, gets angry, obliterating this star would be effortless. The might of a quasi-emperor. Is this the might of a quasi-emperor? Terrifying. All living beings were shocked. Experts were horrified. Now, who can protect you? Yi Yu's aura gradually calmed down, and he looked down at Wang Huo, speaking with a playful tone. No, this is impossible, this is impossible. Wang Huo panicked. His face turned pale, and his eyes were filled with terror. Even heaven and earth could not stop Yi Yu. Is this the majesty of an emperor, the majesty of a quasi-emperor? Wang Huo's body began to tremble, almost in fear, and he gulped, wanting to beg for mercy. As for hatred, a gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. As long as he could survive this calamity, it wouldn't be too late to seek revenge later. Spare me, Tianyu, the great emperor. Please spare this lowly one, Wang Huo spoke fawningly, but before he could finish, Yi Yu exerted force and directly crushed Wang Huo to death, not even bothering to listen to what Wang Huo wanted to say next. Noisy. Opening his palm, Yi Yu brushed away the pulverized remains of Wang Huo and said indifferently, a mere child of destiny, actually thinking he was the protagonist, actually thinking he was someone important. Ridiculous. Yi Yu had never taken Wang Huo seriously from beginning to end. The only reason he came over was just to take a look since he had nothing better to do, not because he felt any apprehension. Did he really think that a quasi-emperor standing at the pinnacle of the universe, and above all races, was just talk? Ding! The child of destiny has been killed by the master, and the master has overfulfilled the newbie task. Ding! Newbie gift pack is being drastically amplified. Ding! The reward settlement for the newbie task has reached the maximum limit. Ding! Congratulations to the master for completing the newbie task. Ding! Does the master wish to open the newbie gift pack? A series of system notifications rang in Yi Yu's ears. Open. Yi Yu murmured casually. Ding! The newbie gift pack has been opened. Congratulations to the master for obtaining the ultimate imperial weapon 8 Desolations, Purgatory Halberd. Ding! The 8 Desolations Purgatory Halberd has acknowledged the master as its owner and is temporarily stored in the system space. The master can retrieve it at any time. As the system's voice fell, a flash appeared before his eyes, and a projection materialized in front of Yi Yu. 8 Desolations Purgatory Halberd, ultimate imperial weapon, a supreme treasure of slaughter. Its inner deity has already awakened. It was forged from 8 small thousand worlds and contains the great power of destruction from the 8 Desolations. With the deity awakened on its own, Even a wisp of its aura possesses the might to obliterate a star region. Holding the war halberd allows one to fight against a great emperor. Ultimate Imperial Weapon. Ultimate Imperial Weapon. The strongest magical treasure standing at the pinnacle of the fantasy world. Just by the 8 desolations purgatory halberd manifesting a wisp of its aura on its own, it can obliterate a star region, which means hundreds of millions of stars, so one can imagine how strong it is. Even a great saint, holding an ultimate imperial weapon, could contend with a great emperor for a short time. And for a quasi-emperor like Yi Yu to hold an ultimate imperial weapon, just how terrifying that would be is unimaginable. In the unseen, a mysterious feeling seemed to emerge. Yi Yu could vaguely sense that in a dark space, a sleeping, bloodthirsty war halberd was waiting for his summons. Even across space, he could still feel that sense of connection, as if it were an extension of his own arm. It was as if Yi Yu only needed one thought to let the 8 desolations purgatory halberd break through space and descend into reality. A newbie gift pack actually rewarded an ultimate imperial weapon. Yi Yu raised an eyebrow, a flash of brilliance crossing his eyes, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corners of his eyes. One must know that the number of ultimate imperial weapons in this entire universe can be counted on one's fingers. Even though Yi Yu is now a quasi-emperor, he did not have one. Now that he has an ultimate imperial weapon, his confidence in heading to the Gixu Forbidden Zone has greatly increased. The Gixu Forbidden Zone dared to plot against the human race. How could Yi Yu not settle this score? The prime culprit has been eliminated. I still need to make a trip to the Gixu Forbidden Zone. I originally intended to catch up at the Tianxing sect, but now it seems I can only put that aside for the time being. I hope you seniors will forgive me. Sorting out his thoughts, Yi Yu wore a faint smile on his face and spoke apologetically to the high-level members of the Tianxing sect. Tianyu the Great Emperor, you are too serious. How could we deserve an apology from you? Please proceed to the Gixu Forbidden Zone. If there is anything you need from our Tianxing sect, please speak, and we will definitely do our utmost to assist you, Great Emperor. Jin Hongfeng said hurriedly. All the high-level members of the Tianxing sect were flushed with pride, standing straight, as if they could already feel the looks of envy, jealousy, and hatred coming from all directions. Very well. Yi Yu nodded slightly, said no more, and turned to tear through the void and depart. Now to go, to the Gixu Forbidden Zone. An alien great emperor on his last legs dares to bully the human race. Did he really think he was dead? Naturally, one must return courtesy for courtesy. Chapter 5. Descending upon the Forbidden Zone. Suppressing the mighty, Great Emperor Luongu, get out here. Gixu Forbidden Zone. It is located deep within the Kankyong star region, amidst a cluster of dead, silent stars. Renowned for containing vast opportunities while simultaneously harboring numerous taboos, many cultivators above the heavenly ladder realm would enter the Gixu Forbidden Zone when their lifespans neared their end, seeking methods to extend their lives or achieve a breakthrough. In the vast universe, there are countless forbidden zones like the Gixu Forbidden Zone, and the reason these places are called forbidden zones is because of great emperors. Within every forbidden zone, great emperor after great emperor is sealed away. From ancient times to the present, throughout endless ages, no one knows how many great emperors have sealed themselves away in these forbidden zones, their lifespans nearing their end, waiting for the heavenly gate to open. Although cultivators can greatly increase their lifespans through cultivation, they ultimately cannot escape death. Even after becoming a great emperor, one's lifespan is merely tens of thousands of years. Without ascending to godhood, no matter how powerful, one cannot achieve eternal life. This is the reason why great emperors seal themselves away. Throughout history, these forbidden zones have caused endless slaughter. Although great emperors sealing themselves can greatly delay aging, their lifespans will eventually wither away, leading to the emergence of great calamities of slaughter. Whenever a great emperor is near death, they will emerge from the forbidden zone, relying on devouring the origin of all living beings to condense their own life origin and extend their lifespan. The secret scheme of the Gixu Forbidden Zone this time is for this very purpose. This is also the reason why every forbidden zone causes the world to tremble in fear. On this day, in a dark region of the Kankyong star region, a figure in white robes stepped slowly out of the void. With every step taken, the aura on his body became increasingly formidable. In the end, the terror of his aura was such that with every breath, the surrounding countless stars trembled, as if a brilliant sun had fallen into the galaxy, radiating dazzling and majestic divine brilliance. Yi Yu has arrived. Upon appearing, Yi Yu did not waste any words and directly threw a punch. This punch felt like it could burn mountains, fill seas, and cause stars to fall. 9 golden dragons faintly coiled around Yi Yu's fist. Under this punch, it was as if all things returned to nothingness. Even the overflow of a single thread of his energy caused the stars within several light years to crumble into dust. Boom! The void shook, the laws of the Tao erupted, and numerous spatial vortices spread and surged. Hidden beneath the void, the Gixu Forbidden Zone revealed a glimpse of itself under Yi Yu's punch. Desolate, ancient, dark, silent. Like a painting, the independent space belonging to the Gixu Forbidden Zone slowly appeared. Grave after grave stood within the Gixu Forbidden Zone. Even just revealing a corner was enough to make one feel horrified and eerie, as if it were filled with a thick, ominous aura. Who dares to provoke the Gixu Forbidden Zone? Presumptuous. The Gixu Forbidden Zone is the dojo where great emperors slumber. Who dares to provoke the might of a great emperor? Deep voices echoed from within the Gixu Forbidden Zone. Great emperors. A bunch of reptiles clinging to life, by slaughtering the masses dare to call themselves great emperors. Yi Yu sneered. In the silent galaxy, Yi Yu's voice was like thunderous war drums, or even like a celestial sound from a bright sun, vast, boundless, and deafening, resounding throughout the entire Kankyong star region. Presumptuous, audacious. Great emperors cannot be insulted. How dare you insult a great emperor? It's you. Yi Yu's moniker Saint King. You have actually attained the Quasi-Emperor realm. Hearing Yi Yu insult the great emperors, the guardians located within the Gixu Forbidden Zone, who protected the slumbering great emperors, were enraged. Black mist surged violently, and figure after figure, overflowing with divine light and Tao laws, seemingly surrounded and set off by misty celestial flowers, immediately stepped out from the Gixu Forbidden Zone. As someone who had dominated the world for centuries, fighting against the current and stepping into the Quasi-Emperor realm step by step, Yi Yu's name naturally resounded throughout the universe, and even these guardians recognized his identity. You seek death. Do you think you are invincible just because you have attained the Quasi-Emperor realm? You dare to insult a great emperor. Die. The group of guardians, their faces obscured by mist like gods descended to earth, revealed killing intent and attacked Yi Yu directly. Booms, booms, boom. Booms, boom, boom. The pressure belonging to the Saint King realm and Quasi-Emperor realm spread rapidly. The entire Kankyong star region seemed to tremble at this moment, and even the vast universe had faint surges of imperial might. Many powerhouses in neighboring star regions were alarmed and turned their gazes toward the Gixu Forbidden Zone. The Gixu Forbidden Zone? Who could have provoked these guardians into appearing? Yi Yu's moniker. He has actually attained the Quasi-Emperor realm. Hiss! As expected of the peerless genius hailed throughout the ages, his speed in attaining the Quasi-Emperor realm is truly so fast. Why on earth did Yi Yu's moniker start fighting with the Gixu Forbidden Zone? Those who provoke a forbidden zone must die. Yi Yu's moniker is still too arrogant, actually thinking that attaining the Quasi-Emperor realm allows him to confront a forbidden zone. When they saw the situation in front of the Gixu Forbidden Zone, powerhouse after powerhouse was first startled, and then they secretly shook their heads, as if they could already foresee Yi Yu's fate. I have always been invincible. Watching the onslaught of the many guardians, Yi Yu's expression remained calm. He did not even bring out his ultimate imperial weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered, and he instantly condensed several avatars to attack the Forbidden Zone Guardians simultaneously. Attaining the Quasi-Emperor realm makes one invincible. I have always been invincible, so why the question? A bunch of people with shattered Tao hearts who cower before great emperors are worthy of contending with him. Even if they are also in the Quasi-Emperor realm, that won't do. In the 500 years since transmigrating into this fantasy world, Yi Yu did not rely on luck to attain the Quasi-Emperor realm. It was absolute strength. The Quasi-Emperor Tao fruit attained by fighting all the way, stepping on the bones of one heaven-defying genius after another. 8 Desolations heaven-imprisoning finger, battle-fighting primordial law, yin-yang great sorrow hand, heaven-supporting purgatory palm. Roars erupted from the mouths of each of Yi Yu's avatars. The universe surged. A giant finger, seemingly gathering the Tao laws of the 8 Desolations and resembling a prison for the heavens, descended from the sky, suppressing a guardian. There were also supreme divine abilities evolving into various great killing techniques, as if reaching out to grasp the galaxy and evolving all mysteries, sweeping forth. Yin-yang evolution, purgatory of Senliwo. Countless divine abilities and battle techniques were unleashed simultaneously, and boundless, vast blood energy erupted. The entire Kankiong star region vibrated continuously as Yi Yu struck, and the threads of Imperial might cause the stars within several light-years to shatter into dust. Every punch was like splitting the heavens, every palm was like annihilation, his finger was like a heavenly pillar, and his battle techniques were boundless. Although Yi Yu was but one person, he forced the many guardians to retreat step by step, as if they could not even withstand a single blow from him. Even if they were also in the Quasi-Emperor realm, it was the same. Even a guardian at the 7th level of the Quasi-Emperor realm was beaten by Yi Yu until their imperial blood sprayed across the universe. Every drop of blood seemed to contain infinite creation, smashing through layer after layer of space, faintly revealing the mystery of evolving into a stellar world. Shocking, horrifying. Hundreds of light years away from the Gixu Forbidden Zone, figures had appeared at some point. Powerhouse after powerhouse looked at Yi Yu with dull, incredulous expressions, as if they had not expected that Yi Yu could single-handedly contend against the entire Forbidden Zone. Hiss! Gasps of breath sounded from all corners of the universe. That's right, these guardians have not fought for endless ages, while Quasi-Emperor Yi Yu's moniker has climbed to the Quasi-Emperor realm through battle. The difference in their combat experience is like heaven and earth. Added to the fact that Yi Yu's moniker's momentum is like a rainbow, these guardians are naturally no match for him, but it is useless. Soon the powerhouses realized. Although they were moved by Yi Yu's strength, they still shook their heads, not optimistic about Yi Yu. No matter how strong he is, so what? A Quasi-Emperor is ultimately a Quasi-Emperor. How can he compare to a great emperor? If the great emperor in the Gixu Forbidden Zone awakens, a single thought would be enough to suppress Yi Yu's moniker. If he relies on this bit of strength, he absolutely cannot survive. Fight to one's heart's content. As Yi Yu continued to fight, his mastery over his Quasi-Emperor realm combat power became increasingly profound. His whole body seemed to be overflowing with endless divine light. In just a few short moments, Yi Yu had already fought the many guardians over tens of thousands of times. Exhilarating, exhilarating. All of you, die. When he completely mastered the power of the Quasi-Emperor realm, Yi Yu's eyes brightened, and he let out a low roar. At this moment, all his avatars emitted an arcane aura. 10,000 laws return to one. All laws merge into one. A vast amount of Tao laws erupted, as if sweeping through a sea of rules, appearing even more majestic and boundless, as if prying the universe, causing the entire region of the universe to tremble. Terrifying power erupted from Yi Yu's body. His aura rose once again at this moment, as if he had sublimated to the extreme, brilliant, and boundless, evolving layer after layer of divine abilities and battle techniques, directly suppressing all the guardians. Boom! Saint Kings bled, Quasi-Emperors were heavily injured. In an instant, a large number of guardians fell directly. Even the Quasi-Emperors were vomiting blood continuously, their auras weakened to the extreme. Suppressing the mighty. I am an emperor. I should naturally suppress all enemies in this world. Great Emperor Luongu, get out here. Otherwise, I will trample your Gixu Forbidden Zone today. His blood energy was like a vast ocean, his divine light brilliant. Yi Yu stepped forward, and numerous spatial cracks appeared beneath his feet. His deep and majestic voice resounded throughout the vast universe, and his sky-piercing will locked onto the Gixu Forbidden Zone, as if in the next second, Yi Yu would completely trample the Gixu Forbidden Zone. Great Emperor Luongu. This was the ancient Great Emperor who had secretly saved the great Saint Wanju and attempted to slaughter the Tianwang continent. Yi Yu's moniker, you? A Quasi-Emperor guardian clutched his chest, eyes splitting with rage, but before he could finish speaking, he was blasted into dust by a punch from Yi Yu. A trash Quasi-Emperor dares to interrupt, Yi Yu said coldly. Rumble. The next moment, the Gixu Forbidden Zone shook violently. Ancient, eternal, sublime, supreme. It was as if a god returning from ancient times had awakened. A mere wisp of aura overflowing from the Gixu Forbidden Zone caused the entire universe to tremble at this moment. In the darkness, it felt as if a supreme will had crossed the long river of time to arrive. Before the true body even appeared, countless visions were born, causing the living beings on countless great stars and worlds in the universe to prostrate themselves on the ground, as if welcoming the arrival of a sovereign. Ye Yu's moniker, you are, seeking death. A hoarse voice containing an angry tone resounded from the universe. Even just a single sound contained ancient and arcane Tao rhymes, as if resonating with the boundless universe, and a large amount of Tao laws evolved from it. Great Emperor Luongu awakened. Chapter 6, 9-character secret. 5 Emperors descend ultimate imperial weapon awakens. Great Emperor Luongu breaks seal. Boom. A blurry figure seemed to cross the river of time and space, existing within the universe yet appearing to be omnipresent. Even though his true form had not arrived, one could still feel that terrifying pressure, vast as an abyss, deep as an ocean. Wisps of imperial might leaked from his body, nearly assimilating the rules of the universe and causing the entire universe to spontaneously give birth to profound mysteries. Countless living beings found their breathing becoming difficult at this moment, as if a great mountain were pressing down on their hearts, making it hard to breathe. This was a great emperor. A true great emperor. A quasi-emperor daring to provoke a great emperor. Tianyu, what do you think you are? A wisp of my pressure is enough to obliterate you 1,000,000,000 times over. Great Emperor Luongu looked down upon the current world as if from above the river of time and space, despising Yi Yu. That voice, devoid of any emotional color, echoed throughout the vast universe. As soon as he finished speaking, Great Emperor Luongu did not waste any more words with Yi Yu, nor did he have any desire to do so. A wisp of imperial might was released directly from his body, enveloping Yi Yu. A great emperor must not be insulted. A quasi-emperor daring to attempt to provoke a great emperor, then die. Boom! The universe shook. The cosmos was on the verge of destruction. Even if it was just a wisp of imperial might, it still contained unimaginably terrifying power. One could see the void collapsing in layers, as if annihilation were constantly converging, evolving into one wave of chaos after another, filled with the divine might to destroy everything. Wherever the imperial might passed, everything returned to nothingness, as if stirring up immeasurable void as it crushed towards Yi Yu. Oh. Feeling the power contained within this wisp of imperial might, where time and space seemed to be obliterated, and his own self completely locked down, Yi Yu chuckled, a burning fighting spirit appearing in his eyes. Then let's try it. Kill. Yi Yu licked his somewhat dry lips. Sensing the 8 Desolations purgatory halberd in his system's space, Yi Yu did not rush to take it out, but instead roared, facing the imperial might with fiery fighting spirit. A great emperor who had not yet broken the seal was not worth using an ultimate imperial weapon on. Lin. Bing. Do. With a solemn expression, Yi Yu's lips moved slightly, slowly spitting out 3 words. This was the 9-character secret. It was a supreme secret technique created by Yi Yu over his 500 years of traversing the fantasy world, combining his insights with Taoist mantras from his previous life. The Lin mantra could allow one's combat power to continuously surge. The Bing mantra allowed all things to be used for one's own purposes, capable of manipulating all magic treasures in the world. The Do mantra could evolve all treasure arts and combat techniques in the world. Boom! The Lin character entered his body, his momentum surging. The Bing character added its blessing, and countless stars turned into powder, condensing into a star battle halberd that fell into Yi Yu's hand. The Do character evolved techniques as if myriad phenomena were flashing by. Thrusting the halberd out, a silver dragon seemed to roar amidst the cold light, and the imperial might was instantly annihilated. Without pausing, Yi Yu's figure flickered and appeared in front of Great Emperor Luongu, the battle halberd in his hand, swinging out again like the creation of the world, slashing directly at Great Emperor Luongu. You think you can take me down with a wisp of imperial might? Luongu, you should just break your seal and fight me. The voice was high, like thunder, like celestial music, booming and vast. Boom! A tremendous sound surpassing the reality level erupted. In an instant, this corner of the cosmos seemed to be annihilated, as if all things had returned to nothingness. The area where Yi Yu and Great Emperor Luongu were located collapsed directly, and a large amount of chaotic airflow burst forth. With Yi Yu going all out, he broke the universe directly, causing both of them to enter a different universe region, or rather, the Chaos Sea region. And Great Emperor Luongu, facing Yi Yu's full-force attack, was caught off guard and was directly shaken until the luster of his divine source dimmed, and even the divine source itself was sent flying. Everyone, are you all just going to watch the show here? Do you really want me to unseal now? We in the Gixu Forbidden Zone share honor and disgrace. A mere Quasi-Emperor dares to be so arrogant and presumptuous. Why haven't you attacked yet to help me suppress this fellow? An icy voice filled with extreme anger came from the divine source. Great Emperor Luongu was furious, with hints of breaking the seal. As soon as he finished speaking, in an instant, magnificent heavenly might swept through, infinite Tao rules surged, and there were even more visions like auspicious vapors and divine treasures rising and falling. One after another, tall and supreme blurry figures appeared in the universe. The emperors appeared in the world, projecting across the cosmos. Rumble. Imperial might was like the sea, divine might was vast. That massive imperial might gathered, nearly causing the entire universe to tremble. The 3,000 great Tao's rules were projected onto the firmament, as if trembling. All Tao and laws in the vast universe seemed to be frozen and sealed at this moment. Great Emperor Luongu, Great Emperor Pingshan, Great Emperor Janfa, Great Emperor Baikin, Great Emperor Fudu. Hiss, 5 great emperors in total. Tianyu, a quasi-emperor, actually forced the great emperors to this point. 5 great emperors appearing at the same time, just to suppress Tianyu. What a pity, what a pity. Even if his combat power is unparalleled, he shouldn't have been so arrogant. Fighting a great emperor is ultimately not the same as defeating one. Even if the great emperors don't break their seals, how can Tianyu resist 5 great emperors descending? One by one, the powerful experts felt their hearts tremble and their scalps go numb. They all gasped, faces filled with shock, none of them having expected that Yi Yu could be so powerful, able to force the great emperors to this extent. But seeing the current situation, many experts still shook their heads, not believing that Yi Yu had any power to resist in this situation. With 5 emperors appearing, Even if they don't break their seals, how can a Quasi-Emperor be their enemy? You must die. 5 great emperors. Yu muttered and smiled. But his smile made the 5 great emperors frown slightly, a bit confused, not knowing why Yu could still smile at this time. Under numerous gazes, Yu raised his hand and gripped the void, his mind moving to communicate with the 8 Desolations purgatory halberd located in his system's space. In an instant, the universe changed drastically. Boom. Demonic flames were towering. Killing intent was like the sea. A battle halberd, appearing to coil with a black dragon and flashing with visions of the destruction of worlds, was slowly pulled out of the void by Yu. When the battle halberd appeared, the space around it became viscous, and time itself seemed to stop running. Terrifying pressure continuously spread in all directions. Billions of stars in the Kankiang star region trembled at this moment, the stars shining and rumbling, as if they could not bear the terrifying power contained in the 8 Desolations purgatory halberd. The 3,000 great Tao's rules manifested. One after another, order, divine prohibitions, and Tao rhymes hung high in the firmament. Within them, a phantom of a battle halberd emitting black flames floated, as if reflecting across the entire universe, as if standing above all Taos. The 8 Desolations purgatory halberd unveiled. This aura. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. An ultimate Imperial weapon has appeared. A new ultimate Imperial weapon. In an instant, located in every corner of the universe, ancient existences that were originally sealed or sleeping were all awakened by the 8 Desolations purgatory halberd. Pairs of eyes crossed the vast starry sky to look at Yu, and obscure auras surged and floated throughout the universe. Once the 8 Desolations purgatory halberd appeared, it directly shocked the entire universe. Tianyu actually has an ultimate imperial weapon. The 5 great emperors' gazes condensed, their faces turning ugly. It must be known that many great emperors did not have an ultimate imperial weapon. Saying an ultimate imperial weapon is on par with a great emperor is not just talk. Are you all going to break your seals and fight me, or are you going to get lost? Today, I will definitely slaughter Luangu. Yiyu's eyes were bright, pointing the halberd at the 5 emperors and shouting coldly. If it were before, Yiyu wouldn't have been sure if he could contend with a great emperor, but with the 8 Desolations purgatory halberd in hand, Yiyu understood and was certain. Great emperor. As long as they don't have an ultimate imperial weapon, even a great emperor he could fight. Even suppress them. Fellow Taoist, is there some misunderstanding here? Looking at Yu, holding the ultimate imperial weapon, Great Emperor Pingshan silently withdrew his imperial might and said in a friendly manner. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole universe was shocked. One powerful expert after another opened their mouths wide, their brains buzzing, all gasping in disbelief. A great emperor backed down. Throughout endless years, this was the first time a great emperor had backed down. A quasi-emperor actually made a great emperor back down. Misunderstanding. Great Emperor Luangu colluded with human traitors, attempting to destroy the Tianhuang continent and use the life essence of the billions and billions of humans on the Tianhuang continent to nourish himself. I was born from the human race and attained the Tao from the human race. Now that I have attained the Quasi-Emperor realm, I should protect the human race and uphold the destiny of our human race. Yu sneered. The 5 great emperors were silent for a while, each cursing inwardly. Damn it. It's this kind of race supremacy again. How does the human race keep producing these idiots who disregard everything for the sake of their race? They simply cannot understand this kind of crazy belief and faith. As for being buried with me, haha, since I started my journey, I don't know how many life and death battles I have experienced. If I were afraid, I wouldn't be standing here today. What is there to rejoice in living or fear in dying? As long as it is vigorous and magnificent, this life of mine is worth it. Anyway, I am still just a Quasi-Emperor. If I can drag you who have attained the great Emperor realm down into the water to avoid the great slaughter that will appear in the future, I will be satisfied. I dare to risk my life to you. Dare. Get lost or don't. Yu laughed heartily, his momentum seeming to swallow mountains and rivers, and it was heroic and vast. His fighting spirit was like fire and flame, and he even manifested one divine beast and strange bird after another roaring, as if he couldn't wait for the battle. He's playing for real. Great Emperor Pingshan and the other 4 emperors' eyes were slightly solemn. A Quasi-Emperor is not scary, but a Quasi-Emperor with an ultimate imperial weapon is different. They have survived until now just to become gods. They would not be willing to risk their lives with Yu, otherwise Great Emperor Pingshan would not have backed down. After a moment of deliberation, the 4 emperors made a decision in their hearts. Ridiculous. Tianyu, who do you think you are? Even if you have an ultimate imperial weapon, so what? You think. Great Emperor Luangu sneered, about to mock him and get others to revive with him. But before he could finish speaking, Great Emperor Luangu's face turned green directly, and the unfinished words were swallowed back. Because the other 4 great emperors ran away. Yes, ran away. Once they heard that Yu wasn't looking to risk his life with them, but only wanted to deal with Great Emperor Luangu, they didn't hesitate at all and turned to leave. As for being mocked by Yu and losing face, they wouldn't care. If they cared about face, they wouldn't have given up everything to hide in the forbidden zones and seal themselves. As long as they could survive, after a long time, who would remember that they lost face? Life is the most important thing. You guys. Great Emperor Luangu was stunned, and in his anger he was speechless. The obstructive ones have already rolled away. Luangu, are you going to break the seal yourself, or do you want me to beat you into breaking the seal? As a great emperor, don't let the whole universe make a joke of you. Take out your majesty as a great emperor, your dignity as a great emperor, and fight me. Yu said in a deep voice, his eyes bright. Unlike the world of immortal cultivation, the fantasy world is born for battle, fighting to the strongest. The best way to improve one's strength and cultivation is battle, constant battle. What Yu relied on to attain the Quasi-Emperor realm in just 500 years was battle, stepping on the bones of the geniuses and monsters of all races to walk to this day. If he could fight a great emperor, this would surely be a great improvement for him. Yu licked his somewhat dry lips, already eager to try. Hearing Yu's words and feeling his fighting spirit, Great Emperor Luangu fell silent. The next moment, cracks appeared on the surface of the divine source sealing Great Emperor Luangu. As the cracks increased, the dense Great Emperor aura spread to this chaos sea, as if the Tao rules and divine prohibitions were almost frozen. Not only the chaos sea, even with the barrier of the world crystal wall, the entire fantasy universe began to tremble faintly, and even the living beings on countless stars in the universe had a faint realization. A great emperor is awakening. Boom. Accompanied by the shattering of the divine source, accompanied by the increasingly massive imperial might, a white-haired youth with a single horn on his head and some scales on his face stepped out of the void step by step. This is Great Emperor Luangu. Great Emperor Luangu had been forced by Yu to have to break the seal completely. Let your life essence compensate for my awakening this time. A Quasi-Emperor's life essence and an ultimate imperial weapon are enough to compensate for my loss. You will know what the price of provoking a great emperor is. A great emperor must not be insulted. Kill. Looking at Yu, Great Emperor Luangu gave a low roar and evolved a great killing technique. Terrifying power began to revive, and Great Emperor Luangu attacked Yu directly. Chapter 7. Today, I Yu slay an emperor to celebrate for our human race. Chaos of the ages. Lawless chaos. Great Emperor Luangu let out a low shout, executing hand seals. It seemed as if a purgatory pagoda was floating and sinking, while vast amounts of rules and divine charms evolved, countless killing techniques manifesting and rushing toward Yi Yu, seemingly containing the power to destroy billions of stars. Secret of Lie. Facing a fully awakened great emperor, Yi Yu naturally would not show any contempt or carelessness. Seeing that great Emperor Luofu had already made his move, Yi Yu did not hold back at all, directly utilizing his own path-proving secret technique to attack with full force. The Secret of Lie can create countless incarnations. The more incarnations evolved, the lower the combat power of each. If within 10, each incarnation can possess 90% of the original body's combat power. With a flash of his figure, 9 incarnations appeared beside Yi Yu, each reaching the aura of a Quasi-Emperor, with an ancient and mysterious charm faintly discernible. Secret of Zhen. The Secret of Zhen can transform all paths and laws of the world into a formation, and furthermore, multiple formations can be overlapped to continuously strengthen. The Tao patterns of the formation evolved into strange imprints connecting Yi Yu and each incarnation. Faintly visible were the evolution of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and even chaos, yin and yang, and other precious intents. In an instant, the 10 of them formed a formation, directly shrouding and sealing great Emperor Luofu. Travel Secret. Secret of Kayan. Secret of Jai. The travel secret has unparalleled speed, fast to the extreme, even capable of revering time. The secret of Kayan can deduce the past and future. During battle, it can predict the opponent's trajectory, anticipate their attacks, and lock onto their flaws. The secret of Jai uses all laws as a furnace. Any energy can be converted for one's own use, continuously replenishing consumption. Although the 9-character mantra is powerful, it also consumes a great deal, and the secret of Jai is the core of utilizing the 9-character mantra. Kill. The 8 Desolations Purgatory halberd swung, the secret of Zhen adding boundless wonder, seemingly containing infinite mysteries like the destruction of various paths and the calming of chaos. Faintly visible, countless mysteries were born and destroyed. Under a single strike, time seemed to freeze, moving faster than the boundaries of time and space. With a flash, Yi Yu's figure was invisible under the blessing of the travel secret, yet it seemed to be everywhere. The secret of Lin boosted combat power, essence, energy, and spirit rising continuously, while the secret of Du evolved all the laws of the world, countless killing techniques and secret arts constantly manifesting. And the energy consumed was replenished under the operation of the secret of Jai, as if black holes evolved on the surface of Yi Yu's body, swallowing vast amounts of chaos chi and rapidly converting it into supplies. Facing Yi Yu's endless attacks, great Emperor Luofu was caught off guard for a moment. Even though his battle experience, sealed for many years, was slowly recovering, it was still difficult to parry even a little. In just a few short seconds, Yi Yu had fought great Emperor Luofu over billions of times. The entire chaos sea seemed to be churning because of the 2 of them, and great Emperor Luofu had been suppressed to the limit by Yi Yu. The terrifying aftershocks of the battle each erupted with massive amounts of earth, wind, water, and fire. Countless worlds were born because of them, and were destroyed under their battle. I am Emperor. As the battle continued, great Emperor Luofu's combat experience fully recovered. Seeing that he was actually unable to fend off Yi Yu, great Emperor Luofu let out a roar. Disregarding the consumption of his lifespan, he pushed his great Emperor Dao fruit to the limit. I am a great emperor who holds the heavenly heart and has proven the great Emperor Dao fruit. You, a mere Quasi-Emperor, how can you contend with this emperor? This emperor is here to suppress the great emperor. Yi Yu's expression was indifferent, like a god looking down on great Emperor Luofu from above, shouting, Secret of Ji. The secret of Ji allows one to recover from injuries rapidly, even restoring essence, energy, and spirit to their peak in an instant, making one near immortal. Even if one's body is blown to pieces with only a drop of blood left, as long as the will does not perish, one can immediately revive. Hum. The light of life was born, and a green glow flashed across Yi Yu's body, his injuries instantly recovering as before. Lin, Bing, Dushi, Jai Lai Zhen, Kaiyan, Xing. 9 characters combine into one. With deep eyes and a melodic voice, one profound Tao text after another circled and evolved around Yi Yu. His aura reached the pinnacle, reaching the extreme. Luogu, you must die. Boom. The terrifying power reached its limit at this moment. In an instant, Great Emperor Luogu's expression changed suddenly. Not good. Great Emperor Luogu's pupils constricted, his spiritual platform vibrating violently, as if a hazy scene appeared in a flash of intuition, and an ominous premonition emerged. Danger. Great danger. The danger of falling. With his mind shaking, Great Emperor Luogu subconsciously wanted to flee. No, cannot leave. Cannot leave. Running away at this moment will only lead to death faster. Just as he instinctively wanted to flee, Great Emperor Luogu used his own will to forcibly control his body, his expression having completely calmed down. Able to become the only one to prove the Great Emperor in an era, how could Great Emperor Luogu truly be an idiot? Fleeing in battle. This was undoubtedly giving up all defenses and waiting for the enemy to kill him. Tianyu, this is what you forced upon me. This is what you forced upon me. Even if this emperor falls in this battle, I will let you know what a great emperor is. Gritting his teeth, Great Emperor Luogu steeled his heart, looking fixedly at Yi Yu and saying angrily. In an instant, the aura on Great Emperor Luogu's body surged violently, followed by his face rapidly becoming old, and his aura exuding a sense of decay. Let me show you why I was able to prove the name of Luogu. Perhaps facing life and death, Great Emperor Luogu had let go of life and death, his demeanor returning to that of the great emperor who suppressed an era in the past. Looking at Yi Yu, Great Emperor Luogu pinched his hand seals and said word by word. Ages, destruction. Boom. The two of them simultaneously unleashed their strongest attacks. How is this possible? A quasi-emperor is actually suppressing a great emperor. Great Emperor Luogu has fully awakened, yet he still cannot fend off Tianyu. The experts who were originally hiding in the void of the universe were no longer hiding. One figure after another appeared all over the universe. Seeing Yi Yu and Great Emperor Luogu fighting, the experts were shocked and gasped continuously, not expecting Yi Yu to be this powerful. Tianyu is not a great emperor, yet he has already surpassed a great emperor, if this person is allowed to prove the Tao. In one forbidden area after another, many ancient great emperors' expressions changed, their eyes becoming extremely grave, and there was even a look of dread in their eyes. It seems the winner is about to be decided. A quasi-emperor, can he really suppress a great emperor? When has such a monstrous talent as Tianyu appeared in the ages? Even the human emperor from millions of years ago is hard to compare. Who can win? Seeing Yi Yu and Great Emperor Luogu both starting to use their ultimate moves, many experts cleared their minds and immediately focused their attention, watching the two of them intently. Destruction. Annihilation. Nothingness. Yi Yu and Great Emperor Luogu simultaneously unleashed their strongest attacks. The entire chaos sea seemed to be shrouded by a black curtain at this moment, as if all light and all colors disappeared at this moment, turning into silence, and even all paths and rules seemed to be annihilated at this moment. Even the ancient beings who had proven the Great Emperor Fruit status in the forbidden areas found it difficult to approach the area of the Chaos Sea, where the two were fighting with their divine sense. The energy fluctuations were so terrifying that even a slight touch would cause heart palpitations. Many experts below the Great Emperor realm could not bear the impatience and subconsciously released their divine sense. But before they could get close, they let out a muffled groan, and their auras withered one after another. Who won? This thought flashed through everyone's mind. Who exactly won? Tianyu or Lungu? Thump, thump, thump. Just at this moment, one heavy footstep after another sounded. At the junction of the Chaos Sea and the cosmic crystal wall, a figure gradually walked out. A white robe as white as snow, with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, handsome to the point of being naturally crafted, seizing the creation of heaven and earth. Every inch of his upright body seemed perfect to the extreme, and one could clearly feel the earth-shattering power contained within it. Who else could it be but Yi Yu? Drip, drip, drip. The 8 desolations purgatory halberd slanted downwards, and drop after drop of Emperor's blood fell from it. The entire universe seemed to fall silent at this moment. Whether it was a great emperor, a saint king, or a great saint, everyone held their breath at this moment. Even if they had some expectations in their hearts, when they saw that the one who appeared was Yi Yu, everyone's minds were still blank, as if they had not expected it at all. From now on, for 10,000 years, before this emperor falls, whoever dares to plot against the human race, whoever dares to covet the human race, dies. Luofu is the first, and this emperor hopes also the last. Those who offend my human race shall all be killed without mercy. Standing in the universe, his voice was like thunder, vast and boundless. Yi Yu's gaze swept across, as if facing the entire universe. Every sound was deafening, every sound was roaring. At this moment, only Yi Yu's voice resounded throughout the entire universe. Today, I, Yi Yu, slay an emperor to celebrate for our human race. Boom. Chapter 8, The Heavens Tremble, Breakthrough, and Another Child of Destiny. Boom, the universe trembled. The cosmos surged. Boundless blood rain fell from the universe. Infinite stars were covered in continuous blood rain, and wailing sounds resounded through the firmament, as if the heavens were weeping and the universe was trembling, seeing off a great emperor. The rules of the 3,000 great Taos descended into the vast starry sky, each Tao rule evolving into wondrous manifestations of all phenomena, before fading away one by one, as if collapsing and shattering. Above the rules of the 3,000 great Taos, blurry images flashed by one after another. It was none other than Great Emperor Luofu. From weakness to rising, conquering in all directions, attaining the Great Emperor realm. At the end of the images, Yi Yu held the 8 desolations purgatory halberd and directly annihilated Great Emperor Luofu completely. Following that, the last trace of the brand left by Great Emperor Luofu in this universe completely dissipated. A great emperor has fallen, and the universe weeps together. Yet, it was quite fitting with what Yi Yu had said. Yi Yu has slain a great emperor, a celebration for the human race. The entire universe trembled continuously, truly as if it were celebrating the birth of another supreme powerhouse for the human race. Before this emperor dies, who dares to attempt to incite a great massacre with the human race? Death. As long as I do not die, all of you had better hide well in the forbidden lands. Do not make this emperor rely on slaying great emperors step by step to reach the absolute pinnacle, ha ha ha. Amidst hearty laughter, Yi Yu turned and left, his figure turning into nothingness, completely disappearing from the universe. Dead silence. The universe was deathly silent. The cosmos was quiet. All the powerhouses, without exception, were dazed, as if they had not expected a great emperor to fall just like that. A mere quasi-emperor actually managed to slay a great emperor. Arrogant. Truly arrogant. All great emperors had extremely ugly expressions after hearing what Yi Yu said. Throughout history, all those who attained the great emperor realm stood at the pinnacle of the universe. Even if they had self-mutilated and sealed their divine sources, the names of their forbidden lands still terrified the universe. Yet today, a quasi-emperor was blatantly clamoring against great emperors, despising great emperors, and even wanting to step on the bones of great emperors to reach the ultimate realm. How arrogant, how presumptuous this was. Yet not a single person stood up to refute him, and not a single person spoke up to scold him. Quasi-Emperor Tianyu, Yi Yu. From the great saints and saint kings who were terrified, to the great emperors and supremes who were wary, the name of Yi Yu, at this moment, on this day, shook the universe and became famous throughout the heavens. Deep in the universe, in a dead silent star region near the Chaos Sea, Yi Yu sat cross-legged on a dead star, the 8 desolations purgatory halberd having been stored in Yi Yu's dantian for nourishment. With eyes slightly closed, the countless images from that battle flashed through Yi Yu's mind one by one. A large amount of enlightenment surged into his heart, causing Yi Yu's body to emit a large amount of Tao rules and mysterious aura. A great emperor is indeed a great emperor. There was too much enlightenment from the battle with the great emperor. Even the foundation for breaking through to the first level of the Quasi-Emperor realm has been stabilized. After this seclusion, I will surely be able to break through to the second level of the Quasi-Emperor realm. After a while, Yi Yu, who had sorted out his enlightenment, opened his eyes again. A sharp light flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself. The path of cultivation, regardless of the major realm, has a division of 9 levels, with the first level being the lowest and the 9th level being the highest. The Quasi-Emperor realm is no exception. However, unlike other realms, the Quasi-Emperor realm is, after all, just a transition to break through to the Great Emperor realm. Therefore, even if one breaks through to the 9th level of the Quasi-Emperor realm, if the heavenly heart has not yet been conceived, then no matter what, one cannot break through to the Great Emperor realm. This goes without saying. Great Emperor. A great emperor is indeed full of treasures. Should I go and find trouble with a few more great emperors after coming out of seclusion? In this way, wouldn't I be able to break through to the 9th level of the Quasi-Emperor realm in the shortest possible time? If that is the case, even without relying on the ultimate imperial weapon, I could fight against a great emperor, or even suppress a great emperor. With a slight sigh, divine light seemed to burst forth from Yi Yu's eyes. After hesitating again and again, he still shook his head. Forget it, forget it. It is better not to court death without a reason. Otherwise, if he provoked public anger and a large number of great emperors all revived, he would be dead for sure. Let's go into seclusion first. Exhaling a breath, Yi Yu closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Cultivation has no concept of time. A long period passed in the blink of an eye. In the dead silent star region, Yi Yu, who had been in seclusion for several years, was still sitting cross-legged on the large star. Even though several years had passed, this star region was still as dead and silent as before, as if nothing had changed. Suddenly, Yi Yu opened his eyes sharply and took a deep breath like a whale absorbing water. In an instant, the spiritual energy in the entire star region crazily gathered towards Yi Yu. The spiritual energy of the entire star region was emptied at this moment, all swallowed and refined by Yi Yu. Boom! An invisible roar sounded from within Yi Yu's body, his blood and energy seeming to evolve into a furnace, emitting endless heat. Looking from afar, Yi Yu was like a great sun shining in the starry sky. A large number of immortal flowers danced, many Tao rhymes fluctuated, and there was even mist permeating and brilliant light shining. All kinds of wondrous and mysterious phenomena were born from Yi Yu's body and then shattered, as if evolving the mysteries of all phenomena. With a single thought, all the visions subsided and disappeared. Yi Yu slowly stood up. The strength of his physical body caused the surrounding void to collapse layer by layer with every movement, and a large number of spatial cracks immediately appeared around Yi Yu. Quasi-Emperor realm, second level. After several years of seclusion, the breakthrough was complete. Ding! Having traveled through the fantasy world for several years, the host has become famous in the cultivation world. The great Emperor Beidu's secret realm in the Beidu star of the Kankyang star region is about to open. The host will encounter a child of destiny in the Beidu secret realm. Please ensure the host survives the exploration of the secret realm from the child of destiny. Success rewards an advanced gift package. The higher the task completion degree, the richer the gift package reward. Just then, a mechanical system prompt sounded in Yi Yu's ears. Yi Yu's movements paused, and his expression was stunned. What the hell? Is this crappy system sending tasks again? And a child of destiny. Didn't he already kill that child of destiny, Wang Huo? So there is a new child of destiny. Beidu's secret realm. I remember this is a secret realm I visited when my cultivation was in the Dao Sea realm. The secret realm space can only accommodate cultivators below the God storage realm. Recalling slightly, Yi Yu remembered the situation of this Beidu secret realm and then fell into deep thought. So how can he, a giant of the Quasi-Emperor realm, enter a secret realm that only those below the God storage realm can enter? Fortunately, I'm a Quasi-Emperor. A trace of an arc crossed the corner of Yi Yu's mouth. As a dignified Quasi-Emperor, why would he need to be so troublesome to enter a secret realm? Just like the time with Wang Huo, Yi Yu did not intend to follow the rules. This dam system was already 500 years late. If he still obediently listened to the system, wouldn't he have attained the Quasi-Emperor realm for nothing? What kind of child of destiny will it be this time? It just so happens I will take this opportunity to understand deeply what exactly is going on with this system. With deep eyes, Yi Yu pinched his fingers to perform a calculation and then stood on the large star, looking towards a direction in the universe. There were still a few hours before the Beidu secret realm opened. There was still enough time. Since that was the case, he would go to one place first. Although this villain selection system gave him an ultimate imperial weapon, how could Yi Yu, who had survived in the fantasy world for 500 years, really feel at ease with this system? Who knows what the situation with this system is, and whether there is any conspiracy? If it were activated just after crossing over, that would be one thing. He would indeed need the system's help when his wings were not yet full. As for now, for Yi Yu, this system was not that important. First determine the situation of this system, and then it would not be too late to go to the Beidu secret realm. It just so happens, I haven't seen her for a long time. A beautiful figure appeared in his mind, and Yi Yu took a step forward, tearing through the void and leaving. Chapter 9, Forbidden Land of Gods and Demons, Emperor, dragging out the system's main body. Peach trees and osmanthus trees exuded the fragrance of peach blossoms and osmanthus flowers. Forbidden Land of Gods and Demons. One of the most mysterious, or rather, taboo forbidden lands in the fantasy universe. It is located in the south of the universe, near the crystal wall of the universe by the Chaos Sea. Unlike other forbidden lands, where people still venture in to seek opportunities, no one dared to enter the forbidden land of gods and demons. Even great emperors were no exception. Throughout history, all who stepped into this forbidden land perished, including those in the great emperor realm. Its name, Gods and Demons, implies the burial of gods and demons, which gives an idea of the mystery and terror of the forbidden land of gods and demons. Over time, the forbidden land of gods and demons became a truly taboo existence, and no one dared to step foot within a radius of tens of thousands of light years. Throughout endless ages, only one person has stepped into the forbidden land of gods and demons and survived, and that is Yi Yu. In front of the forbidden land of gods and demons, looking at the land emitting faint black mist and the aura of 10,000 laws fading, Yi Yu's mind flashed with the scene of his last entry, and he could not help but feel emotional. If I had not entered the forbidden land of gods and demons, I probably would not have achieved what I have today. Even if I could reach the Quasi-Emperor realm, it would have been thousands of years later. 200 years ago, Yi Yu, whose cultivation had reached the heavenly ladder realm, accidentally fell into spatial turbulence while being pursued by powerful beings of 10,000 races. When he woke up, he found himself already in the forbidden land of gods and demons. It was that experience that laid Yi Yu's immortal foundation, allowing him to soar into the sky. In 200 years, he suppressed the 10,000 races, intimidated all parties, and stepped on endless bones to finally prove the Quasi-Emperor realm. Putting aside distracting thoughts, Yi Yu took a step and entered the forbidden land of gods and demons. A sense of passing through a thin membrane flashed by. The scene before his eyes changed rapidly, and the next moment, Yi Yu appeared in a dark and dead world. Looking around, the sky was dim, the ground scorched yellow. This world seemed to be decaying. Even the trees appeared reddish-black, with blood-red patterns entwined. The air was filled with thick ominousness and killing intent, as if one might die at any moment with a single step. "Senior, Yi Yu is here to visit. I beg for an audience." Taking a deep breath, Yi Yu bowed deeply and said loudly, "Hum." As soon as Yi Yu finished speaking, ripples of space appeared around his body. Without resisting, Yi Yu was immediately swallowed by the spatial ripples. In the distance, a waterfall fell from the sky like a heavenly river, surging endlessly and exuding the charm of the Tao. Wisps of chaos sea energy in the world were converted into spiritual energy, appearing like liquid, forming wisps of faint spiritual mist. In the center of the forest, a sea of flowers swayed in the wind, and a thatched cottage stood in the sea of flowers, full of Tao charm. Looking around, this world was like a fairyland, truly a paradise. However, if anyone looked outside the forest, they would find that outside the forest was filled with a large amount of violent chaos sea energy, and countless Tao rules seemed to be rioting and twisting. When each rune appeared, it contained a sense of chaos and destruction. There were even phantoms of worlds being born and destroyed, galaxies decaying and new days being born, and even the macroscopic view of one ruined universe after another. It was as if this area was the only existence full of vitality, while outside this area contained endless killing intent. Even though he had been here once, when seeing this environment, Yi Yu still could not help but be dazed and shocked. He could clearly sense the profound Tao charm contained in this area, as if every flower and grass contained infinite creation. Especially now that he had proven the Quasi-Emperor realm, Yi Yu could more keenly perceive that every flower here was carrying a world. It truly lived up to the Buddhist saying, "A flower is a world, a leaf is a bodhi," mysterious and wondrous. Even though he was already in the Quasi-Emperor realm, Yi Yu could still receive much enlightenment, and his state of mind seemed to be cleansed and transformed. "Why are you looking for me?" Just as Yi Yu was observing, a cold and calm voice came from behind. Yi Yu turned around and saw a beautiful figure in white clothes, with a quiet and cold temperament, sitting on a wooden stump and looking at him calmly. The figure's face was covered by a layer of mist, making it difficult to see her appearance clearly. However, whoever looked at her would feel amazed from the heart, as if her every move was enough to make the world lose its color and make all flowers dim. It was like rising from the mud without being stained, as if a fairy had descended to the mortal world, completely out of tune with everything secular. She was even more profound and mysterious, as if she were integrated with heaven and earth. If he did not look at her with his own eyes, he would not even sense her existence. However, Yi Yu could sense the terrifying power contained in this figure that could subvert the entire universe and destroy all worlds with a wave of her hand. This person was the master of the forbidden land, of gods and demons. Throughout the ages, in all worlds of the universe, the powerful of 10,000 races all respected her title, Emperor. The Emperor, that is, among the great emperors, she is the supreme one. Her origin is unknown. It is only known that she is extremely ancient. The few times she made a move, she suppressed and killed one great emperor after another, so strong that it is difficult to describe in words. And every time she appeared, the 3,000 great Taos bowed, and thousands of immortal flowers surrounded her, like a supreme emperor ruling over the heavens for all eternity, hence the name Emperor. And when Yi Yu accidentally entered the forbidden land of gods and demons 200 years ago, just when he thought he was going to die, he was brought to the core area of this forbidden land of gods and demons by the Emperor. And that time, was also the only time Yi Yu was recognized as a transmigrator. Yes, the Emperor discovered that he was a transmigrator, and it was precisely because of this that the Empress saved him. As for the reason, she just found it interesting, so she gave him some opportunities, and she was curious about how far he could grow, which led to the Yi Yu of today. Thank you, Senior, for your help 200 years ago, otherwise the Junior would not have had today. Yi Yu did not rush to ask, but bowed deeply to the Emperor and said respectfully, "It is just that I found it interesting. There is nothing to thank." The Emperor shook her head and said coldly, "Not bad. It was not in vain that I saved you once. To suppress a great emperor with the body of a quasi-emperor, there are few in history who can do this." Obviously, the Emperor had also paid attention to Yi Yu's battle with great Emperor Luongu a few years ago. The Junior only relied on the power of the ultimate imperial weapon. In front of the Emperor, Yi Yu would not have any arrogance or confidence, so he naturally said honestly, "It is not that there are no people who possess ultimate imperial weapons, but they can only barely resist a great emperor, not suppress a great emperor. If you can do it, it is your ability, no need to be overly humble." The Emperor shook her head, signaling Yi Yu to sit opposite her. Yi Yu did not say more, and honestly sat on the wooden stump opposite the Emperor. "The 9-character mantra you created is not bad. I gave you some pointers many years ago, and I did not expect you to actually create it. However, there are still some problems in some places that need to be corrected." A pair of beautiful eyes covered by mist stared at Yi Yu. Even if covered by mist, Yi Yu could feel the brilliance and brightness of these eyes. While speaking, the Emperor just watched Yi Yu quietly, as if waiting for something. Understanding the Emperor's meaning, the corners of Yi Yu's mouth twitched, and he whispered, "Senior, I have something to do later." "It does not matter. I can change the flow of time here. You will have enough time," the Emperor said expectantly. Then, a story from the journey to the west. Yi Yu tentatively opened his mouth. Seeing that the Emperor did not speak, Yi Yu immediately added, "A complete journey to the west." "Good. Later I will lecture on the Tao for you to help you further complete the 9-character mantra." The Emperor nodded with satisfaction, and a faint smile could be vaguely seen on her face, which was blurred by the mist. "Yi Yu." To be honest, although the Emperor is ridiculously strong, for some reason, Yi Yu always feels that the Emperor is a bit cute. Maybe it is because the Empress has always been a homebody and does not ask about worldly affairs. Sometimes she inadvertently makes people feel stupid and cute. She does not say what she wants. She has to let people understand it by themselves. It is good that I had foresight back then. No, I should say that the flirting techniques I learned in my previous life are still useful. Only this kind of simple, targeted approach can make people interested. Yi Yu thought secretly. Of course, Yi Yu did not mean to flirt with the Emperor to make her interested in him. This is a bright thigh to hug. Can Yi Yu afford to miss the opportunity to hug a thigh? He is not a fool. "Tell me, what did you come to find me for? If there was nothing, you should not have come to my place," the Emperor said directly. For some reason, it might be Yi Yu's illusion, but he always felt that the tone of the Emperor was a bit resentful when she said this. "Senior, you know that I transmigrated to this universe from another universe. A few years ago, something that transmigrated with me woke up, and now it is in my true spirit. I can only perceive that its existence transcends the great Emperor, but I do not know its specific grade, nor am I sure if there are any problems with it, so I want to ask you to help me take a look." Yi Yu did not think much and said seriously. Yi Yu did not know how strong the Emperor was, but at least she must have reached the god realm. As for why she did not go to the upper realm after becoming a god, this is not important. What is important is that the Emperor can help him probe the bottom of the system. If the Emperor cannot do it either, then Yi Yu can only temporarily ignore this system. Things from another universe. The Emperor became interested. "Let me see." As she spoke, the Emperor reached out and grabbed. and a huge divine sense enveloped Yi Yu, and then it immediately penetrated into Yi Yu's body. The next moment, the Emperor withdrew her hand, and a light group emitting faint brilliance with countless runes flashing on the surface appeared in the Emperor's palm. This is the system's main body. Sensing that the mark on his true spirit was gone, Yi Yu secretly smacked his lips. Good guy, he almost wanted to call out, good guy. It was dragged out in 1 second. The Emperor is awesome. Chapter 10, 9 Secrets Perfected. Problems in the Upper Realm, Beidou Secret Realm, Born Divine. So this thing is called a system. The structure is quite exquisite, composed of multiple rule sources. Not simple. The status of this thing should be above the heavenly god or even the main god level. I cannot see its specific level clearly. However, you can rest assured. I have not found any schemes or strange aspects to this thing. It should not be a conspiracy. Here, I am returning it to you. Emperor Zun closed her eyes to sense the situation of the system. A moment later, Emperor Zun opened her eyes again, and after casually placing the system back into Yi Yu's body, she spoke. Heavenly God, main god, are these realms above the god realm? No schemes. Yi Yu breathed a slight sigh of relief. Since there was no conspiracy, he could rest easy. This was the reason Yi Yu dared to confidently let Emperor Zun inspect him, without worrying that she would covet his treasures. To put it bluntly, Emperor Zun was a shut-in, and a Buddhist-like, slightly socially anxious shut-in at that. If she wanted treasures or divine objects, no one in the entire universe could contend with her, and she could ascend to the upper realm at any time. This was the conclusion Yi Yu had reached after spending a few days with Emperor Zun several hundred years ago. Anything else? Emperor Zun asked. Nothing else. Yi Yu shook his head. Nothing else. Emperor Zun murmured, then quietly looked at Yi Yu. Even though there was a mist covering her, Yi Yu could still feel a pair of beautiful eyes quietly staring at him. Yi Yu. Understood. I will tell the story now. Yi Yu said with a smile. Good. Emperor Zun nodded happily, and with a wave of her hand, a vast amount of Tao principles evolved. The power of time flowed from the void, sealing off this horizon and universe once again. Under the operation of his Quasi-Emperor realm Tao fruit, Yi Yu had some insights, realizing that the flow of time in this space had become extremely slow under Emperor Zun's wave. Picking up from last time, recalling the content of Journey to the West, Yi Yu deliberated his words and began to narrate slowly. After finishing the entire content of Journey to the West, under Emperor Zun's guidance, Yi Yu had new insights into the 9-character mantra. So he sat down right there in front of Emperor Zun, closed his eyes, and began to organize and deduce. Just like that, time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had gone by. Whoosh! Opening his eyes abruptly, a sharp gleam flashed through Yi Yu's eyes. The aura on his body had become increasingly obscure and mysterious, with many runes faintly being born around Yi Yu and then shattering around him. The 9-character mantra is completely perfected. The current 9-character mantra can be called a true imperial law. To further improve the status of the 9-character mantra, I need to wait until my life level transforms and I promote to the God realm before I can continue. Now, even though I am only at the 2nd level of the Quasi-Emperor realm, I can fight a great emperor using the 9-character mantra, without relying on an ultimate imperial weapon. Yi Yu thought excitedly. Calming his mood, Yi Yu looked at Emperor Zun. He saw that Emperor Zun was still as she had been when he saw her half a year ago, quietly sitting on a wooden stump drinking tea and daydreaming, as if Emperor Zun had been like this for endless years, not making anyone feel any abruptness. Finished with your insights? Yes, thank you for your guidance, Senior. Yi Yu stood up, bowed to Emperor Zun and said gratefully. Emperor Zun shook her head to indicate no thanks were necessary. Hesitating for a moment, Emperor Zun asked, Do you have other stories like this? Not stories from this universe, but stories from the world where you were in your previous life. I have already read all the stories of this universe. When she said the last sentence, Emperor Zun's voice was already a murmur, as if she were talking to herself. If Yi Yu didn't have his cultivation, he probably wouldn't have been able to hear it. As expected, she is a shut-in and idle. She actually finished reading all the storybooks from various civilizations and worlds in the universe. I do, Yi Yu said with a smile. Aren't they just stories? As an old bookworm in his previous life, he had seen too many stories to count. And the basic operation of a cultivator was to have an eidetic memory. Yi Yu could remember every story clearly. You do. Emperor Zun's eyes lit up. She picked up the teacup on the stone table, pretended to take a sip of tea, and said casually, "You can come here when you have time." As she spoke, Emperor Zun raised her head and added a sentence earnestly to emphasize, "I also know many secret techniques and magical powers." A hint. No, this is purely a blatant prompt. You tell me stories, and I will give you secret techniques to use. Okay, Yi Yu said with a smile. Even if Emperor Zun didn't say it, he would definitely come again. The strongest person in the entire universe was probably Emperor Zun. If Yi Yu didn't hug such a thigh, he would be an idiot. Then you should go. Only an instant has passed in the outside world, so it should not delay your affairs. Emperor Zun nodded with satisfaction and waved her hand to open a space channel for Yi Yu, leading outside the forbidden land of gods and demons. This junior takes his leave. Yi Yu bowed and turned to leave. Emperor Zun looked at Yi Yu's back, pondered for a moment, and then said, "If you want to wait for the heavenly gate to open and ascend to the upper realm, you must be prepared." Be prepared. Yi Yu paused, turned around, and looked at Emperor Zun. "Senior, what do you mean by that?" The upper realm is not as simple as people imagine. If you ascend rashly, you will surely die. In the past, you were still weak, so there is no need to talk about it. Now that you have reached the Quasi-Emperor realm, you indeed need to prepare in advance, for example, by establishing a force. Emperor Zun said thoughtfully, "The upper realm is not that simple. Ascending rashly will lead to certain death." Yi Yu's pupils shrank. Could there be a problem with the upper realm? This person is a living fossil. Her cultivation is at least at the god realm or above, unfathomable. Emperor Zun naturally knew much more than him. There was no doubt about this, and Yi Yu would not doubt what Emperor Zun said. Seeing this, he hurriedly asked, "Senior, what is the connection between establishing a force and protecting oneself when ascending to the upper realm?" To this, Emperor Zun did not answer again, but lowered her head and fiddled with the teacup as if she had found something fun. Yi Yu. He seemed to understand, learning to keep an ace up her sleeve from him. Is this because she is afraid he won't come again, so she buried a foreshadowing to tell him next time? How could the dignified Emperor Zun be so cute? Yi Yu rubbed his nose, smiled bitterly, bowed, and turned to leave. Well, it seems that after the Beidou secret realm is over, he will have to come to the forbidden land of gods and demons again. Regarding the upper realm, Yi Yu could not help but take it seriously. Beidou secret realm. It is located in a meteorite belt near the Tianhuang continent in the Kenkiang star region. Millions of years ago, the Great Killing Calamity broke out. Hundreds of ancient great emperors revived, walking out from various forbidden lands to harvest the life sources of all living beings in the universe to restore their own lifespans. It was at a time of crisis for the human race that Li Tianqi, who had reached the Quasi-Emperor realm, burned his own Tao fruit to forcefully prove the Tao as a great emperor in order to protect the human race. Because he proved the Tao with the Beidou Big Dipper star, he was titled Great Emperor Beidou. To protect the human race, Great Emperor Beidou led many human quasi-emperors and several great success saint bodies to fight in the universe, until they were exhausted and fell, thus resolving the crisis of the human race and the catastrophe of the universe. After Great Emperor Beidou fell, his imperial blood opened up a world, and his Tao fruit and inheritance escaped into it. This is the origin of the Beidu secret realm. For millions of years, the Beidu secret realm has opened once every 100 years. Even if no one can obtain the inheritance of Great Emperor Beidu, they have gained a lot in the secret realm. Many human powerhouses have soared to the sky relying on the Beidu secret realm. Not to mention the Kankiang star region. Every time the Beidu secret realm opens, powerhouses from many star regions will traverse the universe just to let their disciples enter the secret realm to seek opportunities. Because the Beidu secret realm is about to open, many powerhouses have joined forces to create a vast platform in front of the Beidu secret realm, the area of which is far greater than the Earth of Yi, Yu's previous life. Looking at it, the entire platform is already bustling with noise. A large number of powerhouses and cultivators are all talking and discussing the Tao, all waiting for the opening of the Beidu secret realm. And the person everyone talks about the most is Yi Yu. The battle 3 years ago where Yi Yu suppressed Great Emperor Luongu did not just shake the universe. It could be said to have shocked the whole world. The traditions in various stars and worlds of the universe were extremely cautious. There are already rumors in the outside world that when the heart of heaven is conceived and born, the one who proves the Tao in this life will definitely be Tianyu. Being able to defy the Great Emperor while in the Quasi-Emperor realm is not something that can be described as incredible. How could anyone in this life's Quasi-Emperor realm compete with Yi Yu? This has made many people sigh with emotion, all lamenting that the next tens of thousands of years will be the era of Tianyu alone. Not a great emperor, yet better than a great emperor, and even more invincible in the world than ordinary great emperors. Looking at these vast years, only Yi Yu has achieved this. Tianji, you entered the Tao at the age of 5, opened the Tao Sea at the age of 10, and now at only 20 years old, you have reached the peak of the blood refining realm, and you possess the star saint body, which is the same constitution as Great Emperor Beidu from millions of years ago. As long as you enter the secret realm, the inheritance of Great Emperor Beidu will definitely belong to you. Remember not to be careless. As long as you obtain the inheritance of Great Emperor Beidu, then, the next Tianyu may not be you. The inheritance of Great Emperor Beidu is no small matter. In the past, Great Emperor Beidu was able to suppress more than a dozen great emperors as soon as he proved the Tao. His inheritance is definitely not inferior to Tianyu. Whether our Ziwei Dao Palace can rise depends on you. In the area of Ziwei Dao Palace on the Tiangu star of the Kankiang star, region on the platform, the sect master of Ziwei Dao Palace looked at the young man in front of him and exhorted earnestly. The other elders of Ziwei Dao Palace who came together did not speak, but they were also looking at the young man with eager anticipation. Chapter 11, Child of Destiny. What rank is Yi Yu to even be worthy of comparing himself to me? The next great Emperor Tianyu. Jun Tianj frowned slightly, feeling somewhat displeased, and a trace of dissatisfaction and hostility towards Yi Yu appeared in his heart. This so-called Great Emperor Tianyu was merely born earlier than him. What qualifications did he have to be mentioned in the same breath as him? If he and Great Emperor Tianyu were in the same era, the mere Great Emperor Tianyu would have long been suppressed by him. Master, I am who I am. I am Jun Tianj. How could I be anyone else? If the Great Emperor Beidu's inheritance falls into my hands, it is Great Emperor Beidu's honor, because only I can carry forward Great Emperor Beidu's inheritance. As for the Great Emperor Heth, the outside world claims that this era is destined to only have Great Emperor Tianyu achieve the Tao. How laughable. Give me a little more time, and I will surely attain the Quasi-Emperor realm. When that time comes, who wins and who loses remains to be seen. In this era, there can only be one great emperor, and that is me. Jun Tianj raised his head and said with arrogant confidence. He had been born with natural phenomena and even blessed by heaven and earth. At just 5 years old, without even practicing, he had already achieved perfection in innate body tempering. By the age of 10, he had naturally opened his Tao Sea, and now he has reached the peak of the blood refining realm. Not only that, the entire younger generation of Tiangu Star had been suppressed by him. No one was his match. Great Emperor Tianyu, what kind of thing is he? Is he even worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as him? If it weren't for forcibly suppressing his cultivation in order to enter the Beidou secret realm, he would probably have reached the peak of the god storage realm by now. Great Emperor Tianyu, he was just born earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to see his back. Yes, what my disciple says is absolutely correct. As long as this trip to the Beidou secret realm ends, your name will surely resound throughout the entire cultivation world. Surpassing Great Emperor Tianyu in the future will naturally be a matter of course. After all, Great Emperor Tianyu is called a Great Emperor, but in reality, he is only a Quasi-Emperor. The sect master of Ziwei Dao Palace nodded repeatedly, flattering Jun Tianj. Although he did not think Jun Tianj could compare to Yi Yu. After all, throughout history, there were countless people with high talent and fast early cultivation speeds, but how many could actually attain the Quasi-Emperor realm? Let alone a great emperor. Only a monster who has grown up is a true monster, otherwise they are nothing. But this was not important. It was just telling lies to coax him. What was the big deal? What rank is Great Emperor Tianyu to be compared with you, Tianj? Ridiculous. As long as you are given a little time, Tianj, surpassing Great Emperor Tianyu will certainly be effortless. Tian, you possess the bearing of a great emperor. There is no difference between you and that Tianyu. What Tianyu can do, you will definitely be able to do in the future. A group of Ziwei Dao Palace elders also smiled and began to boast and praise Jun Tianj, their thoughts naturally consistent with the sect masters. Coaxing a child, no matter how exaggerated the boasting, it didn't matter. After all, Jun Tianj's talent was truly terrifying, and they were indeed counting on Jun Tianj to grow up and lead them to success in the future. So naturally, they had to flatter him. One day, I will make it so that this sky cannot cover my eyes, this earth cannot bury my heart, and all the gods and demons of the heavens will tremble before me. When I walk out of the Beidou secret realm, my name will surely resound throughout the heavens. My path of invincibility will also begin at that time. Jun Tianj held his head high, chest puffed out, speaking passionately while pointing to the sky with one hand and the earth with the other, saying arrogantly. The high-level members of Ziwei Dao Palace. It was fortunate that they had set up a barrier to isolate them. Otherwise, if others heard this, they felt they would be so embarrassed they'd want to dig a hole in the ground to hide. Although they felt in their hearts that Jun Tianj was really good at bragging, on the surface, the high-level members of Ziwei Dao Palace still gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Awesome, awesome, Tianj is awesome." Meanwhile, the Ziwei Dao Palace disciples on the side looked at Jun Tianj with admiration and reverence, which made Jun Tianj even more high-spirited, feeling that he was about to become invincible. Beidou secret realm, Beidou secret realm. As long as I obtain Great Emperor Beidou's inheritance, I will be invincible. I will undoubtedly be the biggest winner of this Beidou secret realm, and it can only be me. Looking up at the void ahead, which was already blooming with specks of starlight, Jun Tianj's eyes were burning with fervor as he thought triumphantly in his heart. So this is the child of destiny. At the same time, in the void layer above this platform, Yi Yu watched Jun Tianj with a strange expression and thought to himself. It wasn't that he had deliberately gone to look for the child of destiny. After all, there were too many people here. If he had used the Qi observation technique to look at them one by one, who knows how long it would have taken. This was all thanks to Jun Tianj and the others constantly talking about him. Especially Jun Tianj, who spoke of him with malice and hostility. If Yi Yu couldn't sense that, it would be a ghost story. A great emperor, whenever there is a thought, they will know. Within the entire scope of the universe, as long as someone chants the great emperor's true name, the great emperor can sense it. It was precisely because of this that these people from Ziwei Dao Palace dared to openly talk about and belittle him. After all, in their understanding, although Yi Yu had the name of a great emperor, He was only a quasi-emperor and had not yet reached the level of being able to know whenever there is a thought. It was just a pity. Under normal circumstances, this was indeed the case, but Yi Yu possessed the secret of Kayan. He could deduce both the past and the future. Knowing whenever his name was chanted was naturally a basic operation. A child of destiny of the heavens pride type. Judging by his condition, that should be it. The Beidou secret realm can open a path of invincibility. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Yi Yu's mouth. He thought quite well, but it seems you won't be able to enter the Beidou secret realm. Seeming to sense something, Yi Yu turned his gaze towards the entrance of the Beidou secret realm. At the same time, everyone discussing and talking on the platform also discovered something and looked towards the Beidou secret realm. They saw that the void, which had originally been emitting specks of starlight, was now filled with abundant, misty, colorful clouds, and the phantoms of one star after another were projected into the universe. Immortal flowers, divine laws, Tao rhymes, colorful lights. Countless visions were born and evolved rapidly, and a large amount of pure spiritual energy gushed out from the void, spreading in all directions. Anyone who inhaled the star spiritual energy into their body felt their spirits stirred, and even the aura on their bodies showed signs of transformation, as if they had gained significant benefits. In an instant, the phantom of an ancient, grand, majestic, and vast world gradually outlined itself from the void. Beidou Secret Realm. The Beidou Secret Realm is about to open. It's finally opening. The Beidou Secret Realm is finally opening. Haha, Beidou Secret Realm, here I come. For a moment, everyone on the platform stood up. The younger generation of cultivators was even more excited, all looking at the opening Beidou secret realm with burning eyes and rapid breathing. Heh, what is there to be excited about? You will all just become wedding dresses for me. This Beidou secret realm was born for me. How could you possibly compete with me? Seeing others so excited, Jun Tianj smiled disdainfully and thought to himself. Although he was also a bit excited now, what he was excited about was that he was about to start his path of invincibility, even imagining the scene of himself obtaining great Emperor Beidou's inheritance. Under everyone's gaze, the projection of the Beidou secret realm began to contract, and streams of spatial power quickly gathered. Soon, a vast and majestic spatial passage suddenly appeared in the void. Beidou secret realm, open. Swish, just as all the experts were about to send their disciples into the Beidou secret realm, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the Beidou secret realm's spatial passage. The person who appeared was none other than Yi Yu. Chapter 12, Demonic Qi, Questioning Yi Yu, Forsaken by the Universe, Eradication, Immortal Demon Indestructible Scripture. Emperor Tianyu. It's actually Emperor Tianyu. Emperor Tianyu has arrived. When they saw Yi Yu standing in front of the space passage, everyone on the platform felt their minds tremble. Their faces revealed expressions of disbelief, and their brains seemed to short-circuit, as if they hadn't yet reacted to the situation. We respectfully welcome the arrival of Emperor Tianyu. The next second, coming back to their senses, everyone shivered and immediately bowed deeply toward Yi Yu, shouting aloud. Even though Yi Yu's aura was restrained, with no strange phenomena or pressure leaking out, for some reason, everyone felt a suppression originating from the level of their very lives. Even great saints and saint kings felt a sense of difficulty in breathing. Is this the majesty of Emperor Tianyu? A trace of awe flashed through the eyes of the crowd, along with some confusion and curiosity as to why Emperor Tianyu had suddenly appeared. Demonic Qi. Yi Yu ignored the many cultivators who were bowing. His eyes turned toward the Beidou secret realm passage, and his gaze became slightly grave. Within the Beidou secret realm, there was demonic Qi surging. Aside from demonic Qi, Yi Yu could not think of any other possibility for this evil, chaotic, violent, and destructive negative energy fluctuation. Has something gone wrong in the Beidou secret realm? Taking a deep breath, Yi Yu's eyes grew solemn. If that was the case, then his plans would have to be slightly altered. As thoughts surged through his mind, Yi Yu turned to look at all the cultivators and said calmly, "The Beidou secret realm is permanently closed. You may all leave now." What? The Beidou secret realm is permanently closed. How could the perfectly fine Beidou secret realm be permanently closed? As soon as these words were spoken, astonishment appeared on the faces of all the cultivators, and their eyes became incredibly dazed. Then, as if they had thought of something, their hearts stirred, and their expressions became strange. Could it be that Emperor Tianyu wants to monopolize the Beidou secret realm? Of course, they dared not say this aloud, and could only speculate endlessly in their hearts. Yi Yu naturally didn't care about what the crowd was thinking. He was an emperor. His words were golden and final. They just needed to follow orders. Yi Yu couldn't be bothered to explain anything, so he looked back at the Beidou secret realm and raised his hand, preparing to act. Just at that moment, a loud shout came from the platform. "Emperor Tianyu, do you intend to bully the weak to monopolize the Beidou secret realm?" As the voice rang out, the entire platform fell into a deathly silence. The many cultivators who were about to leave were stunned, their faces revealing expressions of shock as they immediately looked toward the source of the sound. Who was so brave, actually daring to provoke Emperor Tianyu? One had to know that this person had suppressed a true emperor while in the Quasi-Emperor realm. Even Yi Yu paused, a look of amusement on his face as he turned to look at the speaker. And the person who spoke was none other than Jun Tianj. It could be seen that the area around Jun Tianj was already empty. Cultivators from various factions had all distanced themselves from the Ziwei Dao Palace area. Even the high-level members of Ziwei Dao Palace were stunned. They were dumbfounded, their heads buzzing. It's over now. Did this little guy actually believe the words we used to coax him? This thought flashed through the minds of the Ziwei Dao Palace, sect master, and the other elders. I beg Emperor Tianyu to calm his anger. My disciple is too young and ignorant. Please forgive him for offending the emperor. Feeling Yi Yu's gaze upon him, the sect master went weak in the knees and knelt directly, speaking with fear and trembling. The other elders also knelt down one after another, their faces deathly pale. As for the disciples of Ziwei Dao Palace, they were all scared witless. Master, elders, why must you do this? Am I not speaking the truth? Emperor Tianyu is an emperor. Surely he wouldn't snatch opportunities from us juniors, right? Jun Tianj frowned slightly and said loudly. The sect master was scared out of his wits, regretting that he hadn't covered Jun Tianj's mouth. The elders were also shivering, their scalps tingling. All the cultivators looked as if they had seen a ghost, staring at Jun Tianj with admiration. Only one thought remained in their minds. Has this kid always been this brave? You are so brave, do you know that yourself? Heth, interesting. A child of destiny is indeed a child of destiny, always so arrogant. To think he's trying to moral kidnap me. Yi Yu chuckled in his heart, a playful expression appearing at the corner of his mouth. Moral kidnapping, would I fall for that? Do you really think I'm some saint? If this emperor were to snatch opportunities, what would you do about it? Do any of you have any objections? Yi Yu spoke indifferently, his gaze sweeping across the entire platform. We have no objections. We have no objections. We have no objections. The cultivators pressed their foreheads to the ground and shouted aloud. They weren't idiots like Jun Tianj. Challenging an emperor, isn't that just courting death? Jun Tianj's face turned green. He was indignant that these people were not standing on the same side as him, and he was also indignant that Yi Yu lacked the demeanor of a powerhouse. You are an emperor of our human race. How can you snatch the opportunities of us juniors? Emperor Tianyu, are you afraid that we will threaten your status once we grow up, so you're scared? Jun Tianj held his head high and shouted aloud. The voice was loud and resonant, echoing throughout the platform. The other cultivators were already scared out of their wits. By now, they didn't even have the thought that Jun Tianj was brave. Their faces had become deathly pale. Presumptuous. Audacious. The high-level members of Ziwei Dao Palace were furious and shouted angrily. You Ziwei Dao Palace have such nerve, actually daring to teach such a rebellious disciple. Huang Jixuan, I think there is no need for your Ziwei Dao Palace to exist anymore. What kind of status does Emperor Tianyu hold? How can you petty people mock him? A mere brat dares to speak recklessly about an emperor. You have such nerve. Huang Jixuan, is your Ziwei Dao Palace courting death? The cultivators could no longer sit still, and experts from various factions spoke up one after another, shouting in anger. If you want to court death, don't drag us along. Our brains aren't broken, and we never thought about provoking an emperor. In an instant, countless murderous intentions arose, and many auras permeated the air, all shrouding the Ziwei Dao Palace area, with the strong intention of directly attacking and thoroughly eradicating Ziwei Dao Palace. Zhen Tianj, do you know? The Ziwei Dao Palace sect master, Huang Jixuan, looked at Zhen Tianj with a livid, angry face, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Zhen Tianj. What wrong have I done? So what if he is an emperor? Does being an emperor mean you can lose your backbone and bow and scrape before him? Zhen Tianj's voice rose, speaking with passionate fervor. In Ziwei Dao Palace. Various factions. A madman, this is a madman, and an incredibly stupid madman at that. Everyone was left with tingling scalps by Zhen Tianj's display, dumbfounded, unable to believe that such a person existed in the world. You say this emperor is worried that you will snatch my status. You say this emperor uses power to bully others. This emperor has once suppressed 10,000 races and upheld the name of our human race. Where were you then? This emperor has also resisted beast tides, sparing our human race from devastation. Where were you then? This emperor has even intercepted experts of alien races, protecting the geniuses of our human race so they could grow smoothly. Where were you then? I, who suppressed 10,000 races, fought emperors alone, bestowed grace upon the human race, and enlightened all living beings. When I was doing these things, where were you? Yi Yu looked at Zhen Tianj. With every step he took, he spoke a sentence. His voice was like thunder, like war drums, appearing even more majestic. When Yi Yu appeared above Zhen Tianj's head, the final sentence was deafening, causing Zhen Tianj to subconsciously take a step back. Or are you going to say that you are still young, so you haven't had the chance to do these things yet? Yi Yu gazed indifferently at Zhen Tianj with his emperor eyes, speaking calmly. Zhen Tianj looked as if his mind had been read by Yi Yu, his face instantly flushing bright red. Even if I, this emperor, monopolize the Beidou secret realm, so what? How can I allow a junior like you to point fingers here? What status do you have, and what ability do you possess to question this emperor? Are you worthy? In the path of cultivation, the strong are respected. I am strong, therefore, what I say is the absolute truth. You don't accept it. Are you worthy of not accepting it? Yi Yu said coldly. Emperor Tianyu, our Ziwei Dao Palace does not have such a rebellious disciple. I, on behalf of Ziwei Dao Palace, formally expel Zhen Tianj from our sect. I ask Emperor Tianyu to clearly see this. Huang Jixuan shouted aloud. You! Zhen Tianj looked at Huang Jixuan in disbelief, his face becoming twisted. Why expel me from the sect? Lackeys, they are all lackeys of the emperor. Ding! Because the child of destiny has been expelled from the sect by his master and suppressed by the master, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The higher the completion rate of the mission, the higher the reward. The system's voice rang in Yi Yu's ears. We, the various factions of the Kankyong Star region, represent the Kankyong Star region in expelling Zhen Tianj. If Zhen Tianj dares to enter the Kankyong Star region, he will definitely be executed without mercy. We, the various factions of the Tiankang Star region, represent the Tiankang Star region. We, the various factions of the Tiangshuan Star region. We. At this moment, the experts from various factions spoke up after communicating via sound transmission. For a time, the voices of one expert after another rose and fell across the entire platform. All 99 star regions of the fantasy universe spoke up, expelling Jun Tianj. Before Emperor Tianyu spoke, they could not arbitrarily decide to kill Jun Tianj, but representing their own stance to expel Jun Tianj was still acceptable. They certainly didn't want Emperor Tianyu to misunderstand and think they were in cahoots with Jun Tianj. No way to heaven, no door to earth. In just these few breaths of time, Jun Tianj had become a target for everyone, and was even rejected by the entire universe. In an instant, Jun Tianj shook as if struck by lightning, his expression frozen, his face deathly pale. He hadn't expected that by merely questioning Yi Yu a few times, he would have to pay such a price. Why is this happening? He was clearly speaking up for everyone. Why did these people treat him like this? Why did these people still want to help Emperor Tianyu? Ding, because the child of destiny has been rejected by the entire universe, his status has plummeted. Mission rewards are being increased. The system's voice continued to ring. Looking at the stunned Jun Tianj, Yi Yu's face was neither sad nor happy. He even wanted to laugh in his heart. Playing with borrowing influence. Moral kidnapping. In the face of absolute power, these conspiracies and tricks are nothing but delusional and ridiculous. Now that he is a quasi-emperor, and a quasi-emperor who killed a true emperor under the witness of the entire universe, why would Yi Yu need so much trouble to deal with a mere child of destiny? He didn't even need to do anything himself. Countless people would come to do it for him. How could he be like the protagonists in some villain novels he had seen in his past life, who still needed to match wits and courage with the child of destiny? It's all you. It's all because of you. If I can't have a good time, then you won't either. Jun Tianj looked at Yi Yu with resentment. Anger and fear in his heart all turned into malice toward Yi Yu. At this moment, Jun Tianj didn't even care or think about the fact that Yi Yu was a quasi-emperor while he was only in the blood-refining realm. Yi Yu, do you really think you are very strong? If it weren't for the fact that we are not from the same era, you wouldn't even be able to see my back. I am an innate divine being, possessing the star saint body. Do you dare to suppress your cultivation level and fight me? Jun Tianj pointed at Yi Yu and shouted explosively. He wanted to prove to the entire universe that if they were in the same realm, even a quasi-emperor would not be his match. Only in this way could he prove his value, and only in this way could he survive. Obviously, Jun Tianj was not an idiot. He was very clear about his current situation. If he could rival Yi Yu in the same realm, he would definitely be valued by others. By then, even if various factions targeted him on the surface, he would be safe and sound. Perhaps this would even be a huge opportunity. Otherwise, he would definitely die. As for whether he could defeat Yi Yu, Jun Tianj had no doubt about this. He had the bearing of an emperor and was destined to become an emperor in the future. How could Yi Yu be his match? Yi Yu, just honestly become my stepping stone. As long as it's the same realm, how could you be my match? Jun Tianj thought secretly in his heart. Just as Jun Tianj's words fell, Yi Yu glanced at him. The pressure belonging to the Quasi-Emperor realm flashed and vanished. With just one glance, Jun Tianj instantly turned into powder, directly and thoroughly obliterated by Yi Yu, without even a single shred of his true soul remaining. Idiot, Yi Yu shook his head, his face incredibly calm. A battle in the same realm. Are you worthy? What kind of thing do you think you are? Do you really think I have to cooperate with whatever you say? Where did you get such a big face? Just kill him directly. Boom! The next moment, the void emitted a muffled sound. A thundercloud was faintly brewing above the universe. Heavenly tribulation was approaching. Get lost! A cold light flashed in Yi Yu's eyes, and he shouted coldly. It was as if an invisible, great power erupted from Yi Yu's body. In an instant, the heavenly tribulation above the universe retreated rapidly like a receding tide. The will of heaven and earth retreated, not daring to punish Yi Yu at all. Ding! The child of destiny has been killed by the host. The host has exceeded the mission completion requirements. Ding! The advanced gift package is being massively boosted. Ding! The advanced mission reward settlement has reached the maximum. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the advanced mission. Ding! Does the host wish to open the advanced gift package? A series of system prompts rang in Yiyu's ears. Open, Yiyu thought silently. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the immortal demon indestructible scripture. As soon as the system's voice fell, a flash appeared before Yiyu's eyes, and a projection appeared in front of him. Immortal demon indestructible scripture. Super-grade divine scripture, unique. Cultivating to the peak allows one to transcend time and space, gather the true soul, remain indestructible through 10,000 kalpas, and be eternally immortal. Cultivation prerequisites. Refine a mark related to a true demon or true immortal to condense a true demon body or true immortal body. If both are refined, one can condense the immortal demonic indestructible body, jumping out of the great thousand worlds, not entering into yin, yang, or the 5 elements. Supergrade divine scripture, unique. Does it mean only one person can cultivate it, refine true demon and true immortal marks? A sharp light flashed in Yiyu's eyes, and he looked toward the Beidou secret realm passage. There seems to be demonic chi in the Beidou secret realm. Does this meet the requirements of the cultivation method? Sensing the profound mark that had already condensed in his sea of consciousness, Yiyu was not in a hurry to look at the immortal demon indestructible scripture. He turned to look at the crowd of cultivators and said indifferently, "You may all retreat to a distance." Chapter 13. Refining the secret realm, divine sense avatar turns demonic. Kill until it is truly indestructible. Can we not leave? The cultivators were stunned, their thoughts racing, and they hurriedly said yes, then scattered away from the platform and retreated into the distance. Yiyu looked toward the Beidou secret realm, his eyes deep as if some inexplicable energy was rising from his body. He raised his hand, channeling his divine power, and the aura belonging to a Quasi-Emperor realm gradually revived from his body. The rules of the Beidou secret realm restricted entry to those below the God storage realm. If a powerhouse tried to force their way in, it would only cause the Beidou secret realm to collapse directly. Even as a Quasi-Emperor, Yiyu could not resolve this. However, just because a Quasi-Emperor could not force their way in, did not mean a Quasi-Emperor had no way to enter. As for the method, it was simple. Since the rules restricted it, then he would simply refine the secret realm and override those rules. Boom! Stretching out his hand, a terrifying pressure erupted from Yiyu. His palm seemed as if it were naturally formed, with continuous Tao rhymes. Every inch of his skin seemed to have seized the creation of heaven and earth, perfect and without any flaws. There was even dense mist and Tao laws undulating within, as if it were the incarnation of the Tao itself, containing the true meaning of the Tao. It was profound and indescribable, as if just looking at it would bring forth many insights, as if his palm were an extension of the rules of the great Tao. In an instant, this universe seemed to vibrate under the energy of Yiyu's palm. Countless stars were agitated by it, and the massive amount of energy being exhaled caused the void to collapse layer by layer. Furthermore, runes and Tao laws flashed and faded from his palm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With a single thought, his palm plunged into the void and slowly closed. A massive spatial tide rapidly spread in all directions, and one could see a sphere being slowly extracted by Yiyu from the void. Looking closely, one could see a complete, shrunken world inside this sphere. It was none other than the Beidou secret realm. Holding the stars in his hand, supporting the universe with his palm. Fixing his gaze on the vessel of the Beidou secret realm, Yiyu released his divine sense, directly enveloping the Beidou secret realm to begin refining it. One after another, runes condensed from the void with Yiyu's thought and merged into the secret realm sphere. Soon, as a glimmer flashed across the surface of the secret realm sphere, the Beidou secret realm was refined by Yiyu without any effort. Done. Whoosh. With a flicker of his figure, Yiyu entered the Beidou secret realm. The space shifted like the changing of stars and constellations. What greeted Yi Yu's eyes was a deathly silent world, with wisps of black mist drifting everywhere between heaven and earth. Yi Yu stood in the void and looked down, only to see that all the living beings in this secret realm had already been demonized. Without exception, their eyes were blood-red as they constantly slaughtered one another. A thick, bloody stench permeated the void, and waves of chaos, disorder, madness, ferocity, and violence filled every corner of this world. It really is demonic energy. Strange, the concept of demons in this universe clearly only refers to demonic cultivators, and there is no such thing as a demon race. Observing the state of these creatures, they have already become like the demons in some novels I read in my past life. Are they not products of this universe? Does this have something to do with the upper realm? Yi Yu furrowed his brows slightly, and the words the Emperor had told him inexplicably surfaced in his mind. Casting aside distracting thoughts, Yi Yu looked toward the depths of this world. The demonic energy was originating from there. And that place was where the inheritance of great Emperor Beidou lay. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. Beidou Imperial Palace. It was the legendary Dao Palace that contained the inheritance of great Emperor Beidou. Hundreds of years ago, Yi Yu had come here before, but like every other living being after the secret realm opened, he had ultimately missed out on the inheritance of great Emperor Beidou. The Dao Palace contained many trials, requiring one to complete them level by level like clearing a stage to reach the end. Now that he had attained the fruit of the Quasi-Emperor Dao, Yi Yu naturally did not need to go through every trial as he had when he was weak hundreds of years ago. He directly tore through the void and descended to the core of the Beidou Imperial Palace. He saw a white-haired youth sitting, cross-legged in the core space of the Beidou Imperial Palace, with wisps of black mist spilling out from his body. Black lines had already appeared on the surface of his body, and the surrounding void was subtly being assimilated by the youth, as if it were about to transform into a demonic domain. A bizarre energy seemed to cover every corner of this space. If an ordinary person were here, even a great saint would likely immediately succumb to being demonized and turn into a mindless demonic creature. Great Emperor Beidou's divine sense avatar. Yi Yu waved his hand to isolate the space around him before looking at the youth, immediately identifying his identity. A divine sense avatar, in the world of immortals and heroes, could be called a powerhouse's remnant soul, imprint, or projection. The changes in the Beidou secret realm were indeed related to great Emperor Beidou. It really works. Sensing the feeling of longing transmitted from the mark of the immortal demon indestructible scripture in his sea of consciousness, Yi Yu's eyes lit up. The thing causing the divine sense avatar to mutate was indeed related to the true demon imprint. That made things much easier. Just as Yi Yu was about to suppress the divine sense avatar, suddenly, the divine sense avatar seemed to have detected Yi Yu's aura. It abruptly opened its eyes, and a pair of pitch-black pupils landed on Yi Yu. Cold, violent killing intent immediately erupted from the divine sense avatar. A living being's aura. Die. A dry voice came from the divine sense avatar's mouth. Before the words had even faded, the divine sense avatar directly transformed into a mass of black mist and lunged toward Yi Yu. Scram. Reaching out and grabbing, the 8 Desolations Purgatory halberd appeared in Yi Yu's hand. The Supreme Emperor's might began to revive. The halberd slashed out as if splitting heaven and earth, its sharp edge tearing toward the black mist. Boom! The terrifying power caused the Beidou secret realm to tremble constantly. The black mist was instantly annihilated, only to manifest again in the void and continue lunging toward Yi Yu. What is this thing? Can it not be killed? Its aura is also faintly approaching the great Emperor level. Yi Yu furrowed his brows slightly. In the dark, his spiritual sense also warned him not to be contaminated by this thing. I have even killed great emperors, yet I cannot kill a single demonic creature. Then let's try again. Loosening his body slightly, a burning fighting spirit erupted in Yi Yu's eyes. Cultivators were born for battle. Battle never ends, breakthroughs never end. This was the best way to cultivate. Since it was not easy to solve, then he would simply have a good fight. He would use this divine sense avatar as the cornerstone for his breakthrough to the third heaven of the Quasi-Emperor realm. 9 secrets. With a low shout, the Lin's secret empowered him, and his aura surged. The Du secret evolved, and all kinds of wonderful techniques were applied in succession. Yi Yu directly attacked the black mist with all his might. Outside, in the universe. Seeing Yi Yu enter the Beidou secret realm, the cultivators thought the dust had settled and began chatting about Jun Tianj. They reached a consensus. One must never recruit disciples with mental issues, no matter how high their talent was. It was too terrifying, truly too terrifying. If things went wrong, it could implicate the entire sect. Look at the Ziwei Dao Palace. Although Great Emperor Yi Yu had not said anything, there was no doubt that the Ziwei Dao Palace was doomed. Just because the people above didn't speak didn't mean the people below wouldn't speculate. If the other Taoist lineages of the Tian Gu star let the Ziwei Dao Palace off the hook, then there would be ghosts. The people from the Ziwei Dao Palace knew this well, and their departure just now was undoubtedly because they were thinking about how to minimize their losses. Just as the cultivators were talking, suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the void. The power of the world rioted, earth, wind, water, and fire rapidly evolved, and large amounts of turbid and clear energy spilled out in all directions. 2 figures appeared directly in the universe. Ahem. This is Great Emperor Yi Yu, and the other one looks like Great Emperor Beidou's divine sense avatar. Great Emperor Beidou's state seems wrong. Demonized. Great Emperor Beidou has been demonized. Everyone was stunned at first, subconsciously looking toward the direction of the battle. When they saw the situation clearly, the pupils of the cultivators constricted, and looks of shock appeared on their faces. Oh no. The next moment, the cultivators reacted and immediately retreated into the distance. Rumble. Rumble. Violent power spread in all directions. The asteroid belt where the Beidou secret realm was located instantly turned into powder, and a large number of spatial cracks spread out. The void appeared like a mirror with countless cracks before collapsing directly. A few cultivators who had not been able to get away in time touched the aftermath and were immediately annihilated, not even having time to scream. Yi Yu, who was fighting the divine sense avatar, saw this scene and furrowed his brows slightly. He waved the 8 Desolations purgatory halberd to slice open the cosmic crystal wall and escaped directly into the Chaos Sea. The divine sense avatar, which had fallen into madness, saw this and let out a beast-like roar, immediately following him. Seeing Great Emperor Yi Yu lead the divine sense avatar away from the main universe, the panic-stricken cultivators stopped, their faces pale and still trembling with fear. The divine sense avatar is demonized. Thank goodness, thank goodness, thank goodness I didn't let my disciples enter the Beidou secret realm otherwise. This thought flashed through everyone's minds, and then everyone's expressions stiffened as they reacted, their bodies trembling. So this was the reason Great Emperor Yi Yu stopped the younger generation from entering the Beidou secret realm. Everyone suddenly realized, feeling ashamed, filled with immense gratitude toward Yi Yu, and even more contempt and ridicule for Jun Tianj. An idiot is an idiot. He had dared to speculate about Great Emperor Yi Yu, not knowing that Great Emperor Yi Yu was trying to save him. He truly deserved to die. In the Chaos Sea, Yi Yu was naturally unaware of the speculation of others, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After fighting with the divine sense avatar for several minutes, Yi Yu gradually understood the state of this divine sense avatar. It only possesses the characteristic of being undying, but its strength increase isn't that great. Furthermore, because of the influence of the demonic energy, it has no intelligence, so it actually can't exert much combat power. Cannot be obliterated. If I use the 9 secrets combined with the 8 desolations purgatory halberd, can I trap it and then completely obliterate it? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Yu pinched an incantation. Runes appeared around him, bowing toward him. With a low shout, the 8 desolations purgatory halberd in his hand transformed into a black dragon, roaring as it rushed toward the divine sense avatar. Stretching out his hand in a sword finger gesture, countless runes broke through the air with Yi Yu's thought, enveloping every direction of the divine sense avatar. A mysterious and divine aura surged rapidly. Strips of runes spread and built up, evolving into a large number of godly prohibitions that locked the divine sense avatar tightly, making it unable to move. The black dragon headed straight toward the divine sense avatar. It cannot be obliterated. Then he would kill it 1,000,000,000 times. Yi Yu did not believe that at the Quasi-Emperor realm level, it could truly be indestructible. Chapter 14. Changes in the Upper Realm, System Speculations. Cultivating the Immortal Demon, Indestructible Scripture. Refine. The Taoist sound was like thunder, his blood energy like a furnace. The 8 desolations purgatory halberd overflowed with the intent of the nether 8 desolations, seemingly transforming into fuel to burn through heaven and earth. Let alone the divine sense avatar. Even the void within the cage, where the divine sense avatar resided, seemed to be burned and refined away by it. A vast amount of chaos chi was annihilated at this moment, seemingly surging and reorganizing, with boundless Tao intent churning and rising, evolving into numerous miraculous mysteries. Facing the seal of the 9 secrets and the suppression of the 8 desolations purgatory halberd, the divine sense avatar had absolutely no power to resist, directly alternating continuously between resurrection and destruction. One must know that even a great emperor was not Yi Yu's match, let alone a divine sense avatar that was only at the Quasi-Emperor realm and had turned into a mad demon without reason. In just a few breaths, the divine sense avatar had already been refined billions of times. Seemingly sensing something, a flash of brilliance flickered in Yi Yu's eyes. He waved his hand to disperse the seal of the 9 secrets, and the black dragon transformed by the 8 desolations purgatory halberd flew toward Yi Yu, turning back into a battle halberd and falling into his hand. With a single thought, this area was directly sealed by Yi Yu. The numerous cultivators who were spying on the scene here suddenly found their vision go dark, and they could no longer spy on the situation within the Chaos Sea. Fellow Taoist. Looking ahead, Yi Yu said with a smile. However, it could be seen that after the divine sense avatar reorganized this time, the demonic energy on its body had been completely swept away, and those pitch-black eyes had returned to normal, the gaze becoming clear. Fellow Taoist, many thanks. If not for you constantly suppressing the demonic energy, I fear I would have had no possibility of regaining consciousness. A bitter smile appeared on the face of the great Emperor Baidu's divine sense avatar, and he sighed as he bowed to Yi Yu. Fellow Taoist, there is no need for such formalities. I have also received your grace in the past. Being able to help you is truly my good fortune. Yi Yu raised his hand, and an invisible force lifted great Emperor Baidu up. Oh. Great Emperor Baidu understood. Realizing that Yi Yu had once entered the Baidu secret realm, a smile appeared on his face as he said gratifiedly, "Being able to help the human race and allow the human race to give birth to an expert like you is very good, very good. Fellow Taoist, shall we sit and chat?" Yi Yu waved his hand, condensing 2 prayer mats out of chaos chi. My will is about to dissipate. If there is anything you wish to ask me, fellow Taoist, feel free to do so. I will tell you everything I know without reservation. Understanding Yi Yu's intention, great Emperor Baidu sat down straightforwardly and said gently, "Fellow Taoist, what is going on with this?" Yi Yu followed suit and sat on the prayer mat. Without wasting words or time, Yi Yu went straight to the point. This must be told starting from several million years ago. Great Emperor Beidou was not surprised by the matter Yi Yu was asking about. A look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes, and Great Emperor Beidou sighed as he spoke. As he spoke, Great Emperor Beidou organized his thoughts and looked at Yi Yu, saying, "Fellow Taoist, do you know that, in fact, in the era when I attained the Tao as a great emperor, the heavenly heart had not yet been born." The heavenly heart was not born. Yi Yu's pupils constricted slightly, and a flash of brilliance flickered in his eyes. He had faintly already guessed the reason for Great Emperor Beidou falling into demonic madness. The so-called heavenly heart was actually the authority nurtured by the laws of the universe. Heavenly heart, the heart of heaven, the core of heaven. This was the meaning of the heavenly heart. To want to attain the Great Emperor realm, one needed to incorporate the laws of heaven and earth into the body. Only by condensing the laws could one attain the Great Emperor realm. This point was similar to becoming a saint in the prehistoric-style novels Yi Yu had read in his past life. To want to become a great emperor, one needed to grasp the heavenly heart, just like a saint needed to grasp the grand mist violet chi to become a saint. Yet Great Emperor Beidou had directly become a great emperor before the heavenly heart had been nurtured and born. The implication of this was self-evident. Without a doubt, in order to become a great Emperor Beidou had paid a certain price, and this price was related to the demonic energy. Fellow Taoist, you have guessed it right. Back then, I was waiting for the heavenly heart to emerge so that I could grasp the heavenly heart and attain the Tao as a great emperor. I did not expect that the dark turmoil would erupt, and numerous ancient great emperors wished to harvest the life source of all living beings in the worlds, plunging my human race into a desperate crisis. Although I was a quasi-emperor, it was difficult to truly contend against a great emperor. Just when I felt powerless and desperate, I suddenly sensed the upper realm. Great Emperor Beidou said slowly. The upper realm. Yi Yu raised an eyebrow, so the demonic energy was indeed related to the upper realm. It cannot be said to be the upper realm. It should be said to be the spatial gap connecting the upper realm to this universe. I obtained a streak of demonic energy from the spatial gap. In my sensing, this thing was called demonic energy. I used this to attain the Great Emperor realm. But attaining the Great Emperor realm with demonic energy requires paying a price. Essence, energy, spirit, and lifespan will be devoured by the demonic energy. After I could no longer suppress the demonic energy would also control my mind, making me become a puppet of the demonic energy. However, although there were many hidden dangers, in order to save the human race, I could not care about so much at that time. Originally, I thought of attaining the Tao as a great emperor first to resist the dark turmoil, and once the dark turmoil was resolved, I would directly dissolve my body or self-destruct with the alien great emperors to perish together. As a result, I still underestimated the demonic energy. As he spoke, Great Emperor Beidou sighed, and then continued, I did perish together with the alien great emperors, but the demonic energy also seized the opportunity to strike, allowing me to preserve this divine sense avatar. Throughout these endless years, I have been suppressing the demonic energy, and as for the result, you have seen it, fellow Taoist. Clearly, over these past 100 years, Great Emperor Beidou was ultimately unable to contend against the demonic energy, and in the end, was controlled by the demonic energy. If not for Yi Yu appearing, I fear the Kankyang star region and even the entire universe would have fallen into a turmoil. As for the harm of this demonic energy, Yi Yu saw it clearly. Experts might still be able to resist, but the common living beings were different. They had absolutely no power to parry it. The living beings in the Beidou secret realm had all fallen into demonic madness under the demonic energy, overflowing from Great Emperor Beidou's divine sense avatar. If the divine sense avatar were allowed to appear in the universe, the terrifying consequences it would produce were undoubtedly self-evident. Fellow Taoist, if you wish to ascend to the upper realm, you need to be careful and vigilant. I fear the upper realm has already encountered a major problem. I only obtained the demonic energy originating from the upper realm through a spatial gap. By peeking at the leopard through a tube, one can see what the situation in the upper realm is like now. Fellow Taoist, do not underestimate the demonic energy. This demonic energy is not simple. What I obtained was merely a wisp of the demonic energy's imprint. A single wisp of the imprint can influence a great emperor. The true demonic energy will be unimaginable. I hope you do not underestimate it, fellow Taoist. Great Emperor Beidou exhorted. I understand. Yiyu nodded slightly. Even someone as strong as Dai Zun had exhorted Yiyu like this, so how could Yiyu possibly underestimate the demonic energy? He did not have the bad habits of those children of destiny. That is good. When I fall, I will trouble you to suppress the demonic energy, fellow Taoist. Beidou thanks you here. Great Emperor Beidou stood up and bowed deeply toward Yiyu. Afterward, he looked toward the void, his eyes seemingly piercing through the crystal wall to land within the universe. His gaze could not help but become somewhat unfocused, and he murmured to himself, "May my human race flourish forever." As the voice fell, Great Emperor Beidou's divine sense avatar began to turn ethereal. It could no longer hold on and was about to dissipate completely. Watching Great Emperor Beidou beginning to dissipate, Yiyu bowed solemnly toward him and then waited quietly. Soon, Great Emperor Beidou dissipated completely. A wisp of black mist exuding a mysterious charm and filled with an extremely evil aura emerged from the place where the divine sense avatar had dissipated, rolling continuously in the void. Seemingly sensing Yiyu's aura, the demonic energy swayed slightly and immediately flew directly toward Yiyu. Still want to influence me? Yiyu snorted coldly. The 9 secrets circulated, and 9 runes, Lin, Bing, Du, Ji, Jai, Zhen, Lai, Qian, Xing, condensed and formed in front of Yiyu. Profound, ancient, and mysterious aura rose and churned. Each rune was like the manifestation of the laws transformed by the great Tao, mysterious and immortal. Glancing at one seemed to give birth to countless insights in one's heart. Reaching out and grabbing, the 9 runes directly transformed into a prison to lock the demonic energy within. Withdrawing his hand, the sealed demonic energy was put away by Yiyu. What exactly happened in the upper realm? After a brief contemplation, Yiyu tore through the void to return to the main universe and fled toward the depths of the universe. He would first cultivate the immortal demon indestructible scripture to the entry level, and then it would be time to go to Dai Zun's place once more. As for what problem exactly had occurred in the upper realm, only Dai Zun could provide him with the answer. In the depths of the universe, in a star region where the universe had collapsed and stars were shattered, Yiyu sat cross-legged on a shattered large star. His eyes slightly closed, with a single thought. The imprint of the immortal demon indestructible scripture seemed to have a faint luster rotating, and a large amount of information suddenly emerged from Yiyu's mind. All-encompassing like smoke and sea. Even Yiyu, who was a Quasi-Emperor, could not help but let out a muffled groan under the impact of this massive information. After a long while, Yiyu opened his eyes again, and a look of shock had already appeared in his eyes. What a terrifying cultivation technique. Yiyu inhaled and said, being able to grow to this level, the cultivation techniques Yiyu had practiced were naturally numerous, among which there was no lack of imperial scriptures. However, even the strongest imperial scripture was merely like dust compared to this immortal demon indestructible scripture. What its content presented was far more terrifying than what the system had introduced. If one condenses the true immortal and true demon imprints into one can cultivate the immortal demonic indestructible body. Once the body is formed, one will be undying and indestructible, with boundless lifespan. It will be difficult to be worn down, and even more difficult to be suppressed and killed. Besides this, the immortal demon indestructible scripture also records numerous divine abilities and secret techniques, every one of which is terrifyingly unmatched. They are all great offensive arts. The wonders within cannot be described or expressed in words at all. True immortal imprint, huh? Yi Yu exhaled, his eyes flickering. At this point, how could Yi Yu possibly have no speculations about this system of his? He was not a fool, and certainly not an idiot. The first task obtained the ultimate imperial weapon, which became the most important item for him to reverse slay a great emperor. The second task obtained the immortal demon indestructible scripture, and coincidentally, he logically obtained the demonic energy. If one were to say there was no connection between all these, then there would be ghosts. I fear even a fool would not believe it. Immortal Qi. Yi Yu believed that it would definitely appear in the future. Otherwise, the system would not have given him the immortal demon indestructible scripture. He would just wait. As long as he knew the system was harmless to him, that was enough. Let's first use the demonic energy to forge the foundation of the immortal demon indestructible scripture. Let the immortal demon indestructible scripture reach the entry level and condense the true demon body. Numerous thoughts flashed by. Yi Yu cast aside distracting thoughts, flipped his palm, and the demonic energy appeared in his hand. Closing his eyes slightly, Yi Yu circulated the immortal demon indestructible scripture and began to refine the demonic energy. Chapter 15, Rebirth-style Child of Destiny, strength greatly increased, plotting to hunt Yi Yu. At the same time, just as Yi Yu was in the depths of the universe in secluded cultivation, practicing the immortal demon indestructible scripture. Located in the Tianlin star region, which is near the Kankyang star region, on the main planet of Tianlin. On the outer sect peak of the Liu sect, a young man sat up abruptly from his bed, his face filled with lingering fear, his forehead covered in sweat, panting continuously. Huh, didn't I die? Where is this? Looking around blankly, a trace of confusion flashed in the young man's eyes. When he saw the surrounding environment clearly, the young man's body trembled, and a look of shock and uncertainty appeared on his face. How does this look like the small cabin in the outer sect of the Liu sect where he used to live? Thinking of something, the young man raised his hands to look at them, then quickly got out of bed and walked to the bronze mirror. This appearance, it really is the Liu sect. I have actually returned to 1,000 years ago, returned to the Guxuan universe before the great catastrophe of the heavens descended. Looking at himself in the bronze mirror, the young man's eyes became brighter and brighter, and his face was ecstatic. Clenching his fists, the young man's emotions were surging. The huge surprise made it difficult for him to come back to his senses for a long time. He had been reborn. Haha, great, great. I know all the opportunities that will appear in the next 1,000 years. Now that I have returned to 1,000 years ago, wouldn't all those opportunities belong to me? With those opportunities, I will definitely be able to attain the Tao and become. Before he could say the word emperor, a figure appeared in the young man's mind. A trace of wariness flashed in his eyes, and his excited mood cooled down rapidly. No, even with these opportunities, it seems I might not necessarily be able to become an emperor. That person is too strong, too terrifying. Not only did he dominate the entire era, but even the chaos of the upper realm was single-handedly turned around by him. If not for the lack of time, he might have been able to suppress the entire upper realm by himself. Can I really be his opponent? Even if I return to 1,000 years ago, it seems I cannot change anything. A look of dejection appeared on his face. The young man felt a sense of fear just thinking about that figure. Even though he attained the position of Quasi-Emperor 1,000 years later, compared to that person, the gap was so vast that even the light of a grain of rice compared to the bright moon could hardly describe it. Even if he knew the opportunities, the young man knew very well that in the face of absolute power, so-called opportunities were merely aids and did not represent a decisive factor. Must I live under that person's shadow again after being reborn? Then what is the meaning of my rebirth? He can be a great hero, can I not? The young man was unwilling, his fists clenched so tightly that they were already bleeding. Just as he was thinking, a flash of inspiration struck his mind, and an evil thought arose in his heart. Huh, wait, if he is alive, I can only live in his shadow. But what if he dies? What if he died? Living a new life with the memories of 1,000 years. If that person died, then who else could be his enemy, and who else could contend with him? The more the young man thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, and the more excited he became. Right, he must die. He absolutely must die. If that person does not die, the position of emperor is destined to be his alone. If that were the case, no matter how many opportunities he knew of, it would be useless. The imperial position is limited. It is impossible for a second great emperor to be born in the same era. However, if that person died, things would be different. As long as he attained the great emperor realm, then all those opportunities could be used on him. By then, he would surely grow to be even more terrifying than that person. Yi Yu, oh Yi Yu, it is not that I want you to die. It is truly because you are blocking my path, and you are also blocking the path of all living beings. Only if you die can the heavenly heart belong to me, and only if you die can I lead the heavens and myriad worlds to overthrow the upper realm. I do this for the sake of all living beings in the heavens, not for my own selfish desires. So, Yi Yu, you had better die. Lowering his eyelids, killing intent flickering in his eyes, the young man muttered to himself. That person was none other than Yi Yu. Let me think. I remember that during this period, Yi Yu should have already attained the Tao fruit of the Quasi-Emperor realm, but he is not yet famous. With my current strength, it is completely impossible to suppress Yi Yu. But it doesn't matter. With 1,000 years of memories, one doesn't necessarily have to do it personally to kill someone. Memory is my greatest trump card, allowing me to know many things beforehand. I can just borrow strength to kill Yi Yu. I remember. Trying hard to recall the events of this period, the young man's smile became even richer, and his face was full of confidence, as if he had already seen the impending ending of Yi Yu. Yi Yu, you are doomed to die. Boom. In the shattered star region, demonic energy seemed to surge on Yi Yu's body, and the Tao rhyme of creation floated around it. Suddenly, as if sensing something in the dark, Yi Yu opened his eyes abruptly. In an instant, materialized divine light shot out from Yi Yu's eyes, as if opening up the heaven, earth, yin, and yang. A large number of shattered stars turned into powder at this moment, and the terrifying power made the entire star region seem to tremble and shake. The Tao text of Kayan gathered and formed in front of Yi Yu and then sank into his eyes. Countless runes flashed across his eyes, as if a towering, lofty, immortal, and mysterious river of time was branded at the bottom of Yi Yu's eyes. With a single thought, countless images flashed through Yi Yu's eyes. As his divine sense was released, it directly shrouded the entire universe and then quickly swept toward the Tianlin star region. Someone has malice and killing intent toward me, and the energy signature is a bit special. Yi Yu muttered. During this period, he had sensed quite a few people harboring malice and killing intent toward him. After all, the rise of one person often causes losses to the interests of many others. Yi Yu did not care. Anyway, they only dared to think about it and did not dare to take action. As for killing one whenever one appears, with so many stars and so many living beings in the universe, could Yi Yu kill them all? He was too lazy to kill them. The strong remain strong. Those who fall behind will forever only be able to look at his back, unable to catch up. How could Yi Yu care about such rats in the gutter? However, the malice he sensed on a whim just now made Yi Yu quite interested. The feedback from the secret of Kayan showed that this person was somewhat special, with the power of years and time flowing on him. In an instant, Yi Yu's gaze locked directly onto the young man. The reflection of the young man seemed to appear in the depths of his eyes. Watching the young man who had already begun to scheme how to kill him, Yi Yu felt it was quite interesting for a moment. Standing from a god's perspective watching this person plot against him, this feeling was quite fresh. Sure enough, he possesses great destiny, and his destiny is still constantly increasing. Heh, a new child of destiny set by the heavenly Tao. It's just that I don't know what the plot related to me will be for this child of destiny. Operating the Qi observing technique, seeing the ethereal, pale golden energy mist above the young man's head that ordinary people could not see, Yi Yu's expression was calm, and he did not feel any surprise. Not only that, but Yi Yu even enthusiastically recalled the many events he had experienced, starting to think about which plot related to this child of destiny it would be. The power of years and time, so this is a rebirth-style child of destiny, reborn from the future or from the past. Very good, much more helpful to me than those demonic path or genius-style children of destiny. Does the quality of the next child of destiny become higher with the death of each one? Yi Yu nodded with satisfaction, having already guessed the identity of this new child of destiny. Glancing at the young man one last time, Yi Yu left a mark on him and did not pay much attention to him anymore. He withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes to continue his cultivation. No rush, there is plenty of time. The most important thing now is to practice the immortal demon indestructible scripture. As for this guy, it wouldn't be too late to deal with him after he finished his secluded cultivation. Of course, not caring is one thing, but Yi Yu still maintained the necessary caution. After all, creatures like the child of destiny are sometimes unreasonable. If he were to capsize in the gutter, that would be a huge joke. So Yi Yu still left a mark on this person to facilitate monitoring him at any time. Obscure energy flowed and surged, and Yi Yu entered a state of deep enlightenment. There are no years in cultivation. 10,000 years pass in a blink. This time, Yi Yu was in secluded cultivation for a full 5 years. During this period, the young man on the main planet of Tianlin also fell into self-doubt. Yi Yu's moniker, the Quasi-Emperor, wielded the ultimate imperial weapon to suppress Great Emperor Luongu, and appeared when the Beidou secret realm opened, and suppressed the demonic incarnation of the divine sense of Great Emperor Beidou. After learning this news from other disciples, the young man felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his eyes became dazed. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Something is wrong. This is very wrong. In his memory, these events clearly did not happen. At this point in time, shouldn't this fellow Yi Yu be continuing his secluded cultivation? Moreover, Yi Yu did not have the ability to suppress a great emperor at this point in time. What exactly is going on? Could it be that my posture for rebirth was wrong, and the place I was reborn into is not 1,000 years ago? That's not right either. Except for Yi Yu, he had clearly inquired, and the development of other events was exactly the same as 1,000 years ago. Has a variable also appeared in Yi Yu? Thinking of this possibility, the young man's expression changed immediately, and a sense of urgency rose in his heart. He immediately decided to start planning and plotting against Yi Yu. Just like that, 5 years passed in a flash. In the shattered star region, Yi Yu, who had been in secluded cultivation for 5 years, slowly opened his eyes. Endless divine light was born from Yi Yu's body, and the light of annihilation rose, as if mysterious and profound colors were ascending. Many divine phenomena evolved rapidly, and a large amount of demonic energy was exhaled from Yi Yu's body. Strange, blood-red patterns even appeared on his skin's surface. At a glance, Yi Yu looked like a demon, his body filled with a thick, eerie aura. Anyone who looked at him would seem to fall into the demonic path. Even the surrounding rules and Taos were assimilated by Yi Yu, as if this area had already turned into a demonic realm. With a single thought, a large amount of demonic energy was retracted. A nebulous aura gradually emerged from his body. In just an instant, Yi Yu returned to normal, and that demonic aura seemed as if it had never appeared on him, making it difficult to see any traces. The true demon body has been condensed. I only need to obtain immortal energy to condense the immortal demon combined body and establish the indestructible body. Moreover, my cultivation has also broken through with the condensation of the true demon body. Sensing the changes in himself, a faint smile appeared on Yi Yu's face. The feeling of continuous breakthroughs in cultivation was truly fascinating. Indeed, driven by the true demon body, Yi Yu's cultivation had broken through to the third level of the Quasi-Emperor realm. The true demon body had also been forged. If he were to activate the true demon body like he just did, his strength would be greatly increased, and he could obtain a trace of the indestructible characteristic. As long as his true spirit remained in a piece of flesh and blood, he could immediately reshape his body. Combined with the secret of Xi, he could be said to be truly immortal. At least, the great emperor realm would find it difficult to grind him into nothingness. His current combat power, even without using the 8 Desolations Purgatory halberd, was truly capable of fighting against a great emperor. Besides that, the characteristics of the true demon body were far more than that. Just like how the divine sense incarnation of great Emperor Beidou could assimilate and infect other living beings. If Yi Yu activated the true demon body, he could do the same, turning countless living beings into his puppets, and could also interfere with the minds of those fighting him. The many divine phenomena were more than just a few words could explain. Speaking of which, this true demon body was actually similar to the state of the divine sense incarnation of great Emperor Beidou after he became possessed. The only difference was that the divine sense incarnation turned into a puppet of demonic energy, while Yi Yu was able to control the demonic energy, and the true demon body was far more powerful than the incomplete assimilation of demonic energy. With a single thought, Yi Yu sensed the situation of the young man over these 5 years through the mark left on him. Countless pieces of information and images flashed through Yi Yu's mind one by one. My situation is different from what he knows. When he saw the conversation between the young man and the disciples, Yi Yu noticed the young man's abnormal emotions, and his eyebrows suddenly lifted slightly. If looked at this way, the young man should have been reborn from the future. However, why would the situation be different? Because of the system. In the future where he is from, did I not activate the system? Yi Yu was thoughtful, guessing roughly, and then continued to check the young man's trajectory over these 5 years. Knowing oneself and the enemy is the only way to win 100 battles. A great man once said that one should despise the enemy strategically, but take the enemy seriously tactically. Yi Yu was deeply convinced of this and would not look down on this child of destiny just because he felt he was weak, nor would he be uninterested in his plans. Moreover, eating melon and watching the show, seeing how others deal with himself, was still quite fun. Yachi. After reading the young man's layout, a strange look flashed in Yi Yu's eyes. As expected of a reborn person, he even knew this secret. However, unfortunately, you still don't understand the human heart. Yi Yu smiled, suddenly becoming interested in the young man's confused and desperate expression when he launched his attack. I seem to know what the plot related to him is. Then I will wait for the system to issue a task. Shaking his head, Yi Yu withdrew his gaze and did not look again, just waiting. And now, it is time to go and reveal what happened in the upper realm. Whoosh! Standing up and taking a step, Yi Yu's figure disappeared from the spot instantly. Chapter 16, Yachi Conspiracy. A drop of blood stains the heavens, great Tao treasure bottle, the grand feast begins. On the other side, Yachi sacred land. As the hegemonic power of the Yachi star domain, Yachi's sacred land was renowned throughout the entire universe. Throughout endless years, many great emperors had either attained the Tao through Yachi disciples or maintained lingering connections with Yachi's sacred land. This was the reason for Yachi's sacred land's prosperity. Unlike ordinary factions or dojos that existed within a single realm, Yachi's sacred land was crafted by fusing numerous small stars, standing in the center of the Yachi star domain as if ruling over the entire domain. Inside the sacred hall of Yachi's sacred land, a peerlessly graceful woman, her body shrouded in misty aura, sat upon the phoenix throne at the head. Even with the mist covering her, one could still vaguely discern her curvaceous figure and alluring beauty. Below the phoenix throne, many elders of Yachi's sacred land stood on both sides, and standing in the center of the hall was none other than a child of destiny from a rebirth timeline. Chu King pays his respects to Empress Yachi and the elders of Yachi. Chu King bowed to everyone and spoke respectfully. No need for pleasantries. You say you can plot against great Emperor Tianyu. A melodious yet majestic voice came from the phoenix throne. A pair of bright eyes seemed to pierce through the misty aura and land on Chu Qing, causing him to feel immense pressure involuntarily. Yes, I once heard that Yi Yu despised Yachi's sacred land and disrespected Empress Yachi, so I came specifically to assist Empress Yachi and Yachi's sacred land. Chu King said cautiously. Although he knew the reason Yi Yu offended Yachi's sacred land was that Yi Yu had once dumped Empress Yachi, causing her to be so enraged that she hated Yi Yu for hundreds of years. He obviously could not say this. After all, this was something Empress Yachi herself revealed in the future. If he said it now, it would be inexplicable, and it might even displease Empress Yachi, which would be like trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. Just by you? A mere ant in the god storage realm dares to spout such nonsense. This empress does not know where you heard this news, but my Yachi's sacred land has always been on good terms with great Emperor Tianyu. Moreover, do you know the crime of plotting to murder a great emperor of our human race? Empress Yachi narrowed her phoenix eyes, and a wisp of pressure belonging to the Saint King realm was released. Even though it was just a wisp, it contained unimaginably terrifying power. The void rippled and seemed to collapse, and a large amount of chaos aura erupted and manifested. It was as if divine beasts were roaring, and the space of the entire hall seemed to freeze. Even a single wisp of pressure was enough to suppress countless saints, as if the power of facing the entire world was directly enveloping Chu Qing. Just as the pressure touched Chu Qing, yin and yang energy erupted from before him, converging to evolve into a yin-yang Teiji diagram, condensing earth, wind, water, and fire to firmly protect Chu King within. Oh, a projection of an ultimate imperial weapon. No wonder you dare to appear before this empress. Seeing the yin-yang Teiji diagram, Empress Yachi raised her eyebrows slightly and said with interest, "If I didn't have some skills, how would I dare to appear? Please believe in my sincerity, Empress. I am confident that I can lure Yi Yu out, and even more confident that I can slay Yi Yu in one fell swoop." Chu King wore a calm and composed smile, cupped his hands, and said earnestly. As for the good terms Empress Yachi mentioned earlier, Chu King simply ignored it. Good terms, my foot. He remembered clearly that hundreds of years ago, after Empress Yachi discovered Yi Yu's tracks, she immediately took an ultimate imperial weapon to hunt him down. Could that be called good terms? It was more like a mortal feud. It was precisely because of this that the secret between Empress Yachi and Yi Yu was revealed to everyone, so Chu King was fully confident that he could persuade Empress Yachi. Lure Yi Yu out. Empress Yachi's eyes flashed, and she sat up slightly, seemingly interested, and said indifferently, "Tell me about it first." The centennial Yachi Grand Feast is about to begin. Empress, if you release news that a piece of holy source stone will be cut at this Yachi Grand Feast, do you think Yi Yu would be interested? Chu King said with a smile. Holy source stone. Holy source stone usually contains heaven and earth essence and rule fragments. Now that Yi Yu has attained the Quasi-Emperor realm, this item is exactly what he needs. It can help him quickly cultivate to the peak of the Quasi-Emperor realm. It is indeed possible to attract him to come. Empress Yachi said indifferently. Holy Source Stone is collectively known as Divine Source, the highest quality divine object among divine sources. Just as great emperors would seal themselves within Divine Source, naturally, many heaven and earth treasures would also be sealed within them, preserved for the present age after being baptized by time. Being able to bear the name, holy, the preciousness of holy source stone is self-evident. Yachi's sacred land holds a grand feast every 100 years, inviting heroes from all over the world to attend. To add to the festivities, Yachi's sacred land cuts a few pieces of divine source to liven things up every time. After all, Yachi's sacred land is the force with the largest storage of divine source in the world today. Naturally, they are not lacking in divine source. There are countless numbers of them. As long as Yiyu appears, I will have a way to slay him. I know a heaven and earth killing formation. If Yachi's sacred land also uses its foundation, we will definitely be able to suppress and kill Yiyu. Chu King said confidently. That's not enough. A Quasi-Emperor is not so easy to kill, let alone this Quasi-Emperor is Yiyu. His talent and comprehension are peerless throughout history. Looking back through endless years, few can be compared to him. The difficulty of killing him is no less than killing a great emperor. How can you kill him with just this? A trace of playfulness appeared in Empress Yachi's eyes, which were covered by the misty aura. Her gaze, carrying a hint of indifference, stared at Chu King as she spoke slowly. Unfortunately, because of the mist cover, Chu King did not notice the change in Empress Yachi's expression. Hearing this, he smiled even more confidently. Please temporarily disable the Yachi sacred land formation, Empress. I still have a backup plan. Chu King said with his head held high and chest puffed out. Oh. Empress Yachi seemed to be a little interested, and she waved her hand to temporarily disable the formation. The next moment, yin and yang evolved, water and fire rose and fell, and a beautiful figure wearing a veil stepped out from the void. Heh, it really is you Yi clan. Moon Mother Yi King Chang, long time no see. Empress Yachi sneered and said indifferently. The water fire Teiji diagram belongs only to my Yi clan. You already guessed it, Yachi. Why pretend? Moon Mother Yi King Chang said calmly. The Yi clan's imperial daughter, Moon Mother Yi King Chang. Just as Yachi's sacred land was one of the strongest forces in the universe, so was the Yi clan. Throughout history, the Yi clan had given birth to countless great emperors, which established the Yi clan's status as an imperial clan. Just having an ultimate imperial weapon guarding them was enough to make other great emperors not dare to underestimate the Yi clan. Empress, imperial daughter, if both of you join forces, coupled with my peerless killing formation, suppressing and killing Yiyu will be effortless. Please consider it carefully, both of you. Seeing that the two were speaking with increasing hostility, Chu King quickly spoke up. The Yi clan wants to join forces. Are you afraid? Moon Mother Yi King Cheng asked back. Then joining forces it is. This empress hates Yiyu so much that my teeth itch. Empress Yachi said heavily. Good. Moon Mother Yi King Cheng nodded slightly. The two women looked at each other, their gazes inexplicable and indescribable. Yiyu, this time, I will definitely make sure you have no way to heaven and no door to the earth. Heh, who told you to dare to provoke these two ancestors? Don't you know that women cannot be provoked? With Yachi and the Yi clan joining forces, how could you, Yiyu, still have a way to survive? Chu King lowered his head and did not see the eye contact between the two women. However, a flash of secret joy crossed his eyes, as if he had already seen the miserable ending of Yiyu after the Yachi Grand Feast began. Although he didn't want to admit it, he still felt a trace of jealousy. What virtue or ability does Yiyu have to make Empress Yachi and the Yi clan's imperial daughter both have fallen for him? What's more hateful is that Yiyu actually didn't agree, which made him even angrier. If it were him, he would have knelt directly under the pomegranate skirts of the two women long ago. Yiyu, you're dead. Before the forbidden land of gods and demons. As soon as his figure appeared, seemingly sensing something, Yiyu looked towards the direction of Yachi's sacred land. Ding, Master has gradually gained fame in the fantasy world. Because of your fame, You will be targeted by a child of destiny at the Yaochi Grand Feast you attend. Please resolve the child of destiny's trouble. Ding, reward for completing the mission, a grand gift package. The higher the mission completion rate, the more the rewards will stack and increase. At this moment, the system's notification sound rang in Yi Yu's ears. So it really is the Yaochi Grand Feast. What should come will come. I've been hiding for hundreds of years, it's time to solve it. Dragging it on is not the way. Yi Yu understood and sighed faintly. Thinking of what might happen at the Yaochi Grand Feast, he immediately had a headache. By comparison, this so-called child of destiny had already been ignored by Yi Yu. Shaking his head, temporarily putting aside distracting thoughts, Yi Yu collected his mind, then stepped into the forbidden land of gods and demons. It wouldn't be too late to consider the Yaochi Grand Feast after dealing with the matter at hand. In the forbidden land of gods and demons, in a lush, fairy tale-like forest. Ripples appeared in the void, and Yi Yu appeared out of thin air. His gaze looked at Dai Zun. Having not seen him for several years, Dai Zun was still the same as he was years ago, sitting quietly on a wooden stump. You're here, sit. Seeing Yi Yu's gaze, Dai Zun said coldly. Senior, can you talk about the changes in the upper realm now? Yi Yu asked after sitting down honestly. About 10 million years ago, a drop of demonic blood appeared in the upper realm. That drop of demonic blood infected the entire upper realm, and even the god-emperors of the upper realm were no exception. The entire upper realm turned into a demonic domain. Look, didn't you encounter the divine sense incarnation of great Emperor Beidou, who had become possessed due to a spatial gap, a few years ago? This is the reason why I told you to be careful when going to the upper realm. Unless you have the ability to solve all of this, I do not suggest you go to the upper realm. The entire upper realm is now in a state of chaos, or rather, it is full of slaughter and destruction. Dai Zun did not talk nonsense and directly gave the answer. A drop of demonic blood infected the entire upper realm. Yi Yu's pupils shrank, and his mind was shaken. Even though he had guessed a lot, this answer still exceeded Yi Yu's imagination. Just a drop of blood caused the entire upper realm to become a demonic domain. What kind of concept is this? Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. And what kind of blood could be so terrifying to this extent? No wonder the Heavenly Gate hasn't appeared for over 10 million years. And a drop of blood infecting the upper realm. Why does it have such a strong sense of déjà vu? Yi Yu realized, his expression becoming strange. What is it? Seeing the change in Yi Yu's expression, Dai Zun asked curiously. I know what story I want to tell you, Senior, but first, could I trouble you to adjust the time ratio here? I have important matters to attend to later. After some thought, Yi Yu, feeling that explaining would be troublesome, decided to simply tell those two stories to Dai Zun. It was just as well. He had held this question in his heart for a long time, and he could take this opportunity to probe Dai Zun. Very well. Dai Zun nodded, waved her hand to change the time ratio, and asked expectantly, What story are you going to tell? This story is a duology, one about waiting for immortality in the mortal world, and the other about one person deciding the fate of the ages. After weighing his words, Yi Yu slowly recounted the two novels he had read in his past life bit by bit. After all, these were two novels totaling nearly 10 million words. Even without stopping, it took Yi Yu several full days to finish telling them. It is indeed somewhat similar, but the blood of the heavens in the story is far less terrifying than this drop of demonic blood. The blood of the heavens only infected the immortal emperor, whereas this drop of demonic blood has affected the entire upper realm. After listening to Yi Yu's account, Dai Zun said thoughtfully. As she spoke, having guessed Yi Yu's intent, Dai Zun looked at him with clear eyes and said coldly, Do not gossip about me. I am not waiting for anyone to return. Helping you is truly just because I find it amusing, not because you are my older or younger brother. Seeing that Dai Zun had guessed, Yi Yu was not surprised. Dai Zun was innocent, but she was not a fool. He had practically revealed his identity, so it would be strange if she hadn't guessed. Although hearing the word gossip from Dai Zun's mouth was indeed quite novel. Then, Senior, why do you remain in the lower realm? Yi Yu asked curiously. The upper realm has already become a demonic domain. Why would I ascend? It is too chaotic and too disgusting there. I do not like it. It is better to be at peace here in the lower realm. Dai Zun said indignantly, then paused and continued. Come to think of it, I could say I am waiting, but I am not waiting for a person. I am waiting for an opportunity. I want to see if I can restore the upper realm. Otherwise, with the upper realm connected to the 3,000 Dao domains, if this continues, not only this Dao domain, but the entire 3,000 Dao domains, and even the myriad heavens and worlds will turn into a demonic domain. By then, it will surely lead to a catastrophe, if possible. I want to resolve this hidden danger. The concept of a universe was only due to Yi Yu's influence from his past life. If placed in this fantasy world, each universe is a Dao domain, a domain governed by the upper realm. This goes without saying. Hearing this, Yi Yu's expression became serious, and he asked, Senior, do you know where that drop of demonic blood came from? I know a thing or two, but I will not tell you. You only need to know that the upper realm is not the highest world, and the God-Emperor is not the end of the cultivation path. That is enough. Dai Zun shook her head, hesitated, and then added, It is not that I will not tell you, but knowing too much about some things is not a good thing. It will affect your cultivation. Not the highest world. So there are even stronger worlds above the upper realm, the immortal realm, or perhaps a plane similar to the heavens. Yi Yu thought thoughtfully. He was not a fool. Just because Dai Zun didn't say it didn't mean he couldn't infer it. However, since Dai Zun didn't say it, there must be a reason, so Yi Yu did not ask further. Just one drop of blood affected the entire upper realm. Goodness, how terrifying and absurd must the higher-level worlds be? Yi Yu secretly clicked his tongue, feeling it was incredible. Thank you, Senior, for clearing up my confusion. After organizing his thoughts, Yi Yu stopped overthinking, stood up, bowed to Dai Zun, and said GR. Gratefully. No need. You tell me stories, and I clear your confusion. It is only fair. This is the reason I asked you to build a faction. If you want to resolve the crisis of the upper realm and successfully ascend to the upper realm, this is an indispensable thing. Dai Zun shook her head, not minding, and said calmly, All right, enough of that. You decide for yourself. I will first teach you a divine ability as a reward for your stories. A divine ability. Yi Yu's eyes lit up. The divine ability from this person's hands must be extraordinary. This technique is called the Great Dao Treasure Bottle. Dai Zun said with a beaming smile, quite proudly. Casting the Great Dao Treasure Bottle can turn all things in the world into chaos, returning them to nothingness, and can also smelt the rules of the 3,000 Great Daos to use for oneself. Not only that, when facing an enemy, casting the Great Dao Treasure Bottle allows one to have the Great Dao like a waterfall to protect oneself, and it can also devour the enemy's divine abilities and techniques, turning all matter or energy into origin to nourish oneself. Whether it is for auxiliary cultivation, defense, or offense, it is unrivaled in the universe. You earned a huge profit by exchanging just 2 stories for this divine ability. Hearing this, Yi Yu naturally played the role of a good audience, looking at Dai Zun with an expression of amazement and shock. Seeing Yi Yu's expression, Dai Zun was immediately even more satisfied. I heard that your story seems to be more than just 2 parts. Is there a continuation? Dai Zun sipped her tea to hide her embarrassment and said reservedly, I will continue to tell you stories next time, Senior. Yi Yu understood in a second and said immediately, Ahem. Dai Zun nodded in satisfaction and gestured, Sit down. I will impart the technique to you. The time flow here is vastly different from the outside. You should first cultivate the Great Dao Treasure Bottle here with me. If there are any mistakes, I can guide you, and it will not delay your affairs. Thank you, Senior. Yi Yu sat down immediately. Dai Zun did not dawdle further. She reached out and tapped Yi Yu's forehead. A profound aura passed from her jade finger, and in an instant, strands of Dao rules converged toward Yi Yu's forehead, condensing into a bottle-shaped rune within his sea of consciousness. Sensing the profoundness of the rune, Yi Yu calmed his heart and began to comprehend it carefully. Time flew by in a flash. He did not know how long he had been comprehending, but Yi Yu thoroughly mastered the great Dao treasure bottle. With a thought, a black bottle, seemingly woven from the rules of the 3,000 great Daos, manifested above his head. An immortal imperial might radiated from the bottle, as if it contained the great power to freeze the 3,000 universes and suppress the myriad primordial chaos. The endless devouring power almost caused the void to distort, as if an endless stream of matter was being devoured and refined by the bottle, then feeding back into Yi Yu. This was the great Dao treasure bottle. As Dai Zun's secret technique, the strength of the great Dao treasure bottle goes without saying. It is not only a secret technique, but also a Dharma treasure. In terms of power, even if it is not quite up to an ultimate imperial weapon, it is still terrifyingly powerful. Moreover, Yi Yu could sense that this was only because the great Dao treasure bottle had just been condensed. If it were nurtured over a long period, it would surely ascend to an ultimate imperial weapon, and perhaps even surpass an ultimate imperial weapon. As expected, clinging to Dai Zun's thigh was the right choice. Even a random secret technique she gives is this terrifying. Yi Yu retracted the great Dao treasure bottle, clicking his tongue in wonder, and thought to himself, "Since the great Dao treasure bottle has been cultivated, you may go. I will continue to roam the universe to see if there are any new interesting stories." Dai Zun said softly, "Yi Yu." How did he get the feeling that Dai Zun was hinting at him? "Yes, Senior. When I have some free time, I will come to you to seek guidance." Everyone was a decent person. Since Dai Zun hinted, Yi Yu followed suit and hinted back. Seek guidance on what? That, of course, meant telling stories. Good. Perhaps it was Yi Yu's illusion, but he always felt that Dai Zun's voice sounded much happier. No, it was not an illusion. It was definitely happier. She was indeed hinting. Why did he feel that Senior Dai Zun was quite cute? Yi Yu rubbed his nose, bowed to Dai Zun, and turned to leave. Yaochi Grand Feast. As the once-in-a-century grand event of the Yaochi sacred land, with the beginning of the feast, the scene was naturally bustling with noise and excitement. Not only were there visitors from the human race, but the prodigies of the myriad races were all gathered together, and even the older generation had been invited to come. It could truly be considered one of the grand events of the entire universe. Looking around, the feast square, filled with dazzling rays of light, auspicious mists, and permeating with immortal energy like a fairyland, was already packed with a sea of people. The prodigies of the myriad races sat on the periphery, while the experts of various races were in the inner circle, waiting for the feast to begin. Although all forces knew that the Yaochi Grand Feast was held by the Yaochi sacred land merely to show off its power and consolidate its status, the spiritual fruits and divine treasures at the feast were real. There were also many activities, and coupled with the many participants, naturally, no one would refuse to attend. It could be said that basically all invitees from the entire universe would arrive. Great figures above the saint realm, rarely seen in the past, could be seen everywhere. It was truly a case of saints walking everywhere. Great saints are as common as dogs, grand and solemn, vast and lively. The news has been released. Yi Yu, I do not believe you will not be interested in the Saint Origin Stone. As long as you arrive, that will be your death day. On his seat, a look of excitement appeared in Chu Qing's eyes. He was already looking forward to the scene where, after Yi Yu fell, he would carry the banner of the human race and become the biggest winner. Once I rely on my foreknowledge of the future to obtain those opportunities and step by step prove the great emperor path. Who knows? Perhaps Empress Yeachi and the Yi clan's imperial daughter will also fall for me. Thinking of this, Chu King immediately chuckled, his heart already beginning to wander in fantasies. Clang! Just at this moment, a mysterious, ancient, and indescribable bell sound rang out, instantly echoing throughout the entire Yeachi star domain. This is the Yeachi sacred land's inherited ultimate imperial weapon, the Phoenix Universe Bell. The Phoenix Universe Bell rings, which means the Yeachi Grand Feast has officially begun. Chapter 17, The Feast Begins. The 8 great powers Yi Yu, are you coming out or not? Moon Mother Yi Qingcheng of the immortal Yi clan has arrived. Imperial Son, Wang Quan Gui of the immortal Imperial clan has arrived. Holy Master Yeaguang of the Yeaguang sacred land has arrived. Holy Master Tianwen of the Tianwen sacred land has arrived. Imperial Lord Jai Renwang of the Heavenly Fortune Divine Dynasty has arrived. Divine Lord Ao Yeahuang of the Heavenly Demon Divine Kingdom has arrived. Patriarch Wang Zun of the Desolate Ancient God Clan has arrived. Resonant voices rang through the heavens, echoing across the vast star domain. In the upper seats of the inner banquet area, figures radiating unfathomable divine might appeared one after another, surrounded by the aura of Tao laws and celestial flowers. Behind each figure, a projection of an ultimate imperial weapon shimmered, manifesting either the profound mystery of suppressing the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, the miraculous circulation of the 5 elements, or the creation of realms and the destruction of the universe. Even as mere projections, these ultimate imperial weapons exuded an overwhelming power that was difficult to withstand. The Yi clan, the Imperial clan, the Yeaguang sacred land, the Tianwen sacred land, the Yeachi sacred land, the Heavenly Fortune Divine Dynasty, the Heavenly Demon Divine Kingdom, and the Desolate Ancient God Clan. These were the 8 strongest powers in this universe. The reason these powers could stand as overlords at the pinnacle of the universe was that each of them possessed an ultimate imperial weapon to suppress their fortune and serve as their foundation. Of course, it was impossible for the entire universe to consist only of these 8 powers. These were merely the ones on the surface. The universe was vast, and naturally, there were hidden races or powers. Forbidden grounds could also be considered a power, though they were targeted by many. Regardless, the profound foundation of these 8 powers allowed them to remain at the pinnacle of the universe. As the leaders of the various powers appeared, the great Tao transformed into golden lotuses above the main seat, and the Tao laws evolved into lotus petals. Brilliant rays of light and boundless divine radiance converged, and the figure of Empress Yeachi appeared out of thin air to take her seat alongside the other titans. Welcome, Empress Yeachi, welcome, Holy Master Yeaguang, welcome. All the guests rose to their feet, bowing respectfully toward the leaders of the various powers seated at the main table. Everyone, there is no need for such formalities. Please take your seats. Empress Yeachi spoke calmly, saying slowly, I presume you have all heard that at the end of this banquet, our Yeachi sacred land will cut open a piece of Saint Origin stone to celebrate our human race's Quasi-Emperor suppressing the great emperor of the Forbidden Ground. Before that, the other proceedings will continue as usual. For this banquet, the number of Divine Origin stones in the Divine Origin segment has been doubled. I hope everyone will not damage the harmony. If anyone has their eye on the same Divine Origin stone, compete fairly. If things get ugly, it will be a lack of respect for our Yeachi sacred land. Her voice was dignified, majestic, and elegant, echoing throughout the banquet. Divine Origin. Swish. The eyes of the many guests lit up, and even the leaders of the various powers wore expressions of interest. There was no need to think about the Saint Origin stone. The Yeachi sacred land was only bringing it out to cut open for everyone's amusement and would not sell it. However, the Divine Origin stones would be sold. Everyone was naturally very interested in this kind of blind box opening, especially one that involved opening treasures. In fact, this was part of the reason the Heihachi Grand Feast could attract so many cultivators. After all, divine origin stones were rarely available, and high-quality ones could only be found in the Heihachi sacred land. Of course, it was mutually beneficial. The Heihachi sacred land would not lose out. Taking this opportunity to sell divine origin stones allowed them to fill their coffers, making it a win-win situation. The grand feast officially begins. I hope everyone eats and drinks well. If any of the 10,000 races prodigies wish to spar, you may step forward so we can witness your brilliance. Empress Heihachi announced. As soon as she finished speaking, Heihachi female cultivators brought spirit fruits and divine tea to every guest's seat. Elders of the Heihachi sacred land also waved their hands, producing a large number of divine origin stones, which drew the eager guests to release their divine senses to observe them closely and begin bidding. Yi, will you come? Watching the already lively banquet, Empress Heihachi, whose figure was veiled by mist on the main seat, felt a trace of anticipation in her eyes and whispered to herself in her heart. Beside her, Moon Mother Yi King Cheng on the Yi clan's seating area was also constantly scanning the banquet square, as if looking for traces of Yi Yu. Yi Yu, you must come. Otherwise, I will have to use other methods to lure you into the trap. You are too much of a threat. How can I be at peace if you don't die early? In the seating area for the prodigies of the 10,000 races, Chu King clenched his fists, feeling both nervous and expectant. He had no heart to even eat the spirit fruits. Why does it feel like the Heihachi sacred land is a bit strange this time, and this little princess of the Yi clan also seems wrong? Ordinary people could not detect anything unusual, but the leaders of the other top powers naturally sensed it. They couldn't help but glance suspiciously at Empress Heihachi and Moon Mother Yi King Cheng, their brows furrowing, wondering what these two were up to. The entire banquet appeared lively and extraordinary, but in reality, undercurrents were already surging. Yi Yu, who was currently being kept in mind by all parties, had actually already arrived at the banquet square, though no one had discovered him. After using divine power to interfere with the perception of those around him, Yi Yu sat relaxed and lazy in the prodigy's seating area, eating spirit fruits and celestial delicacies, a look of reminiscence appearing on his face. Thinking about it carefully, he hadn't eaten properly for several hundred years. Remembering the last time he attended the Heihachi Grand Feast when he was still young and naive, it truly felt like a lifetime ago. The path of cultivation requires a balance of tension and relaxation. Being too tense and high intensity is sometimes a disadvantage. It seems I should pay attention to resting and relaxing in the future. Sensing that his state of mind had improved slightly and that his aura seemed to have sublimated, Yi Yu thought to himself. Ahem. At this moment, seemingly sensing something, Yi Yu raised an eyebrow and looked in a certain direction. Why did he sense a trace of a strange aura? It seemed. With a glance, Yi Yu was immediately stunned. He saw that on a seat not far away, a blurry, beautiful figure was frantically eating the food on the table. And this person was none other than the Emperor. Good heavens, I'm hiding here, and you, Emperor, are here too. You, the dignified Emperor, are actually sneaking into the Heihachi Grand Feast. No, looking at this posture, it should be said that you are actually sneaking in to eat and drink for free. This is probably not the first time the Emperor has done this. Yi Yu's mouth twitched slightly. Just then, the Emperor seemed to have sensed Yi Yu's gaze. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, as if confused about how someone could detect her presence, so she subconsciously looked up. And then, there was no then. Seeing Yi Yu, the Emperor was slightly stunned, and then she nonchalantly lowered her head, acting as if she didn't know Yi Yu, and continued to eat leisurely. Yi Yu. Fine, this is very much like the Emperor. Time passed bit by bit, and the banquet was unknowingly reaching its end. As all the divine origin stones were auctioned off, a Heihachi elder brought out a white boulder 3 meters high. As soon as the boulder appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy frantically gathered toward it, and the sound of the great Tao resonated from the boulder. A large amount of celestial charm evolved from the immortal stone, and one Tao rune after another formed to surround the boulder. Numerous miracles and phenomena rose and fell, evolving. In just a few breaths, the entire sky above the Yachi sacred land was covered by boundless auspicious clouds, and auspicious energy, divine radiance, and the energy of Xuanwang burst forth and surged. The vast Yachi sacred land seemed to turn into an ocean of phenomena at this moment. The surging spiritual energy emitted by the boulder made everyone who breathed it feel a jolt of spirit, as if their cultivation had improved, and they even gained many insights in their hearts. The entire banquet square fell into silence with the appearance of the boulder. This is a Saint Origin stone. Legend says it was born before the creation of the universe, or the Tao domain, wrapped and contained by the rules of the great Tao. Every Saint Origin stone contains innate essence and many divine objects. For those with low cultivation, a Saint Origin stone might be useless, but it is something that every Quasi-Emperor and even Great Emperor yearns for immensely. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time passed, and the cultivators, who were holding their breath in anticipation of what divine object the Saint Origin stone would reveal, were all stunned, bewilderment appearing in their eyes. Why hasn't Empress Yachi cut open the Saint Origin stone yet? Damn it! Could it be that the Saint Origin stone really can't attract Yi Yu? In his seat, Chu Qing's face was somewhat twisted, his eyes filled with unwillingness. This was the best opportunity, and the one least likely to be detected as abnormal by Yi Yu. If he failed this time, the next time would be even harder. Yi Yu. Empress Yachi's eyes were deep, and she seemed to sigh faintly. Golden Mother Liu Mengsu, why haven't you cut open the Saint Origin stone yet? The heavenly demon Divine Kingdom's demon, Emperor Ao Qing, couldn't help but transmit his voice. As for Golden Mother Liu Mengsu, she was naturally Empress Yachi. After the successors of each sacred land ascended to the position of emperor, they would take the sacred land as their title. As Empress Yachi, Golden Mother Liu Mengsu was her real name. This need not be elaborated upon. Just as Golden Mother Liu Mengsu was about to speak, Moon Mother Yi Qingcheng suddenly stood up and slammed the table hard, shouting, "Yi Yu, I don't believe you aren't watching. Are you coming out or not?" Chapter 18. Chu Qing causes trouble. Chu Qing is stunned. Chu Qing's mentality collapses, an ultimate imperial weapon as a dowry. Sigh, the past was merely a misunderstanding. Empress, why go to such lengths? A sigh echoed, and Yi Yu, who had been concealing his presence, dissipated the laws covering him. In an instant, Yi Yu, who had appeared completely unremarkable to others, revealed his true form. He was dressed in white, whiter than snow, surrounded by auspicious energy and intertwined with celestial flowers. One by one, they floated beside Yi Yu. His sword-like eyebrows were sharp and piercing, and his starry eyes seemed to truly contain an entire universe. Standing tall and erect, he resembled a pillar supporting the heavens and the earth. Every gesture seemed to brim with unparalleled power. At a glance, he appeared as a noble son of the human world, but at a second glance, he felt like an immortal king descending, or a deity manifesting in the mortal realm. Just one look made people feel ashamed of their own inferiority, trembling from the depths of their hearts and bowing in worship. Even without releasing any pressure or aura, he remained as deep and vast as an abyss or the sea, causing even the spirits and essence of those around him to feel unstable and turbulent. Emperor Tianyu is actually hiding at the Yachi Grand Feast. Everyone's spirits were shaken, and the sudden change left their minds blank, as if they couldn't recover for a long while. Respectfully welcome Emperor Tianyu. Respectfully welcome Emperor Tianyu. Respectfully welcome Emperor Tianyu. The next moment, realizing what was happening, everyone from the leaders of the major powers to the cultivators of the myriad races stood up, bowed deeply, and shouted in solemn unison. Welcome, Emperor Tianyu. Whether they were of the human race, demon race, ancient race, spirit race, or other myriad living beings and powerhouses, or even great sages and saint kings. All who saw Yi Yu had to pay their respects, and with the utmost reverence at that. No need for such formalities. Yi Yu said gently. Thank you, Emperor Tianyu. Everyone stood up cautiously. His gaze turned to Moon Mother Yi Qingcheng. The veil on her face naturally could not block Yi Yu's eyes. Beneath the veil was an exquisite, beautiful baby face, as crystal clear as porcelain. Her face seemed to have no pores, and she looked endearingly silly. That sweet face made it difficult for anyone to feel dislike or murderous intent. At this moment, however, that chubby little face was puffed up in anger, and her large eyes were wide round as she stared at Yi Yu. Yi Yu. Come to think of it, the situation between him and Moon Mother Yi Qingcheng was truly just a misunderstanding. Centuries ago, when Yi Yu was training in a secret realm, he discovered Moon Mother Yi Qingcheng. At that time, she had been injured by a demonic beast, and Yi Yu had saved her. It wasn't just a simple favor. Part of the reason was knowing that Moon Mother Yi Qingcheng was the imperial daughter of the former Yi clan emperor, sealed in divine source and awakened in this era. You would naturally not refuse the chance to be on good terms with the Yi clan. Through this interaction, Yi Yu got to know Moon Mother Yi Qingcheng. One time, Yi Yu's hand slipped, and being curious about what she looked like, he took advantage of her inattention and removed her veil. The result was a disaster, or rather, it was cliché. Who the hell knew that the rule of the Yi clan was that whoever removed the veil of the Yi clan's imperial daughter had to marry her? Yi Yu once suspected that Moon Mother Yi Qingcheng was playing him, but he had no proof. And it was, remove and you must marry. If some loser had removed it, it would be strange if the Yi clan acknowledged it. Since then, Moon Mother Yi Qingcheng had been relentlessly pursuing him. Yi Yu, however, had his own pride, or rather, backbone. If there had been no other choice, he would have accepted being a kept man without a word. But his own talent was not bad. If he married Moon Mother Yi Qingcheng, he would become a son-in-law living with the Yi clan, and the world would scoff at him. Well, he had a bit of male chauvinism and wanted to rely on his own efforts, so Yi Yu ran away. Yi Yu, our clan. Moon Mother Yi Qingcheng changed from her dignified and majestic appearance, put her hands on her hips, and was about to speak angrily, but before she could finish, she was interrupted by Chu Qing. Chu Qing hadn't intended to interrupt, but he felt that something was wrong as he watched. Damn you. Why the hell are you two chatting? Women are truly women, always prone to ruining things. Don't you understand that delays lead to complications? Shouldn't you be seizing the time? Yi Yu, your death day has arrived. 10 directions have an imprisoning absolute killing array. Rise. Chu Qing stood up, formed hand seals, and shouted explosively. Boom. In an instant, countless laws and divine prohibitions evolved from the void, rapidly spreading in all directions. Countless auras of slaughter, destruction, and violence flowed, and in an instant, they enveloped the entire banquet square. Attacking Emperor Tianyu. Ao Qing and the other giants' brains stalled a bit, and they were stunned. Whose subordinate is this, to be so brave? A mere ant in the god storage realm actually dares to clamor about killing Emperor Tianyu. This Yaochi grand feast really has a problem. In an instant, the giants reacted, their hairs standing on end and their scalps tingling. Without thinking, the 7 giants shouted, audacious, presumptuous, daring to provoke the emperor, you are seeking death. You have a lot of nerve. Listening to the angry rebukes of the leaders of the various factions, Chu Qing smiled disdainfully. Before their strength could recover, Chu Qing formed hand seals and shouted, Today, let me show you the power of the 10 directions heaven-imprisoning absolute killing array. Just honestly be spectators. Whoever dares to move dies. Why aren't you attacking yet? The moment to suppress Yi Yu is now. Kill. Countless chains of order and divine prohibitions spread out, Majestic heavenly might shook and appeared, and terrifying power evolved rapidly, as if a great yin-yang grinding wheel was turning. As the array turned, it immediately evolved new murderous intent. Presumptuous. How can I allow a petty person like you to be presumptuous within the Yaochi sacred land? Daring to scheme against the emperor, you are seeking death. At this moment, Empress Yaochi Liu Mengsu stood up abruptly and scolded coldly. Chu Qing. Not only Chu Qing, but Ao Qing and the others were also stunned. The Yaochi sacred land is not in cahoots with this kid. This kid dared to cause trouble on their turf without even joining forces with the Yaochi sacred land. Empress Yu. Chu Qing looked over abruptly, filled with shock, anger, and confusion. Before Chu Qing could finish his sentence, Liu Mengsu interrupted him. Please awaken the ultimate imperial weapon. Boom. Located deep within the Yaochi sacred land, endless celestial light bloomed, and a vague, majestic divine shadow seemed to appear. The next moment, brilliant radiance bloomed, seemingly containing the mysteries of space and time, along with the profoundness of Daoreim treasure light. The void changed rapidly, and a mirror surface was branded out. With just a flash of the mirror's luster, the 10 directions heaven-imprisoning absolute killing array that Chu Qing had set up was instantly shattered. Furthermore, clear light shrouded Chu Qing, suppressing him on the spot and making him unable to move. Ultimate imperial weapon, Kunlun mirror. All factions, all cultivators. Completely bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Bizarre. It's too damn bizarre. It's just pure bizarre. Everyone was a bit confused, and their eyes looking at Chu Qing were more like looking at an idiot. Is this guy a moron? Jumping out for no reason, only to be instantly suppressed. It made them feel nervous for nothing. They had thought they were about to see a major upheaval, but in the end, that's it. That's it. With just these means, who gave him the courage to dare to scheme against the emperor, and to try to suppress and kill the emperor? Everyone was stunned, and Chu Qing was even more stunned. Although he couldn't speak or move, Chu Qing's face was already flushed red, and his eyes were almost spitting fire. It's over, I've been played. This thought flashed through Chu Qing's mind. At this point, if Chu Qing still couldn't react and still hadn't figured out what was going on, then something was wrong. He had been played. He had been played. And percent, and hash. Chu Qing was going crazy with anger, and he couldn't figure out what Empress Yaochi Liu Mengsu meant. They had agreed to join forces, so why did you suddenly turn around and sell me out? If he hadn't witnessed Liu Mengsu chasing and killing Yi Yu in his previous life, Chu Qing would almost have thought that this was Yi Yu and Liu Mengsu colluding to scheme against him. It doesn't matter, there is still a chance, I still have a chance. As long as the Yi clan's imperial daughter doesn't turn against me, there is still a glimmer of hope. Thinking this, Chu Qing's eyes rolled to look at Moon Mother Yi Qingchang, waiting impatiently for her to suddenly attack. What a Liu Mengsu! As expected, it was also a performance for this aunt to see, just to lure out brother Yu. And Moon Mother Yi Qingchang, whom Chu Qing was waiting for, was gnashing her teeth in hatred. She had originally wanted to tell Yi Yu that Liu Mengsu wanted to kill him, but she had to swallow her words. She already regretted calling Yi Yu out directly. If she had known, she should have waited until the banquet was over to find Yi Yu in private. HMPH, fortunately I was prepared. Thinking of this, Moon Mother Yi Qingchang secretly snorted coldly. Everyone, the Yi clan has an important matter to announce during this Yaochi Grand Feast. As the thought flashed, Moon Mother Yi Qingchang's voice was soft and sweet, yet dignified and solemn. With the reinforcement of divine power, it resounded throughout the entire Yaochi banquet. What is she going to do? Liu Mengsu frowned slightly and looked at Moon Mother Yi Qingchang. The Yi clan has an important matter to announce. The cultivators, who hadn't yet recovered from the incident of Chu Qing inexplicably jumping out to kill Emperor Tianyu, looked at Moon Mother Yi Qingchang in confusion upon hearing this. I became acquainted with Emperor Tianyu Yi Yu hundreds of years ago, and later fell in love with him at first sight. Emperor Tianyu did not want to rely on the Yi clan, so he made an agreement with me to come and propose marriage after he attained the rank of Quasi-Emperor. I have already reported this matter to our clan's ancestors and have obtained their permission. Today, I will let everyone bear witness together. The Yi clan is willing to use the ultimate imperial weapon, water-fire Teiji diagram, as a dowry, waiting for Emperor Tianyu to visit. Brother Yu, our clan's ancestors have already awakened and are waiting for you to go to the Yi clan. When will you visit? At the end, Moon Mother Yi Qingcheng beamed. Her large eyes curved into crescent moons as she gazed at Yi Yu. And at this moment, the entire Yaochi banquet venue had turned into a dead silence. All the guests were stunned. Liu Mengsu's expression froze. Chu Qing, who was waiting and longing, had his mentality collapse. Using the imperial clan as a betrothal gift and an ultimate imperial weapon as a dowry, just to marry Yi Yu. Not to mention others, even Yi Yu, who knew Moon Mother Yi Qingcheng's quirky nature, had his breath hitch, and he was also stunned. When did I make a secret promise to you? When did I agree to come and propose marriage? Why don't I even know about it? At this moment, Moon Mother Yi Qingcheng's pitiful voice reached Yi Yu's ears. Brother Yu, please, please don't refuse, or the Yi clan will lose all face. Yi Yu felt a toothache. This girl is forcing his hand. Brother Yu, the elders in the family have always had opinions about my unrequited love for you. Plus, the heavenly gate doesn't seem like it will open in this era. This is the last chance the elders gave me. If you refuse, I must return to the divine source to seal myself, waiting for the next era to be reborn. You, please don't refuse, okay? I know I'm very willful, but I don't want to miss out and I don't want to give up. I understand your concerns, but you are already a quasi-emperor now. Do you still need to worry? Unless you say you don't like me at all, then I will give up. Also, don't ask me why I like you again. There is no why for feelings. If you like someone, you like them. Yi Yu, listen well. I'm Moon Mother Yi Qingcheng just like you. It has nothing to do with your status, I just like you as a person. That's all. Before Yi Yu could reply, Moon Mother Yi Qingcheng continued. I, Moon Mother Yi Qingcheng, as an emperor's daughter, you are the first person I have ever liked, and you will be the last. If you don't like me, you are dead. Moon Mother Yi Qingcheng's eyes were firm, and her clear eyes seemed to be filled with Yi Yu's figure, gazing at him like this. When speaking the last few words, Moon Mother Yi Qingcheng's tone seemed to become gnashing of teeth, but within this gnashing, there was deep nervousness and anxiety, as if she was very afraid that Yi Yu would really reject her. This girl, Yi Yu smiled bitterly, closed his eyes, and many scenes of his time with Moon Mother Yi Qingcheng flashed through his mind. Does he have a good impression of Moon Mother Yi Qingcheng? Naturally. Moon Mother Yi Qingcheng was quirky, yet clingy and loved to act spoiled. She was also very sensible. As an imperial daughter, she had no arrogance and was instead very down-to-earth. How could Yi Yu not like her? It is time to give an answer. Okay. Reopening his eyes, looking at the somewhat nervous Moon Mother Yi Qingcheng, Yi Yu smiled and said in a deep voice, when the time comes, he will personally visit the Yi clan to propose marriage. Moon Mother Yi Qingcheng's eyes lit up, and a huge sense of surprise surged into her heart. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind, and finally they converged into one sentence. Brother Yu agreed. The guests' eyes lit up, and they exclaimed in their hearts that it was satisfying and worth the trip. It was truly worth the trip to be able to witness Emperor Tianyu and the Yi clan's imperial daughter promise their lives to each other. Liu Mengsu's mentality collapsed. She looked at Moon Mother Yi Qingcheng gloomily, her teeth almost shattering. Chu Qing's mentality collapsed, and he almost blacked out. Only one thought remained in his mind. Was everyone playing me? It's over, I've become the clown. The clown is actually myself. Chapter 19. Two women compete. The whole audience is shocked. Chu King is driven mad, heaven-snaring secret art. Emperor Tianyu, your visit to our Yaoqi's sacred land catches me unprepared. I hope Emperor Tianyu will not take offense at my lack of a proper welcome. At this moment, an aged voice resounded from the void, and the next second, an old woman with a face full of wrinkles appeared beside Golden Mother Liu Mengsu. Although her face was aged, it could not hide her former elegance. From her appearance, one could vaguely imagine how beautiful she must have been in her youth. Teacher. Golden Mother Liu Mengsu immediately bowed in respect. Greetings, Emperor Tianchai. Greetings, Emperor Tianchai. Greetings, Emperor Tianchai. All the cultivators hurriedly stood up, bowed deeply to the old woman, and spoke respectfully. Emperor Tianchai, the previous Empress Yaoqi of Yaoqi's sacred land, the teacher of Golden Mother Liu Mengsu, whose cultivation had reached the Quasi-Emperor realm hundreds of years ago. Her current cultivation was terrifying and unfathomable. Just as Yi Yu was called an emperor, the other Quasi-Emperors were naturally addressed the same way. Before the Heaven's Heart was pregnant and an emperor had emerged, every Quasi-Emperor had the possibility of attaining the emperor realm. To show respect, every Quasi-Emperor was addressed as an emperor. This went without saying. Of course, this was only limited to the time before an emperor was born. If an emperor who had attained the path appeared in the current era, naturally only that one person could be called an emperor. Senior, you are joking. It was I, Yi Yu, who came uninvited. If there is any talk of offense, it should be you, Senior, who blames me. Yi Yu said with a smile. The waves of the Yangtze River drive the waves ahead. Sensing the faint, almost imperceptible aura on Yi Yu, and the subtle sense of threat coming from him, Emperor Tianchai could not help but sigh in her heart. Compared to that battle over a dozen years ago, Yi Yu's strength had improved significantly. Even though she had reached the 9th heaven of the Quasi-Emperor realm, Emperor Tianchai was certain that Yi Yu could easily suppress her, even if she used an ultimate imperial weapon. This girl, oh well, I suppose I must step in to help you. With this personality, how could you ever compete with Moon Mother Yi Qingchang? Glancing at Golden Mother Liu Mengsu, Emperor Tianchai felt somewhat helpless. Emperor Tianchai was naturally clear about her disciples' intentions and was happy to support them, as Yi Yu's potential was undoubtedly immense. Yet, even on home ground, she had been beaten to the punch by that girl from the Yi clan. What else could Emperor Tianchai say? She was also very helpless and had to step in herself. Emperor Tianyu, you are on good terms with my disciple. Is it not a bit inappropriate for you to call me senior? Emperor Tianchai said kindly. Yi Yu's eyelids twitched. Having vaguely guessed the situation, he could only bite the bullet and call her aunt. Good, good, good. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tianchai repeatedly said good, and the smile on her face became even more radiant. My disciple is thin-skinned. There are some things that Golden Mother Liu Mengsu dares not say, so I will overstep and speak for her. Tianyu, I will be bold and call you Yi Yu. Yi Yu, my disciple, has fallen deeply in love with you. For these past hundreds of years, Golden Mother Liu Mengsu has never forgotten you. Even in her cultivation, she has been distracted, constantly collecting news about you. Every time you fought someone, Golden Mother Liu Mengsu was extremely anxious. She even pleaded with me multiple times to step in and assist you. The reason the ancient clan's Quasi-Emperor did not appear when you fought the ancient clan's royal prodigy in the past was because I was protecting your path from the shadows. You can ask the ancient clan's Quasi-Emperor about this yourself. I do not know what you are thinking, but in the matter of love, regardless of anything, one must ask to have a chance. Today, I will be shameless and ask, Yi Yu, are you willing to take the Empress Yaoqi of our Yaoqi's sacred land as your wife? If you are willing, our Yaoqi sacred land will become your permanent subordinate. All the foundations of our Yaoqi sacred land, including the ultimate imperial weapon, you may use and command. If you are unwilling, I will pretend I never said this. You do not need to feel pressured, or worry that refusing in public will embarrass Golden Mother Liu Mengsu. If you refuse, I will erase the memories of everyone present regarding this matter. Looking at Yi Yu, Emperor Tianchai said with a serious and solemn expression. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Everyone was stunned, their expressions blank, doubting life itself, their heads seemingly buzzing. Empress Yaochi actually also had feelings for Emperor Tianyu. Good heavens, they were about to exclaim in shock. So, Emperor Tianyu was not only peerless in cultivation talent, but also invincible in the art of wooing women. Two of the few goddesses in their Gukshuan Dao domain were actually going to marry Emperor Tianyu as his wives. Looking at Golden Mother Liu Mengsu's expression, nervously clutching her sleeves while her gaze remained fixed on Emperor Tianyu, it was not hard to imagine how deeply she had fallen in love. Chu Cheng. He broke. His mentality collapsed. His mentality completely shattered. His eyes were practically splitting. Chu Cheng's eyes were bloodshot, his scalp tingling. A tremendous sense of anger and humiliation surged into his heart. Chu King snorted in anger, and blood already overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Damn it. If Chu King still couldn't figure out what was going on, then he would be an idiot. So, the only one who wanted to kill Yi Yu from beginning to end was him. The reason Empress Yaochi and the Yi clan's empress cooperated was merely to lure out Yi Yu to express their love. Damn it, truly damn it. Chu King was driven mad with anger. His nose was almost crooked from rage. So, another reason these two women were willing to cooperate with me was that they wanted to use me as a gift to give to Yi Yu. So, the appearance of Golden Mother Liu Mengsu in the future was just love unrequited. No, it was acting, just wanting to let Yi Yu know of her ability. Scum. This bunch of scum. They are all scum, all beasts, all beasts. Ding, mission completed. Ding, the host has completely overshadowed the Child of Destiny at the Yaochi Grand Feast. Mission rewards are increasing. Ding, the host has made the Child of Destiny completely become a clown at the Yaochi Grand Feast. Mission rewards are increasing massively. A series of system prompts rang out in Yi Yu's mind. So, the reason the ancient clan's Quasi-Emperor did not appear when I suppressed the ancient clan's prodigy was because of Golden Mother Liu Mengsu. Yi Yu realized, and then smiled bitterly. Debts of love are hard to repay. Speaking of which, his acquaintance with Golden Mother Liu Mengsu was because he had stayed at Yaochi's sacred land to visit and study after attending the Yaochi Grand Feast. As for why Golden Mother Liu Mengsu would like him, Yi Yu truly did not know. Golden Mother Liu Mengsu was not as proactive and expressive as Moon Mother Yi Qingcheng. Instead, it was a secret crush. If Yi Yu hadn't noticed it himself, he probably would never have known that Golden Mother Liu Mengsu liked him. Fortunately, in this fantasy world, there is no rule that one can only marry one wife. Yi Yu sighed inwardly. How to choose? Was there even a need to choose? Yi Yu was not the type to be indecisive or pretentious and hesitant. I have already agreed to go to the Yi clan to propose marriage. Yi Yu said in a deep voice. I have no objections. I just don't know if Sister Golden Mother Liu Mengsu would mind. Moon Mother Yi Qingcheng said softly, and as she spoke, she looked at Golden Mother Liu Mengsu. I don't mind. Golden Mother Liu Mengsu's body trembled, and she lowered her head, stuttering. Well, if neither minded, then what else was there to say? Please, Aunt, give me some time. When I am prepared, I will visit one by one to propose. Yi Yu stopped wasting words, clasped his fists, and said directly, Good, good, good. Then I will say no more. I hope everyone eats and drinks well at this Yaochi Grand Feast. Emperor Tianchai was all smiles, and after saying this to the guests, she flashed away. Congratulations to Emperor Tianyu. Congratulations to Empress Yaochi. Congratulations to Moon Mother Yi Qingcheng. Congratulations to Emperor Tianyu. Congratulations to Empress Yaochi. Congratulations to Moon Mother Yi King Chang. All the guests were excited and spoke up to offer their congratulations. Attending a banquet and getting such huge gossip, plus this good event, wasn't this trip worth it? Brother Yu, I will wait for you at the Yi clan. After Moon Mother Yi King Cheng finished transmitting her voice to Yi Yu, she hurriedly left with the Yi clan disciples. Golden Mother Liu Mengsu, also feeling somewhat shy, handed over the hosting duties of the banquet to an elder of the Yaochi sacred land and left immediately. Emperor, how should this person be dealt with? The elder of the Yaochi sacred land bowed to Yi Yu and then looked at Chu Cheng. Leave him to me. Yi Yu looked around the banquet. Seeing that the emperor had left at some unknown time, he glanced at Chu Cheng, reached out, grabbed him, directly sealed him, and put him away. This child of destiny was a reincarnator, and Yi Yu was very interested in his memories. Ding! The child of destiny has been suppressed by the host. His destiny has returned to 0, and the mission has been completed to the maximum extent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an advanced gift pack. Do you wish to open it? The system sound rang out. Looking at the heavenly punishment that had begun to gather on the horizon, perhaps because of Yi Yu's repeated provocations, the aura of this heavenly punishment was becoming increasingly terrifying, with obscure and profound Dao rhymes beginning to brew. Open. Not caring about the gathering heavenly punishment, Yi Yu murmured in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heaven-snaring secret art. As soon as the system finished speaking, a flash occurred before his eyes, and a projection appeared in front of Yi Yu. Heaven-snaring secret art, a secret art for devouring the heavenly Dao and controlling realms. One can steal the authority of the heavenly Dao through a medium, thereby infiltrating the origin rules of a realm. If one steals and devours enough of the heavenly Dao's origin, one can become the master of the heavenly Dao and rule over a realm. Heaven-snaring secret art. Yi Yu raised an eyebrow. A medium. The child of destiny, perhaps. Yi Yu was thoughtful, and a divine light seemed to burst forth in his eyes. It came at just the right time. The upper realm has already undergone a massive change. In the future, it may infect the entire heavens and myriad worlds. If I want to contend with the upper realm, I must establish a force and use boundless resources to help me reach the absolute pinnacle. If I can become the master of this universe, and even the 3,000 universes, controlling the origin of the heavenly Dao of all realms, then by that time, Yi Yu's eyes were bright, and he smiled. If I govern the 3,000 Dao domains and the 3,000 great universes, and the insights of the 3,000 heavenly Daos all return to me, when that time comes, the upper realm. Even without ascending to the upper realm, Yi Yu will be invincible across the world. Boom! At this moment, a massive change had already appeared. Chapter 20, Can It Suppress a Great Emperor? Exploded with a single punch, fighting against the heavens. Thunderclouds gathered, and the end of all things churned. Endless annihilation and darkness converged from the universe, shrouding the entire Yaochi sacred land, filled with a terrifying aura of worldly destruction and void. Divine laws and restrictions spread throughout the void, with rule-based runes forming cages. In an instant, the rules of the 3,000 great Daos evolved and constructed, accompanied by the extension of infinite slaughter and primordial chaos. The wrath of the heavens, the roar of the world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Golden Mother Liu Mengsu and Emperor Tianchai reappeared. Deep within the Yaochi sacred land, faint, obscure auras pulsed, as many ancient figures of the Yaochi sacred land were watching. Heavenly tribulation. Heavenly punishment. How could heavenly punishment suddenly descend? Including all the guests, everyone looked at the dark clouds in the universe with solemn expressions, their faces filled with suspicion and uncertainty. Judging by the aura, the power of this heavenly punishment had likely reached its peak. The terror of its momentum made even great saints feel cold in their hearts, their spirits trembling. Triggered by that ant. Protected by the heavenly Tao, blessed with great destiny. With a flick of their fingers and a brief calculation, the feedback from the mysterious heavenly secrets brought realization to all the experts. That clown. Because great Emperor Tianyu imprisoned him, the heavenly Tao was enraged and wanted to send down heavenly punishment. Why are there so many people with great destiny recently? Could it be that the world is changing and a great era or catastrophe is approaching? The crowd looked solemn, pondering and doubting in their hearts. Yiachi disciples, obey my command. Raise the plain-colored cloud boundary formation. Golden Mother Liu Mengsu's voice was cold and majestic. Heavenly punishment. In a cultivation world, cultivators naturally revere the heavens and dare not oppose it, but this is a fantasy world. As everyone knows, cultivators in a fantasy world defy the heavens. It's already a big deal if they don't go around shouting about it. No one would be afraid of the heavenly Tao. Naturally, Golden Mother Liu Mengsu didn't care about the heavenly punishment at all, not to mention that this heavenly punishment was going to attack her beloved, which Golden Mother Liu Mengsu would never allow. Dare to attack Yuji, then I'll destroy you first. Please ask the Kunlun ancestor to awaken at any time, using the power of the ultimate imperial weapon to suppress. Her beautiful eyes narrowed. Golden Mother Liu Mengsu turned back to bow toward the depths of the Yiachi sacred land, preparing to have the spirit of the Kunlun mirror awaken once more to strike against the heavenly Tao with the ultimate imperial weapon. Before Golden Mother Liu Mengsu could finish speaking, Yi Yu's figure appeared before her, saying gently, "No need." Yuji. Golden Mother Liu Mengsu was stunned. "Leave it to me. It's just heavenly punishment. There's no need to go to such lengths." Yi Yu said with a smile. "Understood." Golden Mother Liu Mengsu replied and said no more. "Let's test the effectiveness of this heaven-snaring secret art." Muttering in his heart, Yi Yu stood with his hands behind his back, his deep eyes looking at the heavenly punishment. With a single thought, in an instant, Yi Yu had fully mastered the heaven-snaring secret art, the various methods, operating roots, and hand seals clear in his mind. So the medium is indeed the child of destiny. The status of the child of destiny is born from the heavenly Tao. This is the connection between the two. Therefore, one can infiltrate the heavenly Tao through the child of destiny, thereby plundering the authority of the heavenly Tao, mastering and comprehending the rules of the heavenly Tao. Yi Yu realized, his eyes gradually brightening. Very good, then he could rest easy. The child of destiny, well, there would certainly be no shortage of them. In this way, as long as he suppressed enough children of destiny, he could easily become the master of this universe, and even the 3,000 Tao domains. If the 3,000 Tao domains were merged, the upper realm, even without ascending to the upper realm, the status of the 3,000 Tao domains alone could rival it. Boom! At that moment, the fully brewed heavenly punishment erupted with a loud noise, and 3,000 divine thunders evolved, rushing directly toward Yi Yu. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, yang. Each divine thunder contained a great Tao. The 3,000 great Tao divine thunders seemed to want to reopen the world of wind, fire, and water. The terrifying power was like world destruction, yet also like world creation, descending with unparalleled divine might. 3,000 great Tao rule thunder. This is enough to seriously injure a great emperor. Did great Emperor Tianyu provoke the heavenly Tao so severely? We get to see the power of the ultimate imperial weapon again. The experts were shocked, their expressions changing as they sensed the power contained in the divine thunders. They secretly clicked their tongues, their eyes full of anticipation as they looked at Yi Yu, waiting for him to take out the 8 Desolations purgatory halberd to unleash the power of the ultimate imperial weapon once again. This heavenly punishment was already the most terrifying divine punishment under the authority of the heavenly Tao. Saying it could seriously injure a great emperor was no exaggeration. If great Emperor Tianyu wanted to contend with it, he had to bring out the ultimate imperial weapon. Heavenly Tao. Is the heavenly gate of this world about to open? The heavenly Tao seems much more active in this era. It's him again, great Emperor Tianyu. The terrifying momentum of the heavenly punishment had shaken the entire universe. Countless ancient beings seemed to sense it and opened their eyes to look at the Yachi star domain. When they saw the situation clearly, many giants raised their eyebrows, watching with great interest. Amidst the attention of the masses, Yi Yu was seen in white clothes blowing in the wind, standing in the void like a peerless god-king, like a supreme ruler, not only ethereal and extraordinary, but also mysterious and profound. Truly, he was a jade-like figure, a peerless young master. Heavenly punishment. Yi Yu smiled faintly, slowly raising his hand. A large number of immortal flowers evolved, divine restrictions spread, and rules surged with Tao rhymes. He threw a punch, breaking all laws. It was like a brilliant sun, like the sinking of the moon. Under this punch, the world seemed to be annihilated, yet also like the creation of the world, magnificent, atmospheric, and immortal. It seemed as if no power had erupted, as if no aura had leaked out. However, wherever Yi Yu's punch passed, space collapsed and the void shattered. The power was so terrifying that it seemed to lead directly to the chaos sea, piercing through all reality. Boom! One punch, and the heavenly punishment exploded. The heavenly punishment, capable of seriously injuring a great emperor, hadn't even withstood a single punch from Yi Yu. This is impossible. Whether it was the cultivators on the scene or the ancient beings, the entire universe seemed to fall silent at this moment, and countless exclamations resounded throughout the universe. Even many giants were so shocked that they didn't even restrain their auras, causing countless stars to tremble at this moment. When he fought great Emperor Luongu, he still needed to use the ultimate imperial weapon. How much time has passed, and his own strength is already enough to fight a great emperor. Everyone found it unbelievable. Their heads were buzzing, doubting their lives and unable to imagine it. However, it hadn't stopped. Yi Yu's eyes were bright, and the momentum around him seemed to have gathered to the extreme, as if he had sublimated to the limit, like an endless transformation. Fiery battle intent turned into divine flames wrapping around Yi Yu's body. With one step, Yi Yu soared billions of miles, ascending to the peak of the universe, facing the heavenly Tao directly. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share infinite novel audio. The heaven-snaring secret art operated. In the dark, Chu King seemed to have a burst of aura, as if connecting to the heavenly Tao through the world. Divine restrictions of order evolved in Yi Yu's eyes. Reality, in Yi Yu's eyes at this moment, faded away layer by layer, leaving only the framework of the great Tao rules that supported the operation of the entire universe. And in a certain place, a faint light was clearly reflected in Yi Yu's eyes. There it is. With bright eyes, Yi Yu locked onto the connection between the heavenly Tao and Chu Qing's karma, and threw another punch. The punch was like the creation of the world. The punch was like annihilation. The punch seemed to collapse billions of mountains and rivers, shake infinite stars, and was even more like a heavenly emperor throwing a punch, brilliant and carrying the might of heaven, representing the will of the heavens. It was the heavens throwing a punch, ending everything. Boom! In an instant, this punch seemed to transcend the level of reality. When it was thrown, the void had already completely collapsed, and a large amount of the origin of the rules spilled out from the collapse. Mysterious beyond mysteries, the wonder of wonders. A large amount of mist and haze quickly birthed in this space, as if endless divine light was reflecting out. Striking the will of the heavenly Tao. Is great Emperor Tianyu going to face the heavenly Tao directly? How can he have such strength before proving the Tao? This is impossible. This is impossible. Mind and spirit shaken. Scalp tingling. The entire universe was silent at this moment. Even the ancient beings, even the great emperors in forbidden lands, were dumbfounded, their breathing stifled. Don't look at how people in fantasy worlds constantly clamor about defying the heavens. That's just clamoring, not really fighting against the heavens. And Yi, he actually went to provoke the heavenly Tao. He actually went to hammer the heavenly Tao. Let alone a quasi-emperor, even a great emperor couldn't do this. But Yi, he really dared, and his strength was truly terrifying to the extreme. The first quasi-emperor in history. This thought flashed through everyone's mind. Looking back through history, through the long years and endless time, no quasi-emperor had ever been able to do this. And there would never be a quasi-emperor who could not only suppress a great emperor, but also fight against the heavenly Tao. Yi, he is the first person in history. The heavenly Tao is going to be angry. Countless giants whispered to themselves in their hearts, their attention becoming increasingly focused. They really wanted to know, if the heavenly Tao were completely enraged, how would Yi contend with it? One must know that the heavenly Tao is the convergence of the rules and will of the entire universe. It has no intelligence, but it has the instinct to operate. If it were within the rules, the heavenly Tao would not make a move. Just like if Yi blew up the heavenly punishment, the heavenly Tao would not and could not make a move, as it complied with the operation of the rules. But Yi directly provoked the heavenly Tao and even blew up the manifestation of the heavenly Tao's will. That was two different concepts. The heavenly Tao represents the entire universe. That is to say, if one contends with the heavenly Tao, it means contending with the entire universe. What this represents goes without saying. Since great Emperor Tianyu dared to provoke the heavenly Tao, could it be that he had some trump card to contend with the heavenly Tao? Chapter 21, Heaven-Snaring Secret Art, Stealing the Heavenly Tao's Authority. Heavens, a catastrophe is coming. Rumble. 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 Just as many giants had anticipated, after a brief pause, the next moment, the heavenly Tao flew into a rage. Furious to the extreme. Enraged to the pinnacle. In the unseen void, every living being in the entire universe felt a sense of panic and unease, and countless trillions of stars trembled at this moment. Vast amounts of Tao laws converged, boundless divine seals evolved, and the rules of the 3,000 great Taos projected into the universe, blooming with immortal brilliance. Terrifying power condensed to its peak in an instant. Even this vast universe trembled, as if roaring in response. Universe empowered, divine might purgatory. Wave after wave of shockwaves turned the surroundings into dust and rendered everything into nothingness. The area where Yi stood seemed to have been completely isolated from reality. With boundless energy gathering, a pale golden vertical eye appeared above Yi's head. This was the eye of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao manifested, its will descending. Kill. An indifferent voice, devoid of any emotional color and sounding profound and mysterious, resonated within the hearts of all living beings in the universe. The will of heaven turned into killing intent, the target Yi. Kill, Yi revealed a faint smile. If he did not possess the heaven-snaring secret art, Yi naturally would not provoke the heavenly Tao. However, with the heaven-snaring secret art, things were different. Kill, could it even kill him? Heaven-snaring, secret art, murmuring in his heart, Yi's eyes brightened as he shouted a single word. Snare. Reaching out, countless mysterious characters coiled around the surface of Yi's palm, churning and evolving into vast divine seals and rules. At this moment, his palm seemed to evolve into the hand of the heavens, transforming into a prison of heaven and earth, penetrating directly into the void. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the universe shook, and countless rules spilled out and splattered. The will of the heavenly Tao seemed to tremble, and even the eye of the heavenly Tao appeared to fade, as if eroded by some kind of power. It was but an instant, yet it felt like eternity. Yi suddenly retracted his hand, and an invisible roar spread out. A rune, radiating profound Dao charm and an indescribable aura, was grasped in Yi Yu's hand. With a clench of his palm, the rune was taken by Yi Yu into his sea of consciousness. In an instant, the will of the heavenly Dao in the sky seemed to have suffered some kind of severe injury, and it immediately retreated rapidly like a receding tide. Everyone, they were stunned. Everyone was stunned. Numerous experts and giants, without exception, were all dumbfounded, unable to figure out what had just happened. Gulp! The next moment, when they saw that Yi Yu's figure had already vanished from the void, countless sounds of swallowing and gasping arose. 1,000 words gathered in their hearts, but in the end, only one thought remained in the minds of all cultivators. Terrifying to this extent. Emperor Tianyu had become increasingly unfathomable, and even more so, terrifying to this extent. What was that secret art just now? Yi Yu seems to have stolen the origin of the heavenly Dao, causing it to suffer an injury and thus retreat. Within various forbidden lands, numerous emperors sealed in divine sources murmured to themselves, a trace of wariness appearing in their eyes. Yi Yu, Yi Yu, Yi Yu. If this continues, this child will likely become a great threat. Divine light seemed to flow in the eyes of the many emperors, as if they had already made some kind of decision in their hearts. In the depths of the universe, in a deathly silent star field, after sending a sound transmission to bid farewell to Golden Mother Liu Mengxu, Yi Yu found a large star in the star field and sat down cross-legged. The power of the heavenly Dao. Introspecting his sea of consciousness, looking at the rune radiating profound Dao charm and precious light within his sea of consciousness, Yi Yu murmured to himself in his heart, "This is a Dao rule, or rather the origin of a Dao rule, the Dao rule of the heavens." An intuition in the unseen void had already allowed Yi Yu to understand the authority of this rule. Holding the authority of the heavens, wherever the heavens point, Yi Yu can utilize it. Whether standing in the universe or on a certain star, Yi Yu can empower himself with the power of the heavens and turn it into his own strength. Not only this rule origin, but this theft of the heavenly Dao's authority had also allowed Yi Yu to understand more of the mysteries of the heaven-snaring secret art. A complete realm has 3,000 great Dao's rules. If I can steal all of the 3,000 great Dao's rules, then I can become the master of a realm. I am not very skilled yet this time, so I only stole one rule. Next time I will be more skilled, and thus I will be able to steal more rules. Moreover, if I hold the 3,000 great Dao's rules of this universe, then I will be the medium myself. If I invade and take control of other universes, I will no longer need to rely on a child of destiny. I can directly suppress and refine them myself. Yi Yu thought secretly. To put it bluntly, the reason a child of destiny is a medium is because they possess the favor, or rather the karma, of the heavenly Dao. If Yi Yu himself is a heavenly Dao, then naturally, there is no longer a need for a child of destiny. When that time comes, the heaven-snaring secret art will be the true heaven-snaring secret art. When unleashed, one can snare the heavens, capture the heavenly Dao, and refine the heavenly Dao. The rule of the heavens has only been stolen by me for now. It still needs to be thoroughly refined to be considered truly mastered. Once refined, my cultivation should be able to break through at least one, or even two small realms. A look of anticipation appeared in Yi Yu's eyes. This is a rule, and it is the origin of a rule. Refining it to break through one or two small realms is naturally a given. However, there is one more thing that needs to be done before refining. With a wave of his hand, Yi Yu released Chu King once again. A reincarnator. I can find out from what period in the future he reincarnated from. Revealing a faint smile, Yi Yu did not waste words and directly released his divine sense to begin searching Chu Qing's soul. As for unsealing him and talking to him, there was no need for that. He was just an ant, even if he was a child of destiny, so what? Yi Yu had no interest in communicating with him or mocking him. In an instant, a vast amount of memories surged forth. Yi Yu casually wiped Chu King out of existence, then closed his eyes and began to carefully examine Chu Qing's memories. Reincarnated from 1,000 years in the future, huh? Heth, no wonder he wanted to kill me so badly. Even without the system's help, would I still dominate the world and reign supreme in the future? That's right, the system was originally just an aid. The truly powerful one is myself, not the system. I didn't rely on the system when I attained the Quasi-Emperor realm 500 years after transmigrating. If there were no system, it would just mean my growth speed would be slower. It wouldn't affect me becoming a supreme expert. After a long time, Yi Yu reopened his eyes and murmured to himself. There is no need to elaborate on the information regarding the many opportunities in the future within Chu Qing's memories. Naturally, it left Yi Yu extremely satisfied. As expected, children of destiny are good things. Their help to him is simply immense, and they can save him a lot of growth time. Yi Yu now only hopes that the quality of the children of destiny that appear in the future gets higher and higher. That would be even more perfect. Invasion of the upper realm. The 3,000 Dao domains completely fallen. What level of expert is that drop of demonic blood? A single drop of blood contains such unimaginable might. It is simply inconceivable. Thinking of the reason for Chu Qing's reincarnation, Yi Yu's eyes became slightly solemn. Indeed, just as the Empress said, 1,000 years later, the heavenly gate opens. However, it is not for ascension as the world thinks, but rather a boundless sea of demons, accompanied by upper realm experts turned into monsters, all descend. The tragedy in Chu Qing's memories after the upper realm descended is still vivid in his mind. Even he ultimately perished, and the entire heavens and myriad worlds became a demonic domain, turning into a burial ground. There are still over 900 years left. That is enough. Divine light seemed to emerge in Yi Yu's eyes, and fighting spirit surged within them. The upper realm descends, a monstrous sea of demons. Then, let's see. The version of himself in Chu Qing's memories failed, but he might not necessarily fail. The system is activated, and there are many children of destiny becoming his experience packs. With 900 full years left in the future, Yi Yu cannot even imagine what level he will grow to. First, refine the rule of the heavens, and then it is time to start the plan. Time waits for no one, I must seize the time. Exhaling a breath and casting aside distracting thoughts, Yi Yu stopped overthinking and slowly closed his eyes to begin cultivating. I am the Emperor, I shall suppress everything. The upper realm, so what? If they descend, Yi Yu naturally has absolute confidence that he can suppress everything. Moreover, what Yi Yu is thinking of is not to wait for the upper realm to descend. Being beaten passively, that is not Yi Yu's character. He would rather gather the power of the 3,000 Dao domains and then counterattack the upper realm. Chapter 22, Body-Snatching Child of Destiny, Breaking Through 2 Realms, and Taking Betrothal Gifts. Primordial God Clan. One of the hidden races in the Gu Xuan universe. Endless eons ago, the entire Gu Xuan universe, and even the surrounding universes, were ruled by the Primordial God Clan. The then patriarch of the Primordial God Clan conquered all directions and eventually established the Primordial Divine Court, ruling over 5 great universes for several eras before it ended. As the Primordial God Clan patriarch ascended to the upper realm, the Primordial God Clan gradually faded from view. However, their profound foundation remained, naturally continuing to shake the universe and reign supreme. Even now, many races, including the Ancient Race, God Race, Heaven Race, Demon Race, and Winged Race, remain vassal races of the Primordial God Clan. Located within the hidden small world of the Primordial God Clan. The direct descendant of the former Primordial God Clan patriarch, the God Venerable, had unsealed himself in this life and was currently cultivating and meditating in the Divine Hall. Suddenly, an obscure aura flashed by. Shen Wuqian opened his eyes abruptly. After a brief moment of confusion, his eyes quickly regained clarity. Where is this? Wasn't I going to herd sheep? How did I suddenly appear here? Looking around, Shen Wuqian muttered to himself, feeling somewhat bewildered, especially when he sensed the terrifying power within his body, which left him even more at a loss. This power, divine treasury, heavenly ladder, saint. Even a great saint wouldn't be this strong. Shen Wuqian felt that he could crush a star into powder with a casual wave of his hand. Hum. At this moment, mysterious ripples flashed through his mind. Instantly, a vast amount of memory flooded his heart. Shen Wuqian closed his eyes and instinctively kept receiving the information. After a long time, Shen Wuqian opened his eyes again, his eyes filled with wild joy. The direct descendant of the primordial god clans, God Venerable. I actually snatched the body of the primordial god Venerable's direct descendant. A lowly servant disciple from a small sect like me was actually able to snatch the body of the primordial god Venerable's direct descendant. Ha ha ha. With this identity, who would dare to look down on me now? Who would dare to despise me? With this identity, I can stand directly at the pinnacle of the entire Dao domain. Shen Wuqian was incredibly ecstatic, the massive surprise constantly bombarding his brain, for a moment making him feel like he was going to faint from happiness. Although Shen Wuqian didn't know why an ant like him was able to snatch the body of the god Venerable's direct descendant, it didn't matter. He had succeeded, and that was enough. So it turns out those familiar major forces and races are all vassals of the primordial god clan. Combined with the primordial god clan's foundation, wouldn't I be directly invincible? Just my own cultivation has already reached the peak of the Saint King realm, and I can break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm at any time. Awesome. As expected of the god Venerable's bloodline, one can break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm so casually. Many thoughts flashed by. Shen Wuqian clicked his tongue inwardly. His face flushed red from excessive excitement. Countless words gathered and passed by, leaving only one thought in Shen Wuqian's mind. I am invincible. I am already invincible. Only I am invincible. Thinking of those heaven-defying prodigies who were in the spotlight and radiant, a curve appeared at the corner of Shen Wuqian's mouth, and his eyes became increasingly bright. The current me is the god child of the primordial god clan. The entire primordial god clan is under my control. If I let the primordial god clan emerge into the world, who in this vast universe can contend with me? I am the brightest star. Right, and her, and her. In the past, I couldn't reach her, but now I am qualified to take her as my wife. Yachi's sacred land, the imperial daughter. The image of Golden Mother, Liu Mengsu's back, which he had caught a glimpse of in the past, appeared in his mind. Shen Wuqian licked his somewhat dry lips, a look of intense greed appearing in his eyes. Rumor has it that the Yachi imperial daughter is secretly in love with that dog Yiyu. Emperor Tianyu, defying the emperor while in the Quasi-Emperor realm. His brows furrowed slightly, then relaxed, and a look of disdain appeared on Shen Wuqian's face. As far as he knew, the primordial god clan alone possessed several ultimate imperial weapons, and their many foundations were terrifyingly profound. Yiyu. Ridiculous. No matter how strong, he was not worthy of being his enemy. If he knows what's good for him, fine. If he doesn't, he. First, raise my cultivation to the Quasi-Emperor realm, then make plans, and think about how to let the primordial god clan emerge into the world. On the other side, Yachi Star Domain, Tianmeng Star. Taixuan Sect, Servant Peak. An ordinary-looking youth slowly opened his eyes. This place. Why is my body so weak? No, this is not my body. Noticing the abnormality of his body, the youth frowned slightly. Although he was a bit panicked, he was still able to remain calm. Taking a deep breath, he tried his best to stabilize his emotions. When he sensed a large amount of information appearing in his mind, the youth immediately checked it. Taixuan sect servant disciple Zhang Qingfeng. I've turned into some servant disciple of the Taixuan sect. How is this possible? I have a supreme treasure protecting me. How could I suddenly snatch the body of this servant disciple? Is this an illusion? No, this is not an illusion. Who is playing tricks in the dark? Since I have snatched Zhang Qingfeng's body, then where did this Zhang Qingfeng go? Did he snatch my body? His eyes flickered. The youth immediately grasped the pulse of the situation, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. If one were to extrapolate, Zhang Qingfeng probably had also obtained his memories. This was troublesome. I must find a way to re-establish contact with the god race. This way, I can prove my identity. Exhaling a breath, the youth fell into deep thought. Deep in the universe, in the Nirvana star domain, Yi Yu, who was comprehending the mysteries of the heavenly rules, seemed to have a premonition in the dark. Under the feedback of the secret of Kayan, blurred images seemed to appear in Yi Yu's mind. Opening his eyes, a sharp light seemed to flash in the depths of Yi Yu's eyes. Someone is plotting against me. The secret of Kayan can only capture blurred images. Supreme treasure protection? At this point in time, is there a new child of destiny appearing? Chuckling, Yi Yu's expression became playful. Oh, as expected, the later the child of destiny, the more awesome they get. This time, the child of destiny actually has supreme treasure protection. So what if there is supreme treasure protection? It is still a futile effort. Yi Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, his fingers pinched, and the secret of Kayan immediately began to operate to its maximum extent. It was just the vague feedback from the origin of the secret of Kayan. If he actively used the secret of Kayan to peer into the past and present, that would be a different concept. Blocking. Can they block it? Boom. In an instant, that blurred membrane was broken through by Yi Yu. Shen Wuqian was immediately reflected in Yi Yu's eyes. Realizing the cause and effect, a look of interest appeared on Yi Yu's face. Herding sheep, this is snatching the body of a powerhouse. A bit interesting, a body-snatching child of destiny. The heavenly Tao really knows how to play. Without a doubt, the only reason this child could snatch a body is because of the heavenly Tao. The primordial god clan has supreme treasures to suppress, and their god child also has supreme treasure protection. No one else could possibly snatch the body of the primordial god clan's god child, unless it was an unreasonable bug like a system. Since this child does not have a system, then without a doubt, it must be the work of the heavenly Tao. Thinking of something, Yi Yu's heart stirred, and he immediately continued to deduce. Since this child snatched the body of the primordial god clan's god child, then what about the real Shen Wuqian? In an instant, Yi Yu looked in another direction. The former Shen Wuqian, now Zhang Qingfeng, was reflected in Yi Yu's eyes. As expected, a curve crossed his mouth, and one thought after another flashed through Yi Yu's mind. If this is the case, Yi Yu already had an idea. The primordial god clan is not simple. If planned properly, perhaps his plan to build a force could proceed much more smoothly. Don't rush, don't rush. Let this child of destiny jump around for a while first. After refining the heavenly rules, there are other things to do. Let's take it one step at a time. Shaking his head, Yi Yu dismissed the distracting thoughts and stopped paying attention to this child of destiny, resuming his comprehension of the heavenly rules. Time passed quietly, and unknowingly, nearly 5 years had gone by. In the Nirvana star domain, with divine anomalies circling his body, auspicious clouds surging above his head, and strands of divine laws and Tao rhymes floating and dissipating, Yi Yu, surrounded by numerous profound and mysterious charms, slowly opened his eyes. In his eyes, it was as if universes were collapsing and opening up. It seemed as if all phenomena were born and dissipated from Yi Yu's eyes, and a wisp of obscure aura flashed from Yi Yu's body. Even if it was just a fleeting moment, it still caused tens of thousands of surrounding stars to turn into powder. The terrifying power caused the void to tremble, collapsing layer by layer and completely annihilating in a way visible to the naked eye. The heavenly rules are completely refined. Cultivation, broken through 2 realms. During this seclusion, Yi Yu did not break through just 1 realm, but 2 whole minor realms. From the 3rd layer of the Quasi-Emperor realm, he broke through to the 5th layer of the Quasi-Emperor realm. 1 step closer to the 9th layer of the Quasi-Emperor realm. It's time to start doing things. Taking a deep breath and standing up, Yi Yu looked into the distance. his eyes becoming deep. The Yi clan is willing to use the ultimate imperial weapon as a dowry, and the Yaochi sacred land is willing to use the entire sacred land as a dowry. Yi Yu has not forgotten this. Either don't marry, but if you do, you naturally have to do it the best you can. Moon Mother Yi Qingcheng and Golden Mother Liu Mengsu are already like this. How could Yi Yu's betrothal gifts be weak? Does he, the dignified Emperor Tianyu, not need face? If it weren't for this, Yi Yu wouldn't have said to wait for him to come to the door, and instead just said he would come to propose marriage directly. The purpose was to prepare enough betrothal gifts. In any case, it cannot be worse than an ultimate imperial weapon. A faint smile appeared on Yi Yu's face. Moon Mother Yi Qingcheng has the Taiyin divine body, and Golden Mother Liu Mengsu has the Chaos divine body, huh? Now, go take his betrothal gifts. With a single thought, a murderous aura gradually rose from Yi Yu's body. The raging battle intent seemed to turn into boundless divine flames sweeping across all directions. Taking a step out, Yi Yu's figure had already disappeared from the spot. Taiyin Forbidden Land. One of the forbidden lands of the Gu Xuwen universe. Legend has it that in ancient times, a Taiyin star as large as a star domain fell here, and thus this Taiyin Forbidden Land was evolved. Above a galaxy filled with star fragments, Yi Yu's figure stepped out from the void. Looking ahead, one could vaguely see a phantom of a bright moon appearing and disappearing in the silent, dark universe, emitting a deep and secluded Taiyin radiance. It was both dazzling and contained a cold and stern murderous intent. That is where the spatial node of the Taiyin Forbidden Land is. Boom! Reaching out with a grab, the 8 Desolations purgatory halberd with towering demonic flames appeared in Yi Yu's hand. The long halberd stood tall and smashed down heavily. The terrifying power directly turned countless star fragments into powder. Even more, the majestic power continuously vented and impacted the Taiyin Forbidden Land. And the Taiyin Forbidden Land, originally hidden beneath the void crystal wall, faintly appeared. Tianyu has come to pay a visit. The low and majestic words resounded through the universe, echoing in the vast cosmos. Chapter 23, Eliminating the Taiyin Forbidden Land. Divine might is boundless. Great Emperor, I kill great emperors. Yi Yu's moniker. Yi Yu's moniker. Ancient auras awakened, and blurry figures appeared above the Taiyin Forbidden Land. The various great emperors looked at Yi Yu with heavy eyes, filled with suspicion and shock. Yi Yu's moniker, we have no quarrel with you. Why have you come to our Taiyin Forbidden Land? The Lord of the Taiyin Forbidden Land, Great Emperor Gayu, asked with trepidation. I am here to ask you all for something. Yi Yu waved his halberd, ignoring the wary gazes of the great emperors, and spoke calmly. What is it? Great Emperor Gaiu's heart stirred, and he immediately asked. If it was just a matter of being extorted for an item to make Yi Yu leave, that would be excellent. Since they were merely surviving to achieve godhood, naturally no one wanted to break their seals and fully awaken to fight Yi Yu at this moment. The Taiyin source. Yi Yu said slowly. The Taiyin source. You are delusional. Are you toying with us? The 3 great emperors' breathing hitched, followed by intense anger and shock as they spoke. The entire Taiyin Forbidden Land existed because of the Taiyin source formed from the falling of the Taiyin star in ancient times. They wanted the Taiyin source. That would mean the Taiyin Forbidden Land would cease to exist. He was trying to move their entire Taiyin Forbidden Land away. Yi Yu, do you think we are truly afraid of you? Great Emperor Gaiyu's voice was low, and he spoke with anger. Boom, as his words fell, the aura belonging to a great emperor began to awaken. An ancient, noble, and immortal will rose rapidly, and the entire universe faintly began to boil at this moment. In an instant, many powerful beings sensed it, and countless gazes quickly turned toward the Taiyin Forbidden Land. When they saw Yi Yu confronting the 3 great emperors of the Taiyin Forbidden Land, The great emperors of other forbidden lands narrowed their eyes, their expressions turning ugly. Damn it, truly damn it. He was so arrogant before even becoming a great emperor. It had only been over a decade since he provoked the Gixu Forbidden Zone, and now, after so little time, he was causing trouble for the Taiyan Forbidden Land again. If they let Yi Yu keep jumping around like this, wouldn't their ashes be scattered by him? Then come and fight. A flash of brilliance shone in his eyes. With a step, he activated the travel secret. Yi Yu's figure twisted suddenly, so fast that space itself couldn't react, and in an instant he appeared before Great Emperor Gaiyu. He slashed out with his halberd. The 5 secrets of Lin, Bing, Du, Lai, and Zhen were derived simultaneously. Terrifying power erupted from Yi Yu's body. Several avatars evolved together, as if a myriad of phenomena were overlapping and evolving. Many profound techniques and divine abilities converged. Under this one halberd strike, it was as if he were creating the world, and even more so, pacifying water and fire. The rules of the heavens emitted a faint luster. As Yi Yu took a deep breath, countless sources and energy from the vast universe flowed into his body, and his momentum surged once again at this moment. You won't give it, then I will take it myself. Boom, terrifying, horrifying. Not to mention the parties involved, even the powerful beings watching from afar felt their hearts tremble. Even the great emperors changed color, their eyes not only heavy, but also filled with shock. The terror of this strike was unimaginable, and furthermore, it was fast to the extreme. Great Emperor Gaiyu roared, the divine source on his body surface shattered directly, and a palm as white as jade grabbed the halberd. His great Emperor Dao fruit sublimated to the extreme and quickly awakened. Great Emperor Gaiyu, awaken and break the seal. He had to break the seal. If he didn't, he wouldn't be able to block this strike. The other 2 great emperors wouldn't even have time to help, which showed the terror of this strike. Rumble, one strike landed, the universe collapsed, and the chaotic energy surged. The 4 of them appeared directly in the chaos sea. Destructive and violent power impacted continuously. Cracks had already appeared on Great Emperor Gaiyu's palm, and he let out a muffled groan as drops of emperor blood fell. Just one strike, and Great Emperor Gaiyu was already injured. Still not awakening. The halberd pointed, sharpness erupted, and brilliant divine light shot out, rushing directly toward Great Emperor Tianyu and Great Emperor Duanyu. Boom! 2 auras of great emperors erupted fully. Great Emperor Tianyu and Great Emperor Duanyu broke their seals at the same time. Pale, angry, the 3 great emperors were all pale, even turning green. They were all stunned by Yi Yu's dominance, never expecting that this madman would actually dare to force them all to break their seals. Yi Yu, do you actually want to rob us in broad daylight? Do you really think we great emperors are made of mud? Great Emperor Duanyu roared. Rob in broad daylight. Yi Yu pondered slightly, as if thinking, and then looked up again and said with a smile, This emperor remembers that you all once incited a great slaughter. This emperor today can be considered as collecting a blood debt for my human race. How can you call it a robbery? Is there a problem? No problem. I am here to take revenge on you. How can it be called robbery? The 3 great emperors. Shaking, they were all so angry that their bodies were trembling. They didn't expect Yi Yu to be this shameless. We are great emperors, Great Emperor Gaiyu said coldly with a grim look. Do you really think you are invincible? You actually dare to fight 3 great emperors alone. Do you really think we great emperors are made of mud? If you were at the great emperor peak, this emperor would indeed need to be cautious. As for you, Yi Yu chuckled. There is naturally a gap between great emperors. Great emperors like Great Emperor Gaiyu and the previous Great Emperor Luongu were just weaklings in the Great Emperor realm. Dealing with such great emperors, even if he was a bit arrogant, so what? Hearing the subtext that they were too weak, the eyes of Great Emperor Gaiyu and the other 2 turned green. Their scalps were numb with anger, and their heads seemed to be buzzing. Since they had attained the Great Emperor realm, when had they ever suffered such insults? Presumptuous, truly presumptuous. Did he really not consider them great emperors within the third heaven of the great emperor realm as great emperors? Forcing us to break our seals, Yi Yu. If you won't let us have an easy time, then no one will. The human race. After we suppress you, we will wash the Gukshuan Dao domain in blood and turn them into life sources so we can continue to extend our lives. Great Emperor Gaiyu's face was cold with a resentful look, and he reached out to take out his Dao weapon, roaring as he rushed toward Yi Yu. Great Emperor Tianyu and Great Emperor Duanyu followed closely, and terrifying power immediately bloomed in the Chaos Sea. Just by relying on you all. Great Dao Treasure Bottle. Rules of the Heavens. Lin, Bing, Du Ji Jai Lai Zhen, Kaiyan, Xing 9 secrets merge. Yi Yu's fighting spirit erupted in his eyes. He summoned the Great Dao Treasure Bottle, which emitted surging divine rules, and also swallowed and evolved chaotic energy, as if it had become a black hole sacrificed above the Chaos Sea. He waved the halberd in his hand. The 9 secrets merged, and 9 mysterious powers instantly fused together, forming a destructive torrent of energy. The light was brilliant, as if a world-destroying black dragon was roaring out, carrying countless auras of silence and purgatory. It was like a galaxy falling, peerless in killing intent. The entire Chaos Sea seemed to tremble at this moment, and even the 8 desolations and eternity bowed down to it. In an instant, Yi Yu was already fighting with the 3 great emperors. In just a moment, the 4 of them had fought more than billions of times. The great Daos seemed to crack, and under the evolution of earth, wind, water, and fire, countless worlds were born and destroyed, and then turned into endless energy tides that constantly collided and oscillated. There were still many betrothal gifts, and Yi Yu was naturally unwilling to waste too much time here. Since he had to make a move, he would do it with all his strength. He also wanted to know how long it would take for him, with his greatly increased strength, to suppress them after fighting the great emperors again. Kill. His momentum surged, surging divine power flowed and floated, and the 8 desolations purgatory halberd shook constantly, as if it had sublimated to the extreme. The 3,000 great Dao's rules all shook and lined up behind Yi Yu. He swung his halberd, as if the immeasurable universe was turning into a vortex within the halberd, prying open incomparable power. Boom, the entire Chaos Sea made a loud noise. A large amount of chaotic energy rioted and annihilated, and everything in the world seemed to turn into a blank sheet. And even time and space were temporarily cleared. In an instant, the Gukshuan universe shook, blood rain continued, wailing continued, countless projections flashed and disappeared, and the great Daos mourned and the rules cracked. Yi Yu was filled with evil energy, holding the 8 desolations purgatory halberd, stepping out of the Chaos Sea step by step. The moment he walked out, the entire Gukshuan universe seemed to pause in dead silence. All the great emperors were terrified and their minds were greatly shaken, looking at Yi Yu in disbelief, unable to recover for a long time. How long had it been? In just a few breaths, the 3 great emperors who had awakened and broken their seals had actually fallen. How is this possible? Although they couldn't believe it, when Yi Yu's gaze swept over, no one dared to look him in the eye. Every step he took caused billions of stars to vibrate, as if the entire universe was trembling because of Yi Yu. Taking a deep breath, calming his blood and divine power, and feeling the harvest of this battle, Yi Yu's eyes were bright, and the fighting spirit on his body seemed to become more majestic, as if it had condensed into one after another divine flame rolling and floating around him. Sure enough, fighting against great emperors is the best way to cultivate. The insights gained cannot be summed up in a few words. Burning part of my essence blood allowed me to suppress them in such a short time. However, the emperor blood, source, and emperor bodies of the 3 great emperors are enough to make up for my losses. It's not a loss at all, but a huge profit. The halberd waved and turned into a black light that returned to his dantian to be nourished. Under the gaze of the entire universe, Yi Yu strode into the Taiyan forbidden land. Soon, with a roar, one energy tide after another spread in all directions. the power of space rioted violently, and the entire Taiyan Forbidden Land completely turned into nothingness and shattered under the gaze of all the powerful beings. One battle, pacifying a forbidden land. What exactly does Yi Yu want to do? Among the many forbidden lands, one great emperor after another frowned in suspicion, not understanding what Yi Yu was trying to do. Was it just a simple provocation? It must be put on the agenda. If Yi Yu does not die, there will be endless troubles. As if thinking of something, the eyes of the great emperors flashed, and a look of ruthlessness flashed by. A month later, in a desolate star field, Yi Yu, who had been in seclusion for a month, opened his eyes. The injuries he had sustained from fighting the three great emperors had recovered as before. Not only that, but his cultivation had also improved slightly. If it weren't for the fact that he still had things to do and couldn't go into seclusion, Yi Yu was confident that after a few years of precipitation, he could make himself closer to breaking through to the 6th level of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Continue. A curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yi Yu stood up and looked in one direction of the universe, his eyes gradually becoming heavy, and he whispered in his heart, "The great emperor this time will be much stronger." Boom! With a step, it was like the stars shifted, and in an instant Yi Yu appeared in front of a new forbidden land. Its name, Chaos Forbidden Land. Just by using the word chaos as its name, one could imagine the foundation of this forbidden land. Unlike Great Emperor Luongu, Great Emperor Gaiyu, Great Emperor Tianyu, or Great Emperor Duanyu, there was only one great emperor in this forbidden land. However, this great emperor's former cultivation was at the 5th level of the Great Emperor realm, having already stepped into the intermediate stage of the Great Emperor realm. The higher the cultivation in the path of cultivation, the greater the gap. Even a small gap in realm could be a world of difference, especially in the Great Emperor realm. The gap of one heaven was as huge as the gap between the body-tempering realm and the Great Emperor realm, let alone the difference between a low stage and an intermediate stage. The strength of Great Emperor Tunshin, who was sleeping in the Chaos Forbidden Land, was undoubtedly strong. If that were not the case, Yi Yu's eyes would not have become heavy. However, strong is strong, but that doesn't mean Yi Yu is not an opponent. Throughout history, which Quasi-Emperor had such a foundation as him? If all his whole cards were used, plus his true demon physique, intermediate stage of the Great Emperor realm. He could also fight, and even suppress. Where is Great Emperor Tunshin? He is here to pay a visit. Boom! He took out the 8 Desolations Purgatory halberd, the destructive aura spread, and a majestic voice resounded throughout the universe. Chapter 24, Sweeping Through Forbidden Lands, Arrogant, Arrogant, I am supreme. Yea, you. Boom. A low sound resonated from the void, seemingly echoing with the universe. Suddenly, a vast amount of chaos chi surged, accompanied by the 2 modes and 4 symbols, the alternation of yin and yang, and vaguely presenting the power of time, as magnificent and vast as the origin of the universe. In an instant, countless ripples surged in the void. A phantom of a gray, primordial world, as if the world had not yet opened, was cast into the universe. The mere leakage of the ancient emperors might cause endless star regions to tremble and made hundreds of millions of stars shudder. It's Yi Yu again. Good grief, he even ran to the Chaos Forbidden Land. He dares to provoke even Great Emperor Tunshin. In an instant, countless gazes turned toward the Chaos Forbidden Land. One great emperor after another twitched their eyelids, their faces filled with suspicion and uncertainty. What on earth was Yi Yu trying to do? Was he really going to visit every forbidden land one by one? He hadn't even attained the status of Great Emperor yet, and he was already thinking about suppressing an entire era. What is your intent? Under the focus of many gazes, a blurry figure appeared in the projection of the Chaos Forbidden Land. Great Emperor Tunshin spoke in a calm voice, devoid of any emotional color. I wish to borrow the chaos origin from you, fellow Taoist. Yi Yu said with a smile. Great Emperor Tunshin. How could you be so brazen as to come up and ask for the foundation of my chaos forbidden land immediately? Great Emperor Tunshin stared at Yi Yu indifferently, actually speechless. He even dares to provoke Great Emperor Tunshin. Good, Yi Yu, let's see how arrogant you can be this time. Has he truly become inflated? Does he really think that a low-stage Great Emperor and a mid-stage Great Emperor are the same concept? Perfect. We can take this opportunity to see what Yi Yu is relying on, and what trump cards he has to be this arrogant. The eyes of the great emperors lit up, their spirits lifted, and their attention all focused on the chaos forbidden land, as if they had already imagined the battle that was about to erupt. Great Emperor Tunshin was not known for having a good temper, and furthermore, Yi Yu was basically shitting on his head. They didn't believe Great Emperor Tunshin could endure this. It wasn't just the great emperors who thought so. Yi Yu naturally thought so too. He was already prepared to fight Great Emperor Tunshin, which was just as well to test the upper limit of his current strength. As for the great emperors, sleeping in the major forbidden lands peeking here, Yi Yu was naturally aware of it and understood what they were thinking, but he didn't care. Want to figure out his trump cards? Ridiculous. Even if he let them know, so what? How could they know how fast he was growing? His current trump cards might not be trump cards after a while. Chaos origin, then I shall give it to you. Just as Yi Yu was ready to strike, Great Emperor Tunshin looked at him deeply, and then his projection dissipated. You want it? Then I'll give it to you. Yi Yu. All the great emperors. While Yi Yu was stunned, he saw boundless mist surging. A mass of airflow, exuding mysterious charm with many runes vaguely visible, flew from afar to Yi Yu. Boom! The power of space rippled violently. The entire chaos forbidden land shattered at this moment, and Great Emperor Tunshin escaped into the depths of the universe and disappeared. He actually gave it. He didn't even want the chaos forbidden land anymore. Yi Yu's mouth twitched, and he could only regretfully put away the chaos origin. Forget it. Since Great Emperor Tunshin retreated, he would just go directly to the next stop. Swoosh! With one step, Yi Yu's figure disappeared. Great Emperor Tunshin actually backed down. This. Yi Yu was stunned, and the other great emperors were equally stunned, their faces full of disbelief. They didn't expect Great Emperor Tunshin to avoid the sharp edge and not fight Yi Yu directly. Ahem. At this moment, seeming to sense something, the great emperors suddenly looked in one direction. When they saw the situation clearly, all the great emperors' mouths twitched, and in their hearts, it was as if 10,000 grass-mud horses were galloping past. In front of the void forbidden land. Where are the emperors? He has come to pay a visit to the mountain. Why don't you? Get out here. Get out here. Rumbling. The halberd swept across, as if the world was just beginning, as if all things were returning to nothingness. Under one strike, the entire universe seemed to be involved, as if it could split the vast universe in two. The terrifying power erupted continuously, and every wisp contained the divine might of the great Tao collapsing. The void forbidden land, originally hidden beneath the void crystal walls, instantly appeared, and the entire void forbidden land was shattered into pieces. The speed was so fast that before the great emperors sealed within could react, Yi Yu was already standing above the void forbidden land, looking down as if he were overlooking the entire void forbidden land. Ye wishes to take the primordial breathing soil. I hope you all can give ye some some face. Looking at the great emperors who appeared with confused faces, Yi Yu smiled, speaking as if he were bathed in a spring breeze. If one ignored the 8 desolations purgatory halberd in Yi Yu's hand and the thick murderous aura on his body, it could indeed be considered bathed in a spring breeze. The emperors. A moment later, Yi Yu left gracefully with the primordial breathing soil, leaving only 4 great emperors looking at the destroyed primordial forbidden land, gnashing their teeth and silently escaping into the depths of the universe without a word. The dowry given by the Yi clan and Yayachi's sacred land was too expensive. What should be done about the bride price? Today, Yiyu gave the answer. If he couldn't afford the bride price, that was fine. The great emperors could afford it. The forbidden lands could afford it. As the supreme powerhouses of different eras in the past, even if they no longer belonged to their era, even if they had sealed themselves in the forbidden lands, that still couldn't hide the fact that they were filthy rich. Just every forbidden land itself contained at least one supreme treasure. If short on bride price, then ask the great emperors for it. Is there a problem? No. It was reasonable and fair, simply couldn't be more reasonable and fair. Perhaps it was because he had killed the 3 great emperors, including Gu Yue. As a result, the speed at which Yi Yu earned the bride price became much faster. Even though Yi Yu was already shitting on the heads of various forbidden lands, no great emperor dared to confront Yi Yu, and they could only tearfully offer what Yi Yu wanted with both hands. Heavenly Abyss Forbidden Land, Star Fighting Forbidden Land, North Nether Forbidden Land, Ancient Desolation Forbidden Land. In front of one forbidden land after another, Yi Yu's figure appeared one after another. Wherever he went, the forbidden lands, without exception, were all destroyed and returned to nothingness. Watching Yi Yu run to one forbidden land after another to blackmail, and blackmailing great emperors at that, all the sleeping great emperors in the Guxuan universe had awakened. Pairs of imperial eyes fell on Yi Yu. All the great emperors were trembling with anger, and their eyes had turned blood red. Arrogant. Arrogant to the extreme. Having lived for so long, grown so old, all the great emperors had never seen such an arrogant and domineering person. Throughout endless years, even those who attained the status of great emperor in each era had never been as arrogant as Yi Yu. Not to mention others, even they themselves were not this badass when they first attained the Tao of the great emperor. Moreover, Yi Yu had not yet attained the status of great emperor. Now, he was still just a quasi-emperor. A quasi-emperor was already this badass. If Yi Yu really attained the status of great emperor, that would be it. Yi Yu would be badass to the sky. By then, would there be any way for them to survive? Not to mention that not a single forbidden land would remain in the entire Guxuan Dao domain. Their ashes would definitely be scattered by Yi Yu. Bullying the emperors too much. Bullying the emperors too much. On this day, one roar of a great emperor after another sounded in all the forbidden lands, and many guardians of the forbidden lands were already trembling and dared not speak. Anger, extreme anger, burning anger. Imperial might gradually leaked from all the great emperors, and the Tao fruits belonging to the great emperors seemed to be gradually recovering. Then, there was no then. The Tao fruits only recovered for a moment before the great emperors calmed down, and then they silently suppressed the Tao fruits again. They had sealed themselves for endless years, living like humans but not humans, ghosts but not ghosts, cowering in the forbidden lands not to show off for a moment. It was fine to break the seal now and fight Yi Yu to the death. Yi Yu alone would certainly not be the opponent of so many great emperors. However, what about after breaking the seal? After breaking the seal, their life source would flow away crazily. If they wanted to prolong their lifespan, they could only launch a dark turmoil to harvest the source of all living beings. However, with so many great emperors, the living beings of the entire universe were not enough for them to divide. To kill Yi Yu at the risk of their own death, this was naturally unacceptable to all the great emperors. Yi Yu, this kid, dares to be so arrogant. Perhaps he is also betting on this point and has us pinned down. Thinking of this, all the great emperors' eyes became depressed, and at the same time, a thought flashed through their minds. Damn it, why didn't we think of that back then? As long as one is not afraid of death, can other great emperors not be cowardly? All the great emperors suddenly felt envious, silently watching Yi Yu's figure, their eyes already becoming complicated. To become a god, They had lived cautiously for such a long time. Was it really happier than living wantonly and arrogantly like Yi Yu for tens of thousands of years? Soon, all the great emperors came back to their senses, secretly scolding Yi Yu for not being a good thing, for almost shaking their Tao hearts, and immediately stabilized their minds. They had already chosen. It was useless to regret now. They could only bite the bullet and continue, otherwise, would they have given up everything to seal themselves in vain? Yi Yu, do you think you are really very smart, that you have really calculated everything? To dare to provoke public anger, Yi Yu, your death day has arrived. Thinking of something, all the great emperor's eyes became deep, and their gazes flickered. If it were originally, perhaps some great emperors would struggle with whether to pay the price. But now that this has happened, which great emperor would hesitate or struggle? They could pay the price, but Yi Yu must die. If Yi Yu didn't die, none of them would be at peace, and it was even possible that all the great emperors would lose their lives and not be able to sleep or eat in peace. In front of the Xuanyuan Forbidden Land, Yi Yu's figure appeared quietly. Looking at the ethereal Xuanyuan Forbidden Land, Yi Yu didn't waste any more words. As usual, he took out the 8 Desolations Purgatory halberd and said calmly, "I, Yi Yu's moniker, hand over the Xuanyuan Divine Water." Well, he was truly a bit dry-mouthed from talking. He himself was a bit numb to how many supreme treasures he had obtained now. There were too many, truly so many that it was unimaginable. After this last stop, I can start preparing to pay a visit. Yi Yu thought to himself. Yi Yu, you are bullying the emperors too much. Do you really want to provoke all of us great emperors? Yi Yu, do you still want to be an enemy of all of us great emperors? An angry voice resounded through the universe. One wave of imperial might after another surged and floated. 4 figures appeared in the universe, their energy locked. Pairs of cold eyes looked at Yi Yu, and the aura of slaughter had already begun to rise. Oh, you are not giving it. Yi Yu, who originally wanted to go through the process and leave, was immediately energized when he heard this, and said pleasantly. This was to fight him. Good, good, good. He was just worried that his comprehension was not enough. Wasn't this delivering goods to his door? He had been bored because no great emperor dared to fight him and just gave him the supreme treasure directly. Great Emperor Bingshuan was trembling with anger. I am asking you if you want to be an enemy of all the great emperors. Listen to what you are answering. What kind of brain circuit do you have? Not only are you not wary, but you are asking us if we are not giving it. Are you freaking crazy? What if we don't give it? Yi Yu, you have provoked us time and time again. Do you really think we won't unite to deal with you? In the end, you are only a quasi-emperor. You haven't even attained the great Emperor Tao fruit, and you want to suppress the entire era. Yi Yu. Great Emperor Huyan said coldly, threatening him. Where does so much nonsense come from? Since you won't give it, then fight with this emperor. Are you teaching me how to do things? Suppress an era. This emperor will suppress you first. Boom. The halberd swept across. The void tore, space collapsed, and Yi Yu and the 4 great emperors of the Xuanyuan Forbidden Land appeared directly in the Chaos Sea. The great Tao treasure bottle was sacrificed, the 9-character mantra was activated, and as if it had reached the extreme sublimation, his momentum immediately reached the peak. Accompanied by a roar, Yi Yu took the initiative to attack the 4 great emperors. The 4 great emperors, Bingshuan and others. Vuck. Chapter 25, Unrivaled Fame. Chant my true name to suppress turmoil creation. The show begins. A few minutes later. Looking out, the Chaos Sea was already devastated, with vast amounts of chaotic energy annihilated, revealing a space of absolute nothingness. Wave after wave of energy tides surged and diffused throughout the boundless universe, and the debris of shattered worlds drifted through the void, as if they had experienced a terrifying catastrophe. Piercing through thousands of universes, shattering layers of space. Faintly, one could already sense the subtle fluctuations of rules coming from the distant space beyond, which were different from those of the Gu-Xuan universe. The battle between Yi Yu and the four great emperors had actually almost reached into other universes. Amidst the void, Yi Yu stood in his blood-stained white robes like a towering pine in the chaos sea. His baleful aura had become so thick it was almost tangible, as if a mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, and an endless purgatory were surging and undulating around him. As for the four great emperors, including Bingxuan, watching Great Emperor Bingxuan flee directly, Yi Yu remained silent, shaking his head helplessly. Good grief, you were the one clamoring, and you were also the one to run away. That escape speed was something else. He sold out his teammates immediately. However, even though Great Emperor Bingxuan fled, the results of this battle were still illustrious. 3 of the 4 great emperors had fallen, and the only one to flee, Great Emperor Bingxuan, had also been severely injured, his imperial body on the verge of collapse. Even if he escaped, without enough life essence to refine, Great Emperor Bingxuan was not far from death. As for refining life essence, clearly, would Yi Yu give him the chance? Boom. When Yi Yu stepped back into the Gu-Xuan Dao domain, the vast universe was already deathly silent, so quiet that the drop of a needle could be clearly heard. Even the atmosphere was incredibly oppressive. This time, venturing into the various restricted areas, Yi Yu had suppressed and killed a total of 6 great emperors. 6 great emperors. One must know that the entire universe only gives birth to one great emperor every tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Yet Yi Yu had suppressed and killed 6 this time, enough to span 1,000,000 years of time, killing so many that there would be no great emperor for 1,000,000 years. How terrifying and shudder-inducing this number goes without saying. In the many restricted areas, every great emperor was dazed, feeling as if they were dreaming. They had never imagined that in just a few hundred years, Yi Yu could reach such a level. Even a battle between great emperors rarely results in the complete annihilation of one side. Yet for Yi Yu, killing a great emperor was like slaughtering a chicken. If other great emperors became famous throughout the heavens and suppressed the universe because they achieved the great emperor status, then Yi Yu suppressed the domain by slaughtering great emperors. His fame was forged in blood and born from killing. Xuanyuan, can you escape? Yi Yu gazed into the galaxy and said loudly. His majestic and surging voice resonated throughout the entire universe at this moment. In the vast universe, only Yi Yu's voice echoed continuously, roaring and resounding. My human children, if Great Emperor Bingxuan intends to blood sacrifice the worlds you reside in, chant my true name. Whoever chants my true name, even if darkness descends, I can still uphold the stars, slay the foreign great emperors, and protect my human race. The voice was deep and resonant, like a heavenly sound, surging and magnificent, vast and boundless, rolling and echoing. In a trance, Yi Yu's figure seemed to stand at the pinnacle of the universe, as if overlooking all living beings in the universe. Those who chant my true name can be protected from the slaughter catastrophe. It was naturally impossible for Yi Yu to cover the entire universe with his divine sense, and furthermore, he could not monitor the entire universe at all times. But it didn't matter. They just needed to chant his true name. As long as Great Emperor Xuanyuan dared to show his head, he would naturally be able to sense it and completely strangle him. Chant your true name and you will know. The great emperors sneered incessantly, disdaining it. Such a big mouth. Do you think you are a great emperor? We will just watch you brag quietly. A child is a child. Even after achieving the Quasi-Emperor realm, he still likes to show off like this. It would be hilarious if Great Emperor Xuanyuan launched the slaughter catastrophe and you failed to appear in time. Before they had laughed for a few seconds, once they thought of Yi Yu's battle record, all the great emperors' hearts sank and their expressions turned ugly again. Bragging is one thing, but his strength is real. Forcibly suppressing and killing 6 great emperors is no joke. Adding Great Emperor Luangu, That's a total of 7 great emperors. Just this number alone is enough to make one feel dizzy. Yi Yu, Yi Yu, Yi Yu. All the great emperor's emotions surged, their hearts palpitating, and the killing intent in their eyes was grim and cold. If looks could kill, Yi Yu would have been killed countless times already. Watching Yi Yu finish his words, obliterate the Xuanyuan restricted area, take the Xuanyuan heavy water, and leave, all the great emperor's eyes shifted, and one by one, their divine senses disappeared from the various restricted areas. Chaos Sea area. Yi Yu looked back and noticed that all the divine senses that had been on him had been withdrawn. Yi Yu chuckled, his expression playful. Thinking I'm spouting nonsense, I hope Great Emperor Bingshuan thinks so too. When the time comes and they find out it's true, what kind of expression will they have? Yi Yu suddenly felt a bit expectant. When he sensed the divine senses of the many great emperors seemingly intersecting, a sharp glint flashed in Yi Yu's eyes. Have you finally joined forces? Forcing you to join forces is exactly what I wanted. If you didn't join forces, it would be much more troublesome. Now I just hope that Child of Destiny is smart enough to follow my plan. I suppose as long as he isn't an idiot, he shouldn't pass up such a good opportunity. Muttering this, Yi Yu shook his head to clear his distracting thoughts and headed towards the depths of the Chaos Sea. There was one more thing to do. Once completed, he could go to propose marriage. However, before that, he just hoped that Shen Wuqian and his group would act a bit faster. If the fall of great emperors and the twilight of all emperors, causing bloody rain to fall across the universe, were used as a salute, that would truly befit his status. As for what Yi Yu wanted to do, he wanted to create the world. Primordial God Clan. In the Divine Temple, Shen Wuqian, or rather Zhang Qingfeng, who had already broken through to the Quasi-Emperor realm, felt a flash of fear in his eyes after watching Yi Yu suppress the great emperors and leave with such flair. Even though he had achieved the Quasi-Emperor realm, Zhang Qingfeng despairingly discovered that the gap between himself and Yi Yu seemed to be ridiculously large. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Zhang Qingfeng always felt that Yi Yu could kill him countless times just by waving his hand. No. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. This won't do. I am now the direct son of the God Venerable, the God son of the primordial God clan. If I still cannot roam freely and do whatever I want, then wouldn't I have wasted my time as this God son? This brat Yi Yu is too terrifying, too outrageous. If he isn't strangled early, the only one who can achieve the Great Emperor status in the future will be him. If he really achieves the Great Emperor status, will I still have a place? Even the Primordial God clan would probably have to avoid his edge. As long as Yi Yu dies, then with the Primordial God clan behind me and the God Venerable bloodline, who can compete with me for the Great Emperor position? Yi Yu must die, and he must die as soon as possible. Thinking of Golden Mother Liu Mengsu, thinking of himself standing proudly at the pinnacle of the universe, making all living beings prostrate at his feet, Zhang Qingfeng's eyes immediately became firm, and grim killing intent erupted from the depths of his eyes. To achieve the great emperor status, to not feel stifled, to be able to do whatever he wanted, and to not waste his possession of Shen Wuqian, Yi Yu must die. Yi Yu, oh Yi Yu, those whom heaven wishes to destroy, it first makes mad. If you weren't so arrogant and unscrupulous, I really wouldn't have many options. But you actually dared to be so arrogant, not even putting great emperors in your eyes and even despising all great emperors. Hee. If you don't die, who will? Thinking of something, Zhang Qingfeng smiled, a look of complacency appearing on his face. Although he was now the god son of the primordial god clan and could easily mobilize the clan's resources, when it came to Yi Yu, especially since Yi Yu could suppress great emperors, it was a different matter. Some ancient beings of the primordial god clan would not agree. After all, there was no enmity or grudge, and it would only arouse suspicion from the primordial god clan's foundation. However, if there were other great emperors as a reason, it would be different. The primordial god clan might not find it easy to step out directly, but what if they gathered all the great emperors together in the name of the primordial god clan to suppress and kill Yi? Come here, pass on my order, contact the great emperors of each restricted area. Say that I, Shen Wuqian, want to discuss important matters with them, and invite them to come to my primordial god clan. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and Zhang Qingfeng waved his hand to remove the restrictions of the divine temple and said majestically, "Yes, your highness godson." A hoarse voice came from outside the main hall. Chaos Sea. Its composition was quite similar to the chaos in prehistoric novels. There were no boundaries in any direction, and even the existence of the great Tao rules here was extremely low, as if they were looming, just like a fetal membrane connecting the 3,000 Tao domains belonging to the upper realm. Because the Chaos Sea is disordered and can contain all energy without being damaged, battles between experts above the Quasi-Emperor realm basically take place in the Chaos Sea. In the past, the God Venerable, the patriarch of the primordial God clan, conquered several Tao domains and established the primordial divine court by traveling to other Tao domains through the Chaos Sea. Meanwhile, in an area of the Chaos Sea filled with chaotic energy, Yi seemed to sense something. Without stopping his movements, he turned his head to look in the direction of the Gu Xuan universe. Wisps of divine light diffused from Yi's eyes, and his eyes seemed to be able to cross hundreds of millions of light years, passing through the Chaos Sea to land on Zhang Qingfeng in the Gu Xuan universe. Seeing Zhang Qingfeng start to act, and everything proceeding as he had anticipated, a curve appeared at the corner of Yi's mouth. Not bad, he still has some brains, knowing to join forces with other great emperors. This way, things will be easier to handle. After this battle, all the great emperors in the entire Gu Xuan universe will have to give way to me by 3 points when they see me. Whatever I do will be completely unimpeded, and no one will be able to stop me from building forces or searching for supreme treasures based on Chu Qing's future memories. Yi thought secretly. The catastrophe of the upper realm was imminent, so Yi naturally had no energy or interest in playing mind games with those self-proclaimed great emperors to slowly subdue them. The way of the king is to crush them. He did not need the great emperors to submit. He only needed those great emperors to fear him when they saw him and to give way by 3 points when they saw him. That would be enough, and this time was the best opportunity. As for submission, when he possessed sufficiently powerful strength, whoever saw him, even a great emperor, would naturally only kneel and submit. Shen Wuqian? He turned his gaze back to Shen Wuqian, who had possessed Zhang Qingfeng, and seeing his disheveled appearance, a faint smile appeared on Yi's face before he withdrew his gaze. No rush, let the bullets fly for a while longer. If Shen Wuqian isn't sufficiently stifled and repressed, how can he be driven to extreme anger? Since he had laid out the plan, the heavenly Tao Shen Wuqian, Zhang Qingfeng, the primordial God clan, and even all the great emperors were naturally just chess pieces. One only needed to wait for the right moment. Open. Looking at the Chaos Sea, Yi spat out one word and pointed a finger. Demonic flames surged to the heavens, and there seemed to be a dragon's roar, as if sweeping across the 8 desolations and 4 seas. The 8 desolations' purgatory halberd transformed into a demonic dragon and roared away. The Quasi-Emperor Tao fruit was sacrificed, the surging Tao rules rushed out, and many precious lights shone forth, as if there was a magnificent divine power reflecting through the ages, and there were even boundless immortal flowers dancing for it, with terrifying power continuously impacting the Chaos Sea. In an instant, earth, wind, water, and fire burst forth. The turbid air fell, the clear air rose, and the prototype of a world gradually began to take shape. Reaching out with a grab, the chaotic energy was extracted and refined into Tao rhymes. Stars rose above the world, and with another wave of his hand, countless precious lights emitted brilliant radiance and scattered towards this newly born world. Yi began to create the world. Primordial God Clan. Just as Yi was creating the world, The great emperors who received the message from Zhang Qingfeng flashed their eyes, their faces seeming to reveal a thoughtful look, and immediately condensed their incarnations with divine sense and rushed to the primordial god clan. Soon, in the divine temple in the independent space where the primordial god clan was located, one by one, the incarnations of the great emperors containing imperial might walked in. Everyone, this brat Yi Yu is unscrupulous, and the order of our Guk Shuan Dao domain has been stirred into complete chaos by him. As the son of the god venerable and the godson of the primordial god clan, I should restore the order of the Guk Shuan Dao domain to the right track for my imperial father. What do you all think? Once the great emperors had arrived, Zhang Qingfeng didn't waste any words and said directly. As soon as these words were spoken, all the great emperors' eyes lit up. And that is it for today's chapter. If you enjoyed it, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an upload. Drop a comment below. I want to know what you think is coming next. See you in the next one.